All right, so we'll start getting cars making your way over, if not already up in the stand. We need some marshals out there as well, guys. This morning it'll be Tim Marino, Adam Risch, Brendan Solar, Theo Theodora, Nathan Marsh, Ray Monday, Hayden Tasker, Michael Blair, William Nugent, Dave Bradshaw, Brent Todman, and Dominic Blackman. So if we can get our marshals out there, please. Once again, marshals would be Tim Marino, Adam Rich, Brendan Solar, Theodore Theodore, Nathan Marsh. We'll need Hayden Tasker, Michael Blair, William, Dave Bradshaw, Brett Todman, and Dominic Blackman out to marshal, please, guys. Get those guys out there as quick as possible. We'll get things underway here. Our first race of the day, pre-87 two-wheel drive. Just a reminder, drivers, as well, all races are available online. All races are available online on Live RC. Please check which race you are meant to be in. First race is up now. So drivers, we get everyone to do a full lap around. We'll get transponders checked in. So if we can get everyone to do a full lap around. So all drivers to do a complete lap around the track, please. Everyone check them on in.
Okay, everybody cross.
All right, so we should have all of our marshals out there. So drivers marshalling at the moment. We should have Tim Marino, Adam Rich, Brendan Solar, Theodoro, Nathan Marsh, Hayden Tasker, Michael Blair, William Nugent, Dave Bradshaw, Brett Todman, and Dominic Blackman should be all out to marshal our first race of the day. Pre-87 two-wheel drive. Got 12 cars all checked in. Nice work, guys. That's what we like. I think we're ready to kick things off here with our first race of the day. So drivers on the stand, can you guys all hear me pretty well? Give me a thumbs up. Perfect. So the way that I run things, I'm going to say that we'll have our drivers ready, marshals ready, and we're going to go racing on the sound of the tone. The next tone that you're going to hear, we're going to be going racing. So with that, we got all of our marshals ready. Thank you, marshals. We got our drivers ready, marshals ready, drivers going racing on the sound of the tone. And we are off and running. Vintage Bash underway here. A little bit of rain yesterday slowed us down just a little bit. Back on track here now though. So we've got Dean Fisk will be leading things away here. First times around for most drivers. Working their way around in the damp conditions. And the back straight away. So now David Boland now up to the top spot. We saw David Boland flying around the Chargers Vintage track only a few months ago. It was hard to beat up there in Queensland. Starting things off strong from the get-go here. Dean Fisk in 2, Mark DeBono in the 3, Jason Mole in 4, Anthony Miller in the 5. Just a reminder to marshals, it is pretty soft out there. Just be careful as you are getting to a car. So David Boland leading the way. Dean Fisk in 2. Mark DeBono in 3. Dean Evans now to 4 spot. Jason Mole in 5. Good battle going on between 3, 4 and 5 at the moment. Dean Fisk on a slower lap here, so Mark DeBono should get into the battle. Mark on a slow lap as well, so Jason Mole now up to the 2 spot. Goes from P4 to P2. Dean Evans to 3. So out front we got David Boland leading the way. Jason Mole making his way up to P2. Battle still going on for 3rd and 4th. Dean Evans and Dean Fisk, the battle of the Deans. David Boland charging out front at the moment. In the Green Beetle. Got 3 down, 2 to go out there. Heat number 2 drivers, please be ready. You'll be up next. We'll be rolling on through today, guys. We don't have a huge amount of time to waste. So Heat 2 drivers, if you get you guys ready, we'll be going straight into the next heat.
Welcome to the 2025 Vintage Bash VB 4.0, coming to you from Knox in the southeast of Melbourne, Australia. 483 entries, bringing every car you can imagine
back straight,
from the late
caution
70s
back straight.
right through to the
right
end
on
of
the
the 90s.
timing loop, right on the timing
It's 2-wheel drive
loop.
day today. It's Saturday morning. It's been a little bit wet
clear,
yesterday.
still there,
we
still
didn't
there.
get
Might
on
be
track at
broken,
all
that
for
one.
a truck day, so truck day washout, but we're on track this morning for 2-wheel drive action here at Knox. The whole event brought to you courtesy of J Concepts and the team here at Vintage Bash.
1 minute left on the clock.
4.0.
We got David
To run
Boland
you through
leading
what's
the way.
happening today,
Jason
there
Mole
is
in
no
2, Dean
qualifying,
Fisk
there is
in
no
the 3,
finals. It
Dean
is
Evans
all
in
heads-up
4.
racing.
Those 2 have been having a good battle for the last few laps around.
Rotating grids. There are a number of classes running
Dean
in
cut
two-wheel drive.
across
They're
the
all
line.
based in eras, vintage eras. So pre-1987 is on track at the moment. There's 4 or 5
Jack
heats in this
Engel
class.
now up to
then
the
we'll
4th
move into the
spot.
next era and so on right through the day. There'll be a pause midway through the day to run the first of 3 races of the 1989 World Championship final reproduction, if you like. 10 incredible reproduction cars ready to replicate that 1989
David
World
Boland
Championship
continues
final.
to lead.
And
He's
then
got
at the end
5
of the
seconds
day,
over
two
Jason
very
Boland.
special
Jason
events,
has
a
been
Tamiya
slowly but
parade,
surely wrangling
a
them
parade
on
of
in.
every Tamiya car that we can find here around the track, and then the
Only
Concours
15
de
seconds
Elegance.
left on the clock,
the whole
though.
track will be lined with
David
over
Boland.
500 cars. That'll be what wraps the day. But for today, it is all about on-track. It's all about two-wheel drive. We're going to watch a lot of the on-track action. We're going to take you and interview people in the pits, all of that good stuff. We'll take you for some walks around and show you what's happening. Right now, though, we're going to go out on track and follow the on-track action for the first couple of heats this morning, just to give you a feel for the track here. It is a classic old school. It's a track that's been here since the 1980s, an old school dirt track, concrete curbs, all of that good stuff that we love. Traction is nice and high this morning. The track is moist, maybe a little on the soft side. Cars will be coming off nice and dirty. We're going to join Mitch on the mic for some commentary. As I said, we'll follow the first couple of races here live, and then we'll start to kind of interview some people, wander around a little bit, and stick with us all through the day. Wherever you are in the world, welcome to the Vintage Bash 4.0, courtesy of RC Race Media. Hope you can spend the day with us today. We'll be back tomorrow for Forward Drive Day. There's already some live pit walks over on our YouTube channel. You can have a look at those from yesterday. But for now, let's join Mitch. We're picking up the start of race number 2 here on Two-Wheel Drive Day, Vintage Bash 4.0.
That is all drivers
let's
done.
join Mitch.
So that is first race complete here for the Vintage Bash. Heat number 2 of Pre-87 Two-Wheel Drive will be up next. And a big welcome to everyone joining in on the live stream here. Got a big day ahead of us. So next race up, heat number 2 of Two-Wheel Drive, a Pre-87. So drivers from that previous heat making their way off the stand, straight out to Marshall. Drivers in this heat. We're getting to start making their way over. Grid them on up. Straight onto the grids, guys. We're just going to go straight onto the grids, guys. We're just going to go straight to the grids. So we are just going to keep on cycling through. We should have all of our cars on the grid. Sure to have all of our marshals out there. So drivers, we are going to be cycling through races pretty quickly here. We've got our marshals out there. Drivers, watching the cars go racing on the toe. And underway here for heat number 2 of 4 for Pre-87 Two-Wheel Drive. Kicking it off racing into this race, Mark Watton. And we're working our way around onto the back straight through this left around here. Very damp conditions to kick off the day. Sun finally starting to poke his head out through the sky. Mark Watton continuing to lead. Uzo in the 2 spot. Two back around from the get-go in this match are Mark Uzo and Jason. The top three will collide around through the front of the driver's stand. Uzo putting a whole heap of pressure on Mark Watton as they work their way through the tabletop. Over to the back straight, beautiful issues on the back straight at the moment. So all clear now. Battle going on here. Making their way through the marbles. Tricky conditions. Down in front of the driver's stand. Looks like Uzo going for a quick roll there. It's going to allow Jason Millward on through as well. Minute and a half down. We got 3.5 to go. Mark Watton out front. Uzo was in second. Jason should bump up to that 2 spot now. Uzo to the 3 spot. Scott Marks in 4. Chris Camilleri rounding out your top 5. 2.5 down. We've got 2.5 to go. Mark Watton leading the way. Uzo back up to the 2 spot. Jason Millwood in the 3. Scott Marks in 4. Bill Carra now up to the 5. Mark Watton starting to pull that gap on out over 4 seconds now over Uzo. Jason Millwood another 2 seconds behind after that. Scott Marks and Chris Camilleri, they're not separated by much. Less than 2 minutes to go. Heat number 3 drivers, please be ready. Pre-87 Heat 3 drivers, please be ready. You'll be up next. Oh, 1 minute left on the clock here. Mark Watton in the top spot. Uzo into Jason and Bill. Working away down the back straight at the moment. There's Jason over the line in P3. Scott Marks now up to the 4 spot. Bill Carra down to the 5 now. Bill being quick though, starting from P11 up to P5. Final 40 seconds left on the clock here. Bill now back up to the 4 spot. Scott Marks to 5. Those two working away through the infield at the moment. Closing in down to the driver's stand. Time expires here. Cross the line, you'll be done. Mark Watton gets caught at the line.
Straight to me, the orange vest. Put your cars down here where I am standing. At the end of the straight, park your cars on the grass right where I am. Orange vest, Bill. Everybody, right here. Yep, and leave your cars down here on the ground, right in front of me. Don't keep going around, straight to where I am. Come off the track, straight to where I'm standing. Everybody here, just pull in, just keep coming. Coming towards me. Yep, 3. Right, that's where you got to come off at the end of the race, right here, where the yellow cone is. There's a yellow.
I did have the top for Indy somehow.
Is there a top for the radios?
All right, so Uzo taking a win in that one. Heat number 2 off 4 completed. Up now will be heat number 3.
Radios, guys, radios straight into the little trolley, which is not good.
All right, guys, so making your way around to the grids, please. Straight on to the grids, please, drivers. Drivers, making your way out to Marshall from the previous race, or drive to the previous race, out to Marshall. All right, so drivers, the order will be Brett, Michael, Sam Hind, Alexander, Chris, Coco, Jason, John, Hal, Rob, and Aaron.
45 seconds to start the race.
Guys, before you start, at the end of the race, here, the orange vest, everybody to your right. When you come off the
We are just getting started with round one of two-wheel drive practice, and just grabbed a gentleman here for a chat. Tell us your name and where you're from.
Dean Baker from Darwin.
come down off the drive.
Dean, hold your car up because I want to have a look at this. I want to ask you about this car. What is this that we're looking at?
It's a Aristocross high-tech Kangaroo
Beautiful.
from 1985. And yeah, it's one of my, I think it was my second RC car. And so I've sort of just loved the sort of design and look of it, even though it was a bit of a terrible car because it broke every time I drive it. But yeah, it's just one of those things, the memories that you like, and just had to get another one and race it.
So you raced one of these back in the day. Is it this actual one, or this is one you found?
This is another one that I picked up. Yeah, you know, it's just one of those loves you can't get rid of.
Looks like the track's pretty damp out there. How are the conditions?
Yeah, it's very wet and sticky at the moment, but hopefully it'll dry up and yeah, and clean the car up for the next one.
Hope you have a great day. Enjoy.
Thank you. Cheers.
That's Dean with the Aristocraft Kangaroo. Have a look at that. 1985, very rare two-wheel drive buggy. We'll go straight back to Mitch.
See how many we can lose in one lap. Might drive better in these conditions, to be fair. A couple of tyres coming off of that car there. I lost one early on. A couple corners later, losing the second. Making steering a little bit difficult. So we got out front, Brett Todman leading the way. Sam in the 2. Howe in 3. Jason in 4. Robin 5. Good battle going on out front here. Howe in front, Robin 2. 1.3 seconds separating the two of them. They work their way towards the driver's stand. So out front we got Hal leading the way, Rob in 2, Brett in 3, Sam Hind in the 4, Alexander in the 5. Still got a good battle going on between Hal and Rob. Hal goes across the line, Rob across the line there, 2 seconds separating the two of them. Got 3:45 down. We got a minute 15 left on the clock. Hal still leading the way. Brett in the 3 spot. In between those two, we'll have Rob in the 2. Bit of a gap separating the top 3 drivers now. Everyone's spread themselves out. 1 minute left on the clock. After that, we've got Sam in the 4, Alexander in 5, Chris Boland in the 6, Jason in the 7, Coco in the 8, Michael in 9, having issues between those two. So drivers for the next race, please be ready. Heat number 4 of 4. Pre-87 drivers, heat number 4 of 4. You'll be up next.
Yeah, I know. I'm gutted that mine's not running. Yeah, it looks right. Well, that's what I'd had. Did you try? I can't remember the last time I raced uses in the mud. Probably white. But if you didn't do it, we wouldn't be running.
Final seconds ticking on down here. Rob now back out front. How to the 2 spot. Brett in 3. So as soon as you're finished, drivers, making your way over to the yellow zone over this side, right in front of race control here. And pulling cars straight off. Howe taking the win in that one. Rob into Brett, rounding out top 3. Alexander coming across the line there. That is all drivers done. All drivers are done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. So drivers from that heat making your way off the stand and straight out to the track to marshal. Please, drivers from that race, straight out to the track to marshal. Up now, heat number 4 of 4. Final heat for pre-87. So drivers making your way straight to the grids, please. All drivers making your way straight onto the grids.
You're clever enough. You're going to the finish and work, and you just mark it.
Straight onto the grids, please, guys. Straight onto the grids, please. So all drive straight to the grids. Oh, we got one over on this side, please, marshals. If we can get one of our marshals over to a car over here. We got one over upside down here, please, marshals. Yep, there we go. Straight onto the grids, please, guys.
Have a look at the conditions the cars are coming off at the moment. We're going to keep chatting with lots of people. Tell us your name and where you're from.
How you doing? I'm BJ. I'm from Melbourne. Work at Metro Hobbies, and this is the wild one which I built up. The blockhead one, which I did a custom blockhead head as well. I got all the lights on, rear lights as well, and Night Customs engine. Now, driving is all pretty much box, out of stock box, tyres as well. So it is pretty challenging out there. Had it on its roof a few times. I was worried the exhaust would come off, but looks like it's coped. It's full of dirt, but still going strong. So lots of fun, so much good, and so good to be out there.
What do you enjoy about driving the wild one? I mean, it's not a modern race car, is it? Not a good, nice handling thing, but you got a big smile on your face right now.
Yeah, for sure. So this is the second time I've taken it out on the track. First time was stock suspension. It was really bouncy. I still got the stock tyres on it, but I had a few tricks that I've been told. So changed the oils a little bit, taken a retain around the front suspension. Drives a bit better, but still not that great. But it looks really good, and I always love this look of the real Baja type buggies. Yeah. So I've changed it up a little bit because there was another blockhead car out there too. So I'm glad I put the red on it as well, and the bright lights that helped me. But yeah, it's struggling to get around, but so good, so good.
Fantastic. Enjoy the rest of the day.
All right, cheers. Thank you very much.
That's BJ Louie with the blockhead wild one. We'll go straight back to Mitch because on track the action continues.
Oh, James Knight and Marshy early in this one trying to break away from the rest of the field. Got a good battle going on up front already. Those two working their way around in front of the driver's stand. Marsh putting pressure on James. Over the tabletops to the left-hand side of the track. Down the back straight away across the timing loop. James Knight, Nathan Marsh will have Marshy now up to the top spot. Not too far behind, we'll have Norrisan in the 3, William Golding in the 4. But the battle out front at the moment, down the front straight away. Issues there for Marsh, getting it wrong. Now on the back straight away, the battle on hand across the timer loop. Marsh now under pressure. James Knight right there. Both in RC10s working their way around the hip corner jump. Into the roller down the front straight away. Tricky conditions out there. Marsh doing the best he can. James Knight in the 2 spot, still trying to close on down here. Caution on the back straight. Caution on back straight. That'll be clear now. I think that one might have a broken front arm. Yep, might be broken. 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Battle on hand as Marshy almost goes for a tumble there. Oh, James going for a roll. Here we go, we've got a battle on our hands now. Marshy coming on the kind of pressure. Those long legs of his will be shaking like crazy. 3 down, 2 to go. Marshy running on a lack of sleep as well. He was still awake at 11:30 when I got there. Here we go, battle down the front straight away. Marshy and James Knight coming around the right-hand side. Marshy and Knight fighting it out in our final race for heat number 4, 87s. Down the front straight away. Marshy holding on to this one, getting a little bit squirrely. James goes up the inside. Oh, comes to tears. Marshy comes out in front. So Marshy holding on to the lead here after that tangle. Fight their way through. Oh, Marshy getting a little bit tangled there. James Knight starting to close back on in again. So 4.5 seconds was the gap as they hit the line last time by. 45 to go. Marshy across the line. James Knight across the line. 2.5 seconds in and now. James is working his way back into the fight. Our 2 leaders working their way to the front straight away here. Marshy, James Knight, Norrisan into the 3, Carlo in 4, William in 5, Marlon in the 6 spot, Dean in 7. Down the back straight away with 15 on the clock. They'll get one more lap. James is closing on in here. The gap down to 1.4 seconds. He's taken a second and a bit out of him every lap around. The battle coming back to a head here. As they work their way around the hip jump. James closing on in. Goes for the big hip jump as well. Down the front straight away. Marshy coming back under pressure on the final lap around. Into the tabletops. Tricky conditions out there. Marsh holding stead. Down onto the back straight away. Trying to get a first round win here. Down and to the line. Nathan Marsh will take the win. James Knight coming home 8/10 of a second behind. Took another 7/10 of a second out of him on the last lap. There's Norrisan coming home in 3rd. Carlo in the 4. William rounding out the top 5. Drivers making their way off the stand and straight out to Marshall, please. Drivers off the stand and straight out to Marshall. So drivers should be parking your cars up over near the orange Marshall.
Okay, just a quick one, guys. Just a quick one, everyone that's on the driver's stand. If you get the Guernsey for the orange Marshall, which is position number 4, what we ask you to do is hang around till all the transmitters have been picked up from the trolley. If it's more than a minute and a half, whatever transmitters are in the trolley, carefully place them on the table and take the trolley back around to the bottom of the driver's stand. So as the orange marshal, that is your one task that we ask you to do. The trolley, just bring it back once the transmitters have all been picked up.
Right, so we should have our marshals making your way out to the track. Drivers making your way to the grids, please. Drivers making your way straight onto the grids. Up now, our 89 two-wheel drives. So for this race, we'll have Chris on front, Jeno in 2, Justin in 3.
Racing continues. I'm going to just show you the car first of all. Look at it's still pretty wet and sloppy out there. Tell us your name and where you're from, and tell us about the car you're running.
Yep, my name's Chris Boland, from live in South Australia, born in Queensland. I'm running a Tamiya SRB, but it's heavily modified.
So tell me about the modifications.
Rightio, would you like to see under the shell?
Yes, I would like to see under the shell. Let's have a look.
You got it.
Just whipping this. It does not look like a standard SRB, that's for sure. So we're going to get a look inside here. I'm going to just juggle the camera and the microphone. We'll see what we can find out about it.
Rightio. I've custom made the chassis, extended the wheelbase by 1 inch, widened the front track by 24 millimetres, the rear tracks widened by about 10 millimetres. Let's see, I'm running original RCH nylon front arms, machined up my own hardened steel pins for the front suspension, running a bearing Kaisho Scorpion steering bell crank. I've bent the rear roll bar up myself. I've made the rear shock towers. I've made this is a Thorpe replica rear wing I made. I'm running a Tamiya ball diff. I do have a Thorpe, but I want to keep it in my collection because it's brand new. But this, I've made the rear Kydex underguard. And as you can see, the gear case has been heavily modified. I've taken a lot of metal off and machined off the fins and such. I've had to seal it with silicone. It's to stop all the muck getting in on the diff. But it saves a bit of weight, but it's still bloody heavy. And I'm running a Thorpe spur gear adapter, so I can run Kimbra gears and get different gearing from stock. And you can see I'm running shorty lipo, but all in line to get a bit more weight to the front. And I am running re-release Kaisho Optima 12mm shocks, which I machined my own spring collars and seats because it looks more like the original cars. Instead of having plastic clamps, it was all machined alloy. And I'm running the Nerf bars from a CRP from a Tamiya Frog, but I just cut them in half and fitted it up, and I think that's pretty much it.
Chris, I don't know how you remember all of the different components on that car. It's fantastic. Looks like it's really fun to drive out there.
It is. A bit of a nerd, like I think everyone here. But no, it is. It's great. I'm going to try, I might try different rear tyres. I was actually traction rolling and I couldn't get much rear traction on Thursday because it was dusty, and now I've got too much.
All right, we better let you go get to cleaning. There's a bit of cleaning to go there, and we'll come.
Yeah, it's twice the weight.
We'll come back out to Mitch and continue with on-track action. Thanks, mate.
Thank you very much, Scott. Have a good day.
So we got Chris Marshall in the 2 spot. On the way through the hip jump into the front straight here. Three down, 2 to go. Pre-89, heat number 2 drivers, please be ready. You'll be up next. Pre-89, heat number 2 drivers, please be ready. You'll be up next. Oh, we might have a dead car possibly on the curbing. Oh, I think that one might be out. Oh. Three and a half down, a minute and a half left to go. Chris Kalfoglu in the 1 spot. Chris Marshall in 2. Justin now starting to close in the 3 spot. Gap down to 1.1 seconds last time by. We'll check it as they work their way back around to the line this time. There's Chris Kalfoglu across the line. Chris Marshall and Justin should be working their way to the line here as well. Should be going down the back straight. And they are, so battle on hand here, coming to the right-hand side. Nose to tail. Oh, Justin going for a roll there. So that'll push Justin way back now. Chris Marshall in the 2 spot. Bit of breathing room now. Final 15 seconds left to go. Chris Kalfoglu in the 1. Chris Marshall in 2. Justin now in 3. Jay McCabe in 4. Daryl Ford in the 5 spot. Jeno in the 6. Matthew in the 7. Cross the line. Drivers, you will be done. Bring it around to the Marshall with the orange vest. So Chris Kalfoglu, one of the last drivers, still live on track, working his way down the back straightaway. Taking a fairly comfortable win there. Chris Marshall in 2, Justin in the 3 spot, Jay in 4, Daryl Ford rounding out your top 5. That is all drivers done. All drivers are done. Thank you, drivers. Making your way straight out to the track to Marshall, please. All drivers making your way out to the track to Marshall. Next race up will be 89, heat number 2 of 3. All right, so all drivers making their way onto the grids, please. Drivers from the previous race out to Marshall. So we'll have Jason on 1, Christopher on 2, Dean in 3, Daryl on 4, Connor on 5, Mark on 6, Devon on 7, Glenn Grubb Grinter on 8, Paul in 9, Peter in 10, and Christian in the 11 spot.
Okay guys, I'll repeat it again, just so you're all on the same wavelength. The guy that marshals the orange vest, number 4, stands down here, waits for all the other marshals to get their transmitter. If they're taking too long, gently put the transmitter on the table, grab the trolley and take it back to the bottom of the driver's stand. That's what we ask you, marshal number 4. Thank you.
All right, so we've got all of our marshals out there. Marshals, watching your corners, please. Drivers, watching your cars. We're going racing on the tone. Caution out the timing loop. Caution out timing loop. Oh, we got one broken early on. We need a marshal over near the cars here as well. We need a marshal over near drivers. Sorry, over near race control.
We're continuing to chat with some of our competitors. Tell us your name and where you're from, good sir.
Andrew Abbott here from Melbourne.
Multi-time Australian champion. Mate, I want to ask you about this car that you've got in front of you here. Looks externally like a Tamiya Hornet, but tell me a little bit about what's going on inside and underneath.
Well, I guess the story behind it is I was so Grasshopper was my first RC car when I was 7, 8 years old. And so there's actually parts on this car that are from my original car. So the shell, I actually replaced when I was a kid the Grasshopper shell with a Hornet shell after I broke the Grasshopper one from just destroying it. And yes, this is actually my original shell from when I was 8 years old. But anyway, it's obviously a car that means a lot to me because it was my first RC car, and so I wanted to race it, but it's not very good. So I decided to just put some independent suspension on it, but it's sort of very different to the whole Evo concept. I actually looked around to see if I could find some ideas for how to do it that sort of remain kind of that vintage style. So it's kind of got a wild one, rear trailing arm suspension, and you can sort of see, and it actually uses the original Hornet axle as the pivot point for the suspension. So this actually, I found this as a concept from Humble Vintage RC. It was a Korean guy that come up with this idea. So I've made a few tweaks to it to make it a bit more racy, and yeah, it seems to work pretty well.
I still can't believe Andrew Abbott is talking about making a Hornet racy. Looked really fun out there, mate. Looked like you were enjoying driving it.
It did. It actually handled it pretty well, actually. So yeah, so that race it was third. I didn't have a transponder in though, but yeah, it was actually pretty good to drive. It was not a problem. Just hilarious.
Look forward to seeing you take some scalps later on of some more modern cars when you get that transponder in.
Yeah, with my Hornet for sure.
Thanks, mate.
No worries. Thanks, Scott.
Back to you, Mitch, as we continue with on-track action.
Thank you, Scotty. So out front in this one, we got Christopher leading the way, Devon in 2, Jason in 3, Glenn Grubb Grinter in the 4, Daryl in 5. Christopher with a very healthy lead. Devon in the 2 spot, 23 seconds behind. Jason, Glenn and Daryl all right there in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Caution onto the back straight. That'll be all clear. Battle now going on between Daryl and Glenn. Those two working their way around the right-hand side here over the tabletop.
I know, I told everybody that. I came back and I said, the best ride, I'm blowing the bulldog out and then I get Gino going, I had to teach you to driving.
Oh, bit of a tangle there.
I told Tim and he goes, yeah, but for some reason you and Gino didn't realise that, you know, I didn't know. I said, oh, I just kept giving it back and I just going out and sailing and leg ball face scrub. And with your prostate, that's saying something. Yeah, I've got the same problem. I need some serious horsepower.
10 seconds left on the clock, drivers. We've got one upside down here. Thank you, Marshall. Christopher sneaking around for the extra lap there. So Christopher on an 11-lap run. Everyone else on an 8, 9 or a 10. So as soon as you finish, drivers, making your way over to the orange Marshall. So I'm Devon coming around here in the 2 spot. Making it into 10-lap run. Glenn Grinter in the 3 on a 9-lap run. But Christopher coming home with the win there on an 11-lap run. And that will be all drivers done. All drivers are done. Drivers making your way off the stand and straight out to Marshall, please.
Transmitters in here and then out to Marshall, please. Good.
389,
You know what would happen if you walked away with a peg, don't you, Greg?
I know. No dispensation.
Cheers.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah, good. It'd be to the 10th for you, Grub. Yeah, you got to go on your number. Yeah, except I can't see one, so I don't know. That one's one, that's the only one I can see.
All right, so drivers for this heat making their way onto the grids, please. Drivers for this race making their way onto the grids. So the order will be Michael Harlow on 1, Chris Barrow on 2, Grant on 3, Wayne on 4, Adrian on 5, Michael Blair on 6, John Perkins on 7, Gino on 8, Lucas on 9, Michael on 10. We'll have Kim on 11 and Darren on the 12 spot. So our 89 two-wheel drive heat number 3 of 3, final heat for 89. We should have our marshals out there. Probably could do with one more in the middle. So we've got a big shout out also Gino on the live stream. Working the Red Kyosho shirt. He's been doing all the track work this weekend. Picking him up on the stream. All right, we've got our marshals out there now. We've got our drivers ready. So drivers watching your cars. Marshals watching your corners. Going racing on the sound of the tone. Yeah, we are off and running. So out front of this one, we'll have Gino leading the way. We should have John Perkins in the 2 spot. Michael in the 3. We got the 2 Michaels, 3rd and 4th. Michael Harlow in 3. Michael Vogt in the 4. Lucas rounding out the top 5, but John Perkins now to the top spot.
We're still in our pre-1989 class. Sir, tell us your name and where you're from.
Chris Marshall, Melbourne, other side of Melbourne, but Melbourne.
A very well-known name back in the day, running particularly a couple of national championship wins, those sorts of things. For today, tell me about the car that you're running in the pre-89 class.
It's JRX2, the 5-link, the one I ran back in the day. Not the exact car, but the same design. The springs, I think, are off the car that I ran in the day. I managed to find them in an old box. But the rest of it was a eBay special. Most of it was intact, so made up what I didn't have just on the 3D printer, and now it's running. So.
What did you love about the JRX2? I mean, you famously ran one of these cars for quite a long time when they were current, but this is the one you've gone back to.
Yeah, it's the one I had the most success with, the one that just, for me, that's a nostalgic car. It's the one I love. The grip on this thing's ridiculous. I actually had to take some towing off. So I 3D printed some rear blocks to reduce towing because it just didn't steer. And even back in the day, it didn't steer. The old, I think it was Adelaide indoor track, was the only track where it was actually neutral. And that was famously the least grip national I think we've ever had. But the car was awesome there because it just didn't steer anywhere else, but there it was balanced. So.
They were known for that understeer when there's so much rear traction. Tell me about, that you just mentioned that Adelaide National, but are there one or two kind of events for you from back in the day that, really stand out in your memory as the ones you fondly remember?
Well, yeah, probably that Adelaide National and the Canberra National. That was when I was actually, pretty serious about racing and, practicing every Saturday, racing every Sunday, rebuilding the car Monday to Friday every week, not doing my homework, mum getting upset. But, I had my priorities right, I thought. She didn't, but, there you go.
You worked in the industry a little bit with Andrew Bolton, I think, if I remember rightly, and, you had a whole exposure to a range of different parts of the sport, the hobby, the industry, didn't you?
Yeah, so back when he was looking after HPI and transitioning to Venom Racing, so I was there right at the genesis of Venom Racing, our onboard temperature monitor and developing that through China. It was good.
Mate, great to have you here this weekend. Hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for all the support for the meeting.
That's Chris Marshall, one of the Australian legends. He's running two-wheel drive today. We go back on track with Mitch.
So JP leading Michael in the 2 spot. Michael Harlow, that is. Michael Vogt in the 3. Lucas in 4, Kim in 5, Michael Blair in the 6 spot. Less than a minute to go. We got John Perkins out front. He's still got a 3.5 second lead over Michael Harlow. Michael Voet in the 3 spot. Lucas Hodgins in the 4. Kim Slape in the 5. Michael Blair in 6. Gino in 7. Next race up will be 89 to 93 two-wheel drives. 89-93 two-wheel drive drivers, please be ready. You'll be up next. Should be a good one as well. Some big names in that. Sun once again starts to shine on through the clouds. Keep going, guys. Cross the line, you'll be done. As soon as you are finished, you'll be making your way to the marshal with the orange vest. John Perkins out front in this one. Michael Harlow in the 2 spot. Lap behind will be Michael Voet. Leader's going down the back straight away here. JP will take the win. Just waiting on Michael Harlow. And that will be all drivers done. John Perkins taking the win in the final heat of pre-89s. All right, so up now we have our 89 to 93 two-wheel drives. This will be a banger of a race. Got Jeff Kirby on 1, Andrew Cook on 2, Paul Sims 3, Jeno on 4, Dean in 5, Chris in 6, Robbie on 7, Glenn Grinter on 8, David Hurst on 9, Andrew on the 10, Chris on 11, and Daniel Gilchrist in the 12 spot. We've got all of our marshals out there. Thank you, drivers from the previous heat. So, drivers ready. We've got all of our marshals ready. Drivers watching your cars. Marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. And away we go here. So we got Jeff Kirby out front, Glenn Grinter in the 2, Paul Sims in 3. Everyone pretty closely packed for our top 5, working their way down the back straightaway now. Jeff Kirby leading the way. Glenn Grinter in the 2, 2 seconds behind. Paul Sims in the 3. Chris and 4, Geno in the 5. So we got Jeff Kirby out front, Glenn Grinter in the 2 spot now, separated by less than 2 seconds. So watching on with Jeff Kirby, Glenn Grinter, Paul Sims, Chris rounding out your top 4. Geno in the 5, couple of seconds behind after that. So top 4 has broken away from the rest of the field. We have had a phone handed in to us over here. It's an older model iPhone. If you are looking for if you're looking for your phone, has a very cute blonde son, and you've got a message from Craig McMartin. If that helps anyway. It's lost over near the food van. So if anyone's looking for your phone, come to the canteen. Head over to the Gourmet Cafe. It'll be over there. Good battle going on at the moment between Glenn Grinter and Chris. Those in 2nd and 3rd. Out front, Jeff Kirby starting to build up a bit of a lead. So Jeff across the line there, looking for Grubb and Chris. There's Glenn across the line. There's Chris across the line, separated by just over a second down to the right-hand corners. Time ticking on down here. Cross the line, you'll be finished. Battle going on in the final lap here between Jeff Kirby and Glenn Grinter. Those two will be working their way around for the win. Coming across the front straight away here, Grubb and Jeff Kirby. Oh, upside down goes Grubb. As Jeff Kirby takes the win in this one as Grubb starts to fall apart on the last lap around. And that'll be all drivers done. All drivers are done. So Jeff Kirby taking the win, Glenn Grinter in 2, Chris in 3, Paul Sims in 4, and Geno rounding out your 5. Drivers making their way off the stand and straight out to Marshall. Straight onto the grids, please, drivers. Making your way straight onto the grids. So we should have all of our marshals out there. Drivers, the order will be Cam Sortell on 1, John in the 2, Matteo in 3, Ashley on 4, Louis Solar on 5, Simon Healy on 6, Hal on 7, Justin on 8, Jason on 9, Adam Rich on 10, RJ on 11, and Norisan on 12. All right, so we got our marshals out there. Marshals watching your corners. Drivers watching your cars. Going racing on the tone. Off and running we go. Heat number 2 of 5 for 89 and 93 two-wheel drives.
Cam Sortell's been leading this one, driving the mighty Traxxas TRX1. He's through the centre hip jump at the moment, well out in front. That car, famous for how well it worked in rough track conditions, emerged first in 1991 at Detroit at the World Championships. Wheeled by none other than Andrew Nelson here through the 1992 season, and Cam Sortell making every use of that track, rough track prowess of the car as he works the end of the back straight down past timing and race control, the blue, yellow, orange, white wheels, the Traxxas TRX1. So we're just going to pick him up on screen for those following along at home. They've worked really hard to get those cars race ready again. The plastics have not proven to like the passing of time, but there are a number of people around the place 3D printing replacement arms and bulkheads and bits and pieces, and we'll see a number of Traxxas TRX1s out here on the track today. The blue, white, red flame kind of machine right heading to the centre of the track now on the big hip jump. That's Cam Sortell in the Traxxas TRX1. He's followed by Simon Healy back in P2. Simon sitting a little bit further back. Justin Vergunst, all these famous names, Sortell, Healy, Vergunst, in the sport here in Australia. Yun Watanabe's in this one. He sits back in P5. We'll try and pick up some of the other drivers here as we work our way further into this heat. 4 minutes down, 1 minute to run. Sortell continuing to lead with the Traxxas. Let's see if we can find out fast lap time for him, a 27.9. Simon Healy's gone 27.3, as has Justin Vergunst. Vergunst here worked his way past race control, the Kyosho Ultima. Drops off the step-off, white body, yellow wheels, right through the centre of the racetrack. We're going to follow along with Vergunst for a lap or two. Justin's won national championships in the on-road category in touring car. driving the famous FSR Bullet back in the late 90s, but has done a lot of racing off-road as well over the years. And it's great to have Justin back on track in Australia in the last couple of years. He worked his way down the back straight. Begunst that time around going 31, on our average is 31.5. Last time around, let's see if we can spot that. Begunst last lap time, 27.8 it was last time across the line, 27.3. He's faster still. Sawtell out front. It looks to be getting pretty close last time across the line as Healy worked his way right up on the back of Sawtell there through the hip jump in the centre. We might switch back and follow them in front of the driver's stand now. I think that was Healy working his way through on the inside. Healy going to the lead deep in this one. In fact, time has expired, so it is a run to the line. And Healy, that's the way to win a race. Take the lead on the last lap. Simon Healy down at the back straight, crosses the line, takes the win over Cam Sawtell in round one here of the 89 to 93. So Sawtell it was that ran away early, but Healy came strong at the end, got to the lead on the final lap, taking this heat in round one, 89 to 93 two-wheel drive. So it was a Team Associated, and then a Traxxas, and then the Kyosho was the top three drivers for the next race. We'll get you straight out on track and around to the grid, please.
All right, so drivers from previous heat making your way out to Marshall, please. Drivers from previous heat making your way straight out to Marshall. Up now.
Transponder 679 511. The race is completed. Up next, race number 10. 89 to 93, 2WDV 305. Carlo Rennie.
All right, so we should have all of our marshals out there. If we do have spare marshals, so if you are marshal 10, 11, 12, and if there's a spare marshalling position somewhere else, there is a couple missing from that last race, we'll get you onto those positions. So up now, heat number 3 of 5. On the 1 spot, we'll have Jeremy. In 2 will be Neil Kovacs. In 3, Jeff Primer. In 4, BJ. In 5, Ray Monday. In 6, Carlo. In 7 will be David Boland. In 8, Mark DeBono. In 9, Devon. Matthew will be on 10. Tyson will be on 11. And Shown on the 12 spot. All right, so we got our grids pretty well set here. Drivers watching your cars. Marshals watching your corners. We've got racing on the sound of the tone. And away we go here. 89 to 93, two-wheel drive, heat number 3 of 5. Jeremy Williams will lead him away. Neil Kovacs in 2, Jeff Primer from the 3. Everyone working their way around first. Laps out there. Leaders coming down the back straight away. First to the line here. First laps on is going towards Jeremy Williams. Neil Kovacs in the 2. BJ up to the 3. Jeff Primer dropping down to the 4 spot. So we got one stuck here on the curbing. We got a change in the lead as well. Jeremy Williams and Neil Kovacs. Neil now up to the top spot, down the back straight away. So Neil Kovacs now to the lead. Jeremy, Jeff, and David Boland all battling it out. Jeff now up to the 2 spot. So Neil Kovacs leading away. Jeremy in 2, Jeff Primer in 3, David Boland in 4, Mark DeBono rounding out your top 5. Out front though, across the line, Neil Kovacs. 29.7 that time by as he hit the loop. Second and third side by side as they come around. Jeff Primer and David Boland. Up the inside there. Good battle going on between second and third. Jeff Primer and David. David now back up to P2. Jeff Primer in 3. David running the Kyosho car. Jeff running the Lossy, coming around over the hip jump here. Second and third, good battle going on. Down the front straight away. Neil Kovacs still out front. He's got 2.5 seconds over these guys, battling it out for second and third. Now we've got a battle on our hand out front. Neil Kovacs starting to come under pressure now. David Boland starting to close on in. Down the front straight away. The Traxxas out front, the Kyosho, and 2 mistake there from Neil Kovacs. It's going to cost him a bit of time here as his body comes off as well. Oh, the battery's out as well, Kovacs. Extremely underprepared as he came into this. Car just about falling apart in his first crash. It's like a Lego car. Bitch coming off everywhere. So we'll have David Boland out front. Jeremy now into the 2 spot. Jeff Primer in 3. Mark DeBono up to 4. Devin Middleditch into the 5. David Boland though, your leader. Over the timing loop. So David Boland in the all green machine over the hip jump. Down the front straight away. Here goes Jeremy in the 2 spot. Gaps are pretty well spread out there now with 1 minute remaining on the clock. Oh, David Boland getting caught up there. Jeremy wasn't too far behind. Jeremy now up to the top spot here. So David Boland back to the P2. We've got a battle on our hands. David just throws it up the inside there. Saw the gap and he saw the opportunity and took it. Down the front straight away. Battle on hand between Jeremy and David Boland. David Boland now back to the front spot. Have a little bit of traffic around them as they work their way through the tabletops. 30 seconds left on the clock. Your leader, David Boland, down the back straight away across the line. Jeremy Williams about a second behind after that. So David Boland down the front straight now. Jeff Primer trying to close it in. Another roll there for David Boland. Didn't cost him too much time by the looks of it. Cross the line, drivers, you will be done. David Boland does take the win in the last lap. Jeremy Williams coming home in P2. Jeff Primer in 3. Mark DeBono will finish up in 4. Devin Middleditch in the 5 spot. Just waiting on Mark. There's Mark. That'll be all drivers done. All drivers are done. So drivers making your way off the stand, please, and out to Marshall. Making your way off the stand and straight out to Marshall, please. Up next will be heat number 4. And straight onto the grids, please, drivers. Drivers making their way straight onto the grids. So drivers, the order will be Stuart on 1, Hayden on 2, Dean Evans on 3, Chris on 4, Greg on 5, Brent on 6, Peter on 7, Kane on 8, Gavin on 9, Ashley on 10, Steve on 11, and Mark Rogers are rounding out the field. Alrighty. We've got all of our marshals out there making their way to the grids. We've got all of our drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. And away we go. Oh, chaos here at the bottom corner. So in this one, we got Greg Brooks leading the way, Hayden in 2. Mark Rogers rounding out the 3. Mark Rogers from 12th on the grid up to 3rd. Mark now up to the 2 spot. Oh, caution down the back straight. Caution on the back straight. Still there, still there. Stay inside on the back straight. Stay inside. Oh. So we'll now have Ashley Cobble up to the 2 spot. Greg Brooks leading the way. Slow lap that time around for Mark Rogers, puts him down to P4. So Greg Brooks in front, Ashley Cobble in 2, Dean Evans in 3. Mark Rogers in 4, Chris in the 5 spot. Caution through tabletops, caution through tabletops. So we got one broken just here as well. And track is clear. So our front, Greg Brooks continues to lead 5 seconds in hand over. Ashley Cobble in 2, Dean Evans in 3, Mark Rogers in 4, Chris in the 5 spot. Close battle in it between Chris and Peter 5th and 6th.
So following on with Greg Brooks, worked his way through the centre of the track, the hip jump leads. This one was telling me yesterday how much he's been enjoying getting back behind the wheel of this RC10. Famous for running the RC10 through the late 80s and into the early 90s, winning a New South Wales Championship in two-wheel modified. I first ran into Greg, not literally, metaphorically, at the Canberra Nationals in 1991, and Greg was absolutely one of the front runners in the country and really enjoying getting back behind the wheel of an RC10. Better known these days as an on-road racer up in Newcastle, but absolutely one of the stars of the sport through that period, that crazy period of the late 80s, early 90s. That's Greg Brooks. We're just following along with him as he continues to lead this one in front of Ashley Coble, Dean Evans and Mark Rogers nice and close together. We'll go back to Mitch.
Minute and a half remaining. We've got Greg Brooks leading the way. Ashley Coble 2 seconds behind. Ashley now closing right on in here. So lead drivers making their way into the hip jump. Coming down the front straight away. Mistake there from Ashley Cobble. Minute left to go, so Greg trying to build that lead back on up through the tabletops, coming into a whole heap of traffic down the back straight away. Gap remains at 2 seconds between first and second. Mark Rogers now on the tail of Dean Evans. .30 seconds left to go out there. Greg leading the way. Ashley Cobble still trying to close on in. Gap now out to 2.2 seconds as Greg puts his best lap in that time around. Greg working his way through the traffic onto the front straight away, in front of the driver's stand. Mark Rogers now up to the 3 spot again over Dean Evans. Those two still battling their way around. Time expires for heat number 4 here. Cross the line, you will be finished. Greg Brooks coming to the line. Ashley Cobble closed right on in, right at the end there. Down to 0.2 of a second as they hit the loop. Just waiting on Stuart and Chris. There's Chris. That couple of cars still coming around. Last few cars making their way to the line here. And that is all drivers done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. So that was heat number 4. Up next will be heat number 5 of 5. Race number 12 coming up. So drivers making your way to the grids, please. Drivers making your way over to the grids. So drivers, your order will be Alvin on 1, Michael on 2, Ryan on 3, Darren on 4, Rob on 5. Rory on the 6 spot, Atsushihara on 7, Carter Sims on 8, Anthony on 9, Peter in 10, and Luke in the 11. All right, we got our drivers ready by the looks of it. Marshals should be all ready as well. So marshals watching your corners, drivers watching your cars, going racing on the sound of the tone. And away we go. It should be a good race here. Everyone working their way around on first laps. Hara going for a roll. Oh no, looks like might be issues here for Hara. Oh no.
So we're keeping an eye on Rory Cull in this one. Rory, a past Worlds A finalist out there running his RC10. We're following along for those online, watching with Rory, who now has made the move and lives down under. He's been back on the racetrack here just in the last couple of years. The Vintage Bash brought him out of retirement, out of a long retirement. And we'll go and catch up with Rory a little bit later on as he worked his way past timing. Here, this is the white and purple body with the pink front wheels, white rear wheels. Not scoring at the moment, so maybe he doesn't have a transponder in this one. So we've not got him on the system. Oh yeah, we've got one lap. So there's some kind of transponder issue for Rory, but that does not stop us following along with Rory for another lap or two before we look elsewhere in the field as he gets tangled up there in the final turn. Rory in the A final here, I think in four-wheel drive in Sydney in 1989 at St Ives. And then also a finalist over at one of the World Championships in the UK. He's getting himself in a little bit of trouble here, worked his way out of that little scrum and to the centre hip jump now. Rory running the associated, the RC10. So as I said, we'll go find Rory a little bit later on and ask him all about the car that he's running. I know he's also got here with him his Shoemaker Pro Cat from the 1990 European Championships, his Yokomo that they were running in that period as well, and one of just 6 handmade prototype stealth gearboxes. As I say that, he grinds to a halt, does Rory Cull. So that's Rory out of this one. We'll check out what else is happening on the track, but we'll absolutely go and catch up with Rory a little later on as Carter Sims leads this one, and we'll go back on board with Mitch.
Oh, we got a wing off one here as well. Oh, no. So out front, we got Carter Sims leading the way. Michael in the 2 spot. Darren in the 3. Anthony Miller in 4. Rob adding out your top 5 with 1:30 left on the clock. A 1 minute remaining. Carter Sims out front. He's got an 8-second gap over Michael Harlow in the 2. Darren Johnson in 3. Anthony Miller in 4. Robert in 5. Less than 30 seconds to go. Carter Sims well out front in this one. Put it down at 25.9. A hot lap that time by Carter Sims flying at the moment. Michael Harlow in the 2. Darren Johnson in 3. Anthony Miller across the line there in the 4 spot. Cross the line, drivers, you will be finished. Carter Sims flies across the line there, taking the win here in our 5th and final for 89.93 two-wheel drive. Just waiting on Darren Johnson. Oh, never mind. That will be all drivers done. So up next will be race number 13.
Up next, race number 13, 94-00, 2WD103.
So drivers making their way over to the grids, please, or drivers making their way to the grids. So in this race, we'll have Greg off 1, Ryan on 2, Anthony on 3, Scotty Giles on the 4, Jeff Primer on 5, Jason in 6, Slavin in the 7, Chris on 8, Mark in 9, Scott in 10, Connor in 11, and Paul in 12.
Still looking for a marshal on orange, please. Orange vest.
To the start of the race.
Alrighty, so we got our marshals out there. Should have all of our marshals ready to go. Thank you very much, marshals, drivers in previous race. Drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. And away we go. And we're working our way to the line here first, laps around. We'll have Scotty Giles out front from the get-go. Just a heads up, drivers. One of the drivers from the previous races, heat number 4 for 89s, has taken the wrong Futaba 4PX radio. Please check. You'll find out very shortly that you do have the wrong radio, in fact. So if you were in one of the last races, have a Futaba 4PX, please check that you have got the correct radio. All right, we're going to throw it on over here to Scotty Guy for a bit of a walk around in the pits here.
We're over here in the pits for a quick chat with one of our competitors. First, tell us your name and where you're from.
Dean Evans from Sydney, but via New Zealand these days. So I moved over there about a decade ago, but just as coming back to this event for the second year in a row, it's just fantastic. So, I mean, I'm lucky enough to be old enough to live through the golden era of RC in the 80s and 90s. And I used to race a Fox back then, really modified it, had dual shocks and everything. Was often beaten by RC10s, but ran Hornsby Mob. So we often raced at St Ives and Castle Hill, and we went down to Bankstown on a big trip every now and then. But I only ever had the budget to race the Fox back then. But it's just amazing, the second coming. I stopped for about 10 or 20 years to do full-size racing, and then came back, and all of a sudden, the cars that I was racing before are now called vintage. But the fact that they're actually being made again, I mean, surely this is golden era number 2. It's like just all these cars are being made again, which is so amazing. Like, imagine going to a dealership, and if you're a Holden fan, going and seeing a brand new VL Commodore or a Calais Turbo or something in the dealership, going,
I'm thinking Tirana.
A Tirana even, yeah, even if we go back in that older era, like an A9X or an SLR 5000, GDR XU1. They're making all these cars brand new in the showroom again for these hobbies, and that's just so fantastic. All those cars that you probably couldn't afford when you're a teenager or young or anything, you can now actually buy again. So that's what I've done. I've bought I bought another Nova Fox, and that's what I'm running at the moment. But one of my favourite cars to run at the moment is the RC10 Graphite. Now, it's actually not a genuine RC10, it's the Fan RC. So Chen Fan in China makes the RC10. Significantly, it's such a great chassis straight out of the box, but what I really loved when I was growing up was watching Reese Birtles win championships. And I never saw him race, I never met the guy, but I just love the bodies. And unfortunately, I only ever saw it in black and white photographs in Dirt and Track magazine in the 80s. But I always loved the body shell, and I did a bit of an homage to it back in the 80s for my Fox, running the Palmer Eagle body, which is just such an awesome body. You know, I always run it back in the 80s. But I only ever had the skills, I guess, to paint it up recently. So I've done the Reese Birtles tribute, and as I say, I never met him, but based it off black and white photographs, Stars and Stripes, and it's my race colours, red, white and blue as well. So I just love seeing it out on track and, you know, get just as much enjoyment by being out here and running at this event as you do going well. You're always going to go well, you're always going to be happy if you run well, but just being out here in this amazing event, come out here and do it, it's fantastic.
I love a man where I can ask one question and he can talk for 5 minutes without taking a breath. Fantastic, mate. What's the track like out there? Just tell me about track conditions.
Boggy. I think after I was lucky enough to be the first track for the first heat out there, so it was the boggiest it got. The car probably doubled its weight in one race, and I think after one lap everybody was running the same tyres because they were so coated in mud that everybody basically was filled up with tread and everything. So the track's good if you stay online. It's getting better, of course. We've been racing at the moment for probably, we're nearing the end of the first round of heats. So the track's definitely getting better. If you go offline, the marbles are probably like boulders. So it's a little bit tricky offline, but there's certainly getting a groove already. The cars are going good, so yeah, the heats, you can still feel the heat starting to burn on my back now, but yeah, track's getting better all the time. I'm probably spending about the next 90 minutes trying to clean the car from that first heat, and quite literally it probably added about 20 to 30% to the car's weight, so I'm still trying to clean that. That's why the wheels are off the Fox, but yeah, definitely two-wheel drive day to day, really loving it and looking forward to tomorrow as well.
Thank you, mate. Thank you for the chat and all the best for the rest of today.
Pleasure. Thanks, guys.
So up now we'll have our 94 to 2000 cars. Heat number 2 of 3. Race number 14 of 15. Straight onto the grids, please, guys. Straight onto the grids. So drivers here will be Michael in 1, Chris on 2, Sean in 3, Jose in the 4, David on 5, Joel on 6, Michael Vogt on 7, Lee Cheeseman on 8, Mike Hart on 9, and on 10, Jovis on 11, and Simon Healy rounding out your field. So should have our drivers from previous heat out there to marshal. All right, we got all of our marshals out there. Thank you, marshals. We got our drivers ready to go as well. So drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. And away we go. Oh, there's chaos at the front caution at the timing loop. Oh, there's a pile up at the timing loop. Another one over right in front of us here. Everyone back up and running, no broken cars, which is great. Down the front straight away we go, first time racing here. Heat number 2 of 3 for 94 to 2000s. Race number 14 on track. Simon Healy from 12th on the grid up to the top spot. Can't get much better of a start there. So Simon straight to the top of the order with all the chaos unfolding in front of him. Simon well out front early in this one. Working his way around the right-hand side. Lee Cheeseman now up to the 2 spot. Chris in 3. David Watson in 4. We'll have Joel now up to the 4 spot. Changes around a little bit. Michael up to 5. So Simon Healy well out front from early on in this one. Minute and a half down, 3.5 to go. Slow lap here from Simon Healy. Puts Lee Cheeseman not too far behind. Through the hip jump goes your leader onto the front straight away. Lee Cheeseman, all accustomed to his colours, the green and white. Chris now up to the 3 spot. Joel in the 4. Michael Vogt in the 5. Minute and a half remaining out there. Simon Healy leading. No, Lee Cheeseman now up to the top spot. Simon on a very slow lap. So Simon's starting to drop down the order. Looks to be off track. So Lee Cheeseman now to the top of the order. Coming around the right-hand side over the tabletop. Into the hip jump in the green and white machine. Down the front straight away with less than a minute on the clock. In the 2 spot, we'll have Chris in the 2. Joel in 3, Anton 4. Michael in the 5. Gap between Lee Cheeseman and Chris out to 21 seconds. Final 15 seconds out there. Lee Cheeseman cruising around out front. Almost a lap up on the field. Cross the line, drivers, you will be done. Just waiting on Mike Hart coming around. And that'll be all drivers done. All drivers are done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. Drivers making your way off the stand and out to marshal, please. All drivers making your way off the stand and out to marshal. Up next, our 15th and final heat of this round.
You can see the sun shining, but we wanted to show you a close-up of track conditions at the moment. We often hear this cry for real off-road. Have a look at these marbles out here. Some of these marbles big enough to really upset a car and starting to get a little bit bumpy in on the racing line as well, as some of our drivers for the next heat start to work their way around. It's incredible conditions. It's really moist underfoot. It rained a fair bit of yesterday, and we've been just rolling these big marbles out off the racing line. You can get a good shot of what we're kind of seeing there and the conditions that the drivers are up against. It's getting really bumpy. We saw those Traxxas TRX1s going nicely a little earlier. Let me see if I can grab one of our drivers for a quick chat about track conditions. Scotty Pettit, you've been out there just there, mate. We're just looking at the track. It looks a little bit wild out there.
Yeah, it is a little bit wild, mate. Some variable conditions. The track's got some interesting character now. There's a few gnarly ruts, a little bit of a surfs up section in front of the driver's stand there. Challenging to keep it on the racing line. You've got to be really steady, a bit judicial with the trigger, not get too overexcited. But a decent banker run for round one, so pretty happy with that.
What car are you running in that class?
Mate, I'm running the Losi XXCR, which is my original car from roughly 30 years ago. So it's mostly original, not really any sort of reproduction parts in it. So pretty stoked to be running a 100% OG original car in the class.
You've just come back from the US where you're at the Team Associated race indoors, very different conditions over there, I'm guessing. I mean, what's the comparison, the transition like from that indoor race outdoors here at Knox?
Yeah, look, I'd have to say it's probably more similar than dissimilar. You know, I think the overall vibe of the event, the way that people approach the event, the level of friendliness and approachability. You know, sometimes I think people get the impression racing in the US is very different to what we do here, but it kind of isn't. It's much more similar than dissimilar. In terms of the track and the facility, clearly very different. You're coming from an indoor venue versus an outdoor where you're prone to variable weather conditions and so forth. But similarly, the track in the US had a lot of character. It kind of developed through the course of the event, you know, being a temporary track that they put in. So it's pretty comparable in terms of track evolution. So we'll see how this goes over the course of the weekend.
Mate, thank you for being with us. Hope you have a great afternoon.
Legend. Thanks, Scotty.
So out on track at the moment, Brendan Solar, son of Lou Solar, but a fabulous racer in his own right. So Brendan leading this one, working his way down the back straight. We'll catch up with Brendan. I think that's him getting to the finish line now. Running the TLR, the very, very recognisable Solar colours, the checkered flag down the side. So Brendan, of course, son of Lou. Lou's one of the organisers here at this event, but also a former elite level racer in his own right. Brendan doing it nicely out in front. He's got Brett Todman in behind him. And then New Zealand's Hayden Tasker. We caught up with Hayden yesterday and one of our walkabouts explored his fleet of Schumacher cars. So Hayden running nicely in P3 at the moment. But still Solar continues, worked his way past race control. The white, the yellow and blue with the checkers down the side. That'll be the Losi XX, possibly the CR variant. I'll have to catch up with Brendan or Lou a little later on and work out exactly what it is. Brendan worked his way to the left side of the track. The Solars have dabbled with some other brands of cars, but it's been a long time love affair with Losi. And certainly in this era of racing through the middle 90s, the Losi two-wheel drive was extremely hard to beat. We talked yesterday in one of our pit walks about how incredible it was that Team Associated won that 1993 World Championships up against what by all kind of external observations was a much superior Losi two-wheel drive, and Brendan's making nice use of it out at the moment as he works his way down the back straight. The truck continuing to kind of build in. We just heard from Scotty Pettit on the stream a minute ago about the character that's developing. We can see the huge array of marbles that are right just out off the racing line. We'll see if we can pick up with Hayden Tasker. Let me see if I can spot Hayden's coming down to the end of the back straight. The gold and red, the Schumacher Cougar 2000. I think that's the 95 series car, the third of those three cars through the centre. Over the hip jump he goes, just ducking on the inside. So that's New Zealand's Hayden Tasker. If you catch the second walkabout we shared over from the RC Race Media channel last night, you'll be able to see a nice chat with Hayden as he talks us through the 2000 series Cougar and Cat 2000, Storm 2000 that he loves so much, and that's Hayden working his way down the back straight. As this race draws to a close, we're into the final 10-second countdown. We'll stick with Hayden right through this last lap. He's got that 2000 car working nicely. I think it's the 95 version of the car. Active caster front suspension, narrower chassis than the earlier iterations of the Cougar 2000. One of my favourite two-wheel drives of all time, just alongside the JRX2, the Losi JRX2 from a few years earlier. At Hayden nicely finishing this one off. He finishes in P2 behind Brendan Solar, Brett Todman in 3, Dave Bradshaw, Nathan Marsh back out there for another run. He's in 5. Rich, William Newen, Theodoro, Tim Marino, Dominic Blackman, Michael Blair. That's the order. We're missing Ray Monday. Shout out to Ray. He's been travelling overseas this week and he's come home quite unwell. So spending the day in bed. Maybe he'll be online with the stream. But a shout out to you, Ray. We're sad that you can't be with us and hope you feel a little bit better as the day and the weekend progresses. A very, very short break now while we give the track a quick sweep, deal with some of those marbles, and we will continue straight into round 2 of racing back at heat number 1. So if you're in heat number 1, be up here and ready to go. I see most of the guys up on the driver's stand. Be very, very short break now until the track is ready, and then we'll continue into racing round number 2 here at the Vintage Bash 4.0, brought to you by J Concepts from Knox in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne, Australia. Shout out all around the world, wherever you're watching from. We're sorry that you can't be here, but we're delighted to bring you the action, the on-track action and the off-track action here from Knox. There's some live pit walks that we recorded yesterday available over at RC Race Media on the Facebook and YouTube channels. We dived deep into some incredible collections of cars last night, having a chat with James Knight, who's built replicas of the first 5 two-wheel drive world champions. We explored a few of the collection of true vintage RC. Bormac Jason, who showed us some of his favourite cars from his incredible collection. We chatted with Atsushi Hara, looked at an unbelievable front-wheel drive car that he brought with him out of Japan this week. So all of those track walks, pit walks, available over at RC Race Media on the Facebook and YouTube channel as we continue to prepare the track here for round 2 of racing action here at the Vintage Bash. We saw the track evolving quite quickly through the morning, and it looks to be in really good conditions right now. Say that again. We're going to take a very quick break on the stream here. We'll be right back on the other side of this as we get ready to go into round 2 of racing here at the Vintage Bash. Welcome back trackside here in the pits at Vintage Bash 4 at Knox. We're going to take the chance to have a little wander around just for a couple of minutes as we get set to resume racing in round number 2. Come with me for a walk. I found some cars down here that I particularly want us to have a little look at. They are four-wheel drives, or some of them are, but I just want to get in here with Dave Boland and talk a little bit through some really quite rare and unusual cars that you've got here. Firstly, welcome. We spoke already a little earlier, but how's your day going?
Yeah, good so far, yeah. Just getting all this mud off the SRB, just got it done for round 2, soon to go, so.
That's right. We won't hold you for too long because we know you're up soon. David, just tell me a little bit about the cars that we've got here, and let's talk about this one here in the middle that we're looking at on camera at the moment.
This one is a Tag Pro 10. It's the evolution of the SG Coyote. It was released about March 1988, and this one's pretty much original. I've got aftermarket shock towers on it and period correct electronics. It's just one of my only 2 shelf cars. I won't run it because it's almost impossible to get parts for. Almost impossible. I haven't got a shelf for it, and they're like hen's teeth. But a lot of the parts on it are new. The drivetrain is identical to the Coyotes, but the arms, as you can see, it's got more upright shocks, beefier arms. They took a lot more of a pounding, and yeah, I'm keeping it this way. I just wanted to have a really nice shelf car that you don't see very often.
And tell me about this other one next to it, the two-wheel drive. I'm going to come around and stand next to you because this is a car that I don't reckon I've ever seen one of in my life. I don't even know what it's called, but tell us about this two-wheel drive buggy here.
Right, yeah, this is the Tag Navajo. It was released in 1987. Tag had a hand with the SG making the Coyote, and this came out in 87. This is an absolute budget model, hobby grade. It was a kit, but it had no shock absorbers. You couldn't even fully bearing it. The wheels, the arms, and the diff are from the Coyote, as are the rear dog bones. And the front wheels, the Coyote front wheels, just ran on 5mm bolts, no bearings. The 2 sets of gears in the gearbox ran on 3mm shafts. I've reamed those out so the whole gearbox is fully bearinged. I've machined up double wheel bearing adapters for the rear. I've got Kyosho, I think they're OT17 or 18 stub axles with the original Yokomo wheel adapters. I've got re-released Yokomos on the rear to keep it 2-inch. I've added Kyosho Progress shocks, and these things, like early Tamiya's, have directly connected servo savers with steering rods, and they had the worst amount of bump steer I've ever seen. I can take the body off if you like. I've got factory works.
Yeah, let's have a look at the body. I'm just reminded from earlier when I spoke with David that I can ask him a question and he will tell us every single detail of these cars. An absolute... sorry, Chris. An absolute... So, there we go. Got the wrong bowler. Every single detail of the car, an absolute encyclopedia. And so we're looking inside this Navajo. It's come from Tag, an Italian brand that was known around the place in the 80s, but very, very rarely seen these days. And certainly this two-wheel drive version of the car from the Tag chassis, as we look inside the body shell now, the moulded tub chassis. I'm seeing some carbon, is those carbon suspension arm covers and things that they don't look original? Are they original?
No. You can see. I'll just flip it over. You can see the Coyote arms underneath, really thin and flexible. Yeah, really thin and flexible. But I made up the arm braces just to stop them flexing so badly, and yeah, mainly zip tied them to it. They do have screw holes in the arms. Yeah, that's just to reinforce because these arms are incredibly flexible. And no, that is not standard. The front bumper, they come with no front bumper. That's made of Kydex. I've also extended the wheelbase fractionally and widened the front track. They have a really narrow front track. The arms mount in here. I've splayed it out, brought it forwards, and this rear carbon plate, this is to stop it. When I eventually get it running, if it comes down hard on the rear end, it's only got 2 screws here, 2 screws up here, and it will just break it because this is an ABS tub, really flexible. But yeah, they're Kyosho Progress shocks. And this rear wing is not standard. I've machined up the posts and added this because it looks a lot better than the little one-piece wing. And yeah, factory work steering and there's no bump steer. And I also have Tamiya Striker front springs on the rear because you need, with the springs sitting right out, you need really soft springs to even make the suspension work because in stock trim they're a little stiff on the rear.
It's unusual to see the shocks and springs separated on an RC car, isn't it? Like we're almost always running coilovers, but this is an example where the actual damper is separated from the springs. Roger, Andrew, Michael Boland, what was it? Chris Boland. Thank you, mate. Thank you very much for the tour inside some incredible pieces of R3 history from TAG here. We've got the Coyote on the left, the Pro 10. Well, we had a look at a Coyote yesterday, but we'll come and have a look at that a little bit later on as well.
You want to see that underneath? It's highly modified.
All right.
It still looks like one, but very modified.
All right, whip the body off. Let's have a little look. Let's do it now. So we did have a look at a TAG Coyote yesterday, but this was the earlier from the Pro 10 that we just looked at a couple of moments ago. They're not commonly seen. They weren't commonly seen even back in the 80s here in Australia, but very, very rare, especially now. And so to have some of these cars here is an absolute treat for us. So let's tell us a little bit about this Coyote that we're looking at here.
Alrighty. Let's see. I've machined up double wheel bearing adapters because these, like Muggin Bulldogs and Zertas, they had big single wheel bearings and terrible amount of wobble. So I've machined up double wheel bearing adapters. I've got Kyosho shocks because the stock shocks are probably the worst ever, and I've built Tamiya special racing buggy shocks. So yep, I've got my own G10 shock towers. I've machined up the front bulkhead. You can probably see it in aluminium behind that shock tower. I've got about 7 degrees of kick up on the front. I've machined up the motor mount. It's out of aluminium. So that's good heat dissipation because it links directly. I've kept the original chassis rails for heat dissipation. I've added a heat sink there. And the rear bulkhead I've machined. That rear bulkhead, that adds about, I've got the rear pivot balls splayed out because these have pivot ball suspension. It adds, so by splaying them outwards at the rear, it gives you about 1 degree of toe in, and I've dialed in about 1 degree of anti-squat. And you can probably see if I flip it over, this, like a lot of them, they run a Lexan sheet down the middle of the chassis, but yeah, I've used 1.5mm carbon sheet. It stops a lot of the torsional twist of the chassis. And you can also see the arms are reinforced, but top and bottom, not like the Navajo's only got plates on top. I drilled and filed these by hand. With jeweler's files to get them that smooth, but they sandwich the arms top and bottom and they really stop the flex.
Are we going to see this car on track tomorrow?
You are. If I can get a run late the Savo. I've run it, but not here. But if not, it'll be running tomorrow. It's going on the track. That's what it was built to run.
I feel some degree of confidence in saying this might just be the most highly developed, high-performance SG Coyote ever to turn a wheel in the history of the car. Fantastic, mate. Congratulations on the work, and thank you so much for the tour through this car.
There's a couple more things.
Okay.
Aluminium centre shaft on stock's 4mm steel. I've made a 5mm aluminium centre shaft, and in doing that, I'm able to change the motor in under 10 minutes. If I strip a spur gear, you don't have to pull half the car apart. I can change a spur in under 10 minutes. And I've modified the front steering. I've just got longer posts using stock factory mounts because I have little posts the steering rocks back and forth, and mine doesn't because I've got two. You can see just here on the side, each side, got a longer post, so the steering, and I've got an M3 thread on top instead of an E-clip, and if you get any play, you can clamp down and just tighten it up.
Fabulous. Thank you so much.
I haven't bearing the steering yet, but I'm working out a way to do it. So it's really
Get that done by tomorrow, please.
Yes, I'll try.
All right.
And I made that bumper based on a TAG Pro 10 too, sorry.
That is the tour with Chris Boland through an incredible collection of TAG cars. We're going to go straight back on track because round 2 of racing is underway here at the Vintage Bash 4.0. Mitch, back to you.
So out front in this on race number 1. Round number 2, we'll have Yuzo leading the way. James in the 2 spot. James now to the lead. Oh, we got a dead car here. So James Knight continues to lead Yuzo into Marshy in 3. Marshy making his way through the order a bit. Anthony Miller in 4. Sam Hind in 5. Rob in the 6. Caution through tabletops, caution through tabletops. Final seconds ticking on down here. We'll have James still leading the way. Oh, James getting caught at the line there. So James, you are done. Taking a win in the first race, round number 2. Cross the line, you'll be done, drivers. And that'll be all driver star. We're going to throw it on over to Scotty Guy doing another little pit walk around.
We followed him earlier in round 1 of racing. Greg Brooks, welcome to the Vintage Bash.
Yeah, well, it's been great to get here. Long drive down from Newcastle, but yeah, I've been looking forward to it for a long time, and yeah, it's been great.
Tell me a little bit about the car you're running today. You were telling me last night, you know, how much fun it's been to be back behind the wheel of something similar to what you wheeled back in the day.
Yeah, it has been. Yeah, I've got 3 cars here this weekend, but this one I spent a lot of laps on the track because it just felt so natural to be out there. And when the car came out with these the grey Teflon shocks, and that was what we ran in the day. So it drew me back. So yeah. No, it's been great.
Tell me a little bit about a couple of the racetracks you fondly remember from, you know, when I mean, you and I did battle a couple of times around the place, but tell me about some of your favourite tracks that we raced on back in the 90s.
It was always good racing at Bormac, I think, because it was just normally that's where the big meetings were, you know, it drew all the Victorians up and the Queenslanders down. Yeah, probably that one. And I did spend a lot of time at St Ives too. It was like a club. It was a 2-hour drive, but it was my local club, if you could call it that. So yeah, so pretty much, yeah, those are the 2 that probably stand in mind. Don't like to remember the 91 Worlds too much because that track was evil. So yeah, it was a good time that we spent over there, but yeah, it was an evil track.
It definitely looked like an evil track from all the footage. I wasn't there, but the footage, I mean, it just looked like it changed this 91 Worlds track through every run, let alone across the day.
Yeah, and that mogul section, you saw it on the videos, even the likes of Masami and those guys that can wheel really well, it was a lottery for them as well. So if they couldn't get through, there wasn't much hope for us. So.
One of the famous races in Australia, you just mentioned Bormac, was the Bormac Race of Champions, modelled after the Reedy race. What do you remember about running in that Race of Champions event in that period? Yeah,
that was probably one of the fondest memories because, like I said, we didn't get the race because of the distances involved. Back then it was a long travel for people. So the likes of Reece Birtles and Darren Campbell and everyone was together. And it sort of suited me too because I've always been like a consistency was all my thing, more so than raw pace. So that sort of event that you had to be consistent was really something that I really liked. So yeah,
super fun. So you're running the RC10 today. Yep. What else have we got on the table for you across the weekend?
I've got something that really is true to heart. The long wheelbase mid is something that I spent many years sort of whirling around at St Ives and other tracks, and just a fabulous car. And even when we built it, it's a re kit, but the way they've produced it is top notch. Like even to the boxing came in like the blister packs with all the little things in like the old school stuff. So they went to a lot of trouble. And of course, I've got a Works 91 Yokomo, which I whirled around for a fair bit as well. So
You wheeled that thing pretty well, the Works 91 Yokomo. Is that, in terms of those two cars, be your favourite four-wheel drives?
yeah, they are. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah. I've ran Schumacher cars and Cat 2000s and things like that, but these are the two that are probably drew most. So yeah.
It's funny how a car kind of gets in your, in your heart a little bit, isn't it? Almost. And I'm the same. I look back at cars and go, "Oh, it was that car from 1994 that I love the most."
Yeah, like you say, it's not always the best car, but it's one you remember the most, sort of. Yeah.
Thank you, mate. Great to have you here. I hope you enjoy the weekend. That's Greg Brooks, folks.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
We're going to go back to Mitch. We'll check up a little bit more on-track action, and then we'll see if we can find someone else to chat to here in the pits as Vintage Bash 4 continues on two-wheel drive day. Back to you, Mitch.
We got Louis Sola leading the way. Mark DeBono in 2. Brett Todman in the 3 spot. Norrisan in the 4. Chris Camilleri now up to the 5 spot. 2 minutes 15 down. We've got 2:45 left on the clock as Louis Sola rounds for another lap in the all-red machine going into the step-up tabletop. Around the hip jump. Caution back straight. Caution on the back straight. Clear now. So Louis Sola on a slower lap here. Louis around for another lap there with 2 minutes left on the clock. Mark DeBono in the 2 spot. Minute 30 to go. Drivers have got a minute 30 left to go. Louis Sola, Mark DeBono, Brent Todman in the 3. Norrisan not too far behind in 4. Kokoro in the 5. Chris Camilleri in 6. John in 7. Phil Martin in the 8 spot. Caution on back straight. We might... Final 30 seconds left on the clock. Louis Sola continues to lead, building up a 20-second lead now over Mark DeBono. Cross the line, drivers, you will be done. Louis Sola coming home with a win. And this one wrapping up here. We're going to throw it on down to Scotty Guy with another interview down in the pits.
We're here at the Vintage Bash 4.0. We're in the pits with a man I love to chat to, Mr. Rory Cole. I want to say welcome to Melbourne, but you live here these days, right?
That's right, yeah, just down in Corranborough, so not too far away, but yeah.
It's fantastic to see you. I want to talk to you about some of the cars that you've got here this weekend. But tell me firstly, you've kind of been back dabbling at this vintage thing the last couple of years. Yeah. What's it meant to you to kind of be back messing around with cars?
I think it's just the memories that have just come flooding back. I mean, going out to up to Sydney the other week and just being around the guys as they were prepping for the World Final, it just kind of like all those emotions kind of come back, and and it's great seeing lots of old friends and kind of people around the kind of RC paddock. Yeah, it's good.
You've been in a couple of World Championships finals yourself. What was it like to be there again the other week, and what sort of memories and emotions did it stir up for you to see that up close again?
Yeah, I guess it's just the anticipation. You've gone through the qualifying, you've got to the final, and there's a lot of goal is to get to the final and then see where you're at. But just the kind of the feeling of anxiety, of excitement, the unknown really. Everybody there wants to win that race. They're desperate to win that race. You're very competitive at that kind of level, and it doesn't matter what you do, you just want to win. So. And to go and see that and experience it and feel it again, it was a great day out. I really enjoyed it. So.
You seem like such a gentle character these days, but there must have been a fire that burned in you, that competitive fire through that period. Yeah,
there definitely was. I mean, there was some real, competitive kind of edges against, other racers, and you had alliances in the teams that you were racing for, and some of the teams wouldn't talk to other teams. So, but at the end of the day, everybody packed up and went home, reasonably friendly. But it was, there was definitely a competitive edge, and to do anything, as soon as you put wheels or whatever on a track and you start racing, it gets competitive. You want to win. So.
We were talking yesterday about people who were huge rivals for you back in the day, but now when you run into them, there's almost a friendship, a camaraderie, as the years have gone by.
You just kind of grow up, really. It's kind of I think it's just age. You just mellow with age, and it's you look back really fondly on those times. It's kind of and that's what the Vintage Bash is all about. It's kind of looking back at we're all kind of grown up, but you feel like a kid again once you kind of get the cars out, and kind of you can see some of the old Tamiya's bouncing around the track, and it's just fun. It's really great weekend. I look forward to it every year now. So thanks to Aaron and everybody to kind of that kind of got me out of retirement and get my cars out and bring them all over from the UK. So I've probably probably spent $500-600 on extra excess baggage of getting everything over here, but most of it's here now.
So you mentioned the cars there. Let's have a look at a couple of them that you brought here with you. I want to ask you about the one down the end here. This is your car from the 1987 World Championships. Is that right?
Yeah, that's it. It's the chassis as it kind of came off the track, the silver dot Reedy motor that I was given to race at that event, and the body there is pretty much as we finished that event. My mum really took the body off and wrapped it up and put it in a cupboard. And we'd forgot about it, it's 30 years ago. And then when I was grabbing all the other stuff to come out, my mum's kind of turned around and said, "Oh, do you want this?" And it's like, yeah. So I decided to build a replica of that car. I've used new shock absorbers and some re-release kind of arms, so it looks all clean. I don't really want to get it dirty. But yeah, I mean, it's ready to go. We kind of put a receiver and speed control and stuff in yesterday, so it did run around on the grass. It does move. So yeah, maybe we'll turn the wheels on it a bit later. Who knows?
I hate to tell you, but it's not 30 years ago that 1987 Worlds was. Almost 40 years ago. I'm sorry to do that to you, mate.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Yeah, just frozen in time.
Let me ask you about a couple of the other cool things we've got here next on the table. These two gearboxes that you've got bolted on here. Tell me about these two transmissions. Where have they come from? What are they that we're looking at?
Yeah, okay. So the one on the right is probably the first prototype stealth gearbox that was machined for the. I think there's about 6 of them in the world. Cliff Lett designed that gearbox, and then Curtis Hustings spent some time in the workshop, tool shop, and machined it all out of a solid block of nylon. And we took those to the 89 race here in Sydney for the World Championships. And yeah, I was fortunate enough to get one at the time. And to be honest, I think it's probably more accurate than a lot of the new moulded ones today. It's you know, it feels nice. All the clearances, you know, it still really works well today. So.
And the next one there on the left is a production stealth gearbox, but it's got something, some big bulky thing hanging off the outside of it. Tell me about this gearbox.
Yeah, so when we were in 1993 in Basildon, I think Losi had kind of released that Hydra Drive, and that gearbox was pretty much out of that race meeting where we all got psyched out and needed to put the Hydra Drive on to make sure there was no competitive advantage for others. It's got plenty of inertia, I'll give you that, because like you give it a good spin and it will spin for a while. So it seemed to work okay though. But like I say, I just they've been on the shelf for a number of years. So it was out of that meeting, and again, it was just kind of been in storage. So I thought I'd dust it off, put it on a bit of a plaque, and kind of bring it and show it to everybody that I know would be, excited to see those parts.
And we're looking now at your two-wheel drive car that you've been running today. You just had a little problem in that first one with a spur screw getting jammed up in things and slowing us down. But tell us a little bit about this car. What's with the purple chassis? Where's this come from?
I think when I was, it had been about 1992, something like that, and I'd switched from because I used to race with like a blue and a white kind of colour. So in 89 Worlds, I had a blue and a white Pro Cap, and then I switched to like a purpley colour at the back. And during that time, there was a friend that worked at an anodising shop, and he kind of we cut some chassis parts out, and he decided he'd do us a purple chassis. So I think I got a purple one, Craig Drescher got a blue one, and I think there's another guy called Mark Neal here at the time. So in that kind of final year of racing, that's kind of where that came from. And it kind of came after the powder coated fluorescent kind of chassis that Associated released back in the day. So but actually kind of really like the purple one, and talking to Aaron, I think he's got some at the anodizers already, so we're going to maybe get a nice new one, because this one's getting a bit beat up from these vintage races, so especially my driving these days.
My producer's just in my ear telling me that there's a loose hinge pin on the inside of the rear suspension. There's something for you to look at before you go back out, mate.
Yeah, I know. It's they always move in there. I don't really worry about it too much. It was.
And then lastly, tell us about the ProCat here on the end. I know four-wheel drive is not today, and we're looking at four-wheel drive here. But where's this car come from? Tell me about the car.
So that's the car that I raced pretty much at the 89 World Championships in Sydney. And then the following kind of 6 months, we went to the European Championships in 1990. So there's still got the scrutineering mark on the chassis from 90 European Championships. And at that point in my career, I guess I was talking to Yokomo at the time, because Associated had the tie-up with Yokomo, and at the back end of that year, I kind of switched over to Yokomo. So again, that's been sat on the shelf at my father's place in the UK, gathering a lot of dust, and I brought it back over to Australia and gave it some tender love and care, and cleaned all the parts and polished a load of parts. And I've actually got a big box of Schumacher bits that I'd kind of poured out onto a bench and started sorting lots and lots of parts out over the last couple of weeks. And I found out I'd got like about 100 bearing shields. Just shields. I don't know, there's no bearings, it's just shields. So yeah, why I've kept them, I don't know. But anyway, yeah, it's amazing what you find.
There's a question I have to ask you about the 1989 World Championships. Obviously, the famous story there was Yokomo coming with the special secret tyres. Yeah. You probably had access to those for two-wheel drive, running the RC10. Were you allowed to run those on the four-wheel drive as well, or were you had to run something else?
Yeah, it was an interesting kind of race meet, because I was like, in the Schumacher camp for four-wheel drive, and obviously I had access to all the Associated stuff and Yokomo in that tie-up. And the Yokomo tyres we thought were good, and obviously the two-wheel ran first, and that was where a lot of people used them. And then I think at the same time the Losi had brought out the X-Pattern tyre, and in the end, like, there weren't too many of those X-Pattern tyres around at that meeting. And when we got to four-wheel drive, I was given the opportunity to run the X. I didn't have the Yokomo Yeah, I think I did. I can't remember. It's a long time ago, but I think I had access to both. I ended up running the X pattern tyre, actually, and the way things kind of turned out, everybody migrated towards that tyre anyway. So I think the X pattern was probably there's a lot of hype around the Yokomo tyre, and that's probably all it was at the time. So.
Interesting, folks. Some little insights there from the 1989 Worlds. Rory Cull, thank you so much for the tour through some extraordinary piece of equipment. I guess I just want to say all the best as you continue on track today. Enjoy the weekend.
Yeah, no, it's been fantastic again. Look forward to it every year. So, yeah, no, it's really good.
It's a delight to have him. If you want to know more, I think Rory and I recorded a big extended chat a couple of years ago on the Action RC podcast. We probably talked for an hour and a half through your whole story. So go and find that over there. We'll go back on track with Mitch and keep an eye on what's happening here as we continue to work our way through two-wheel drive day here at the Vintage Bash 4.0.
So we've got 1 minute remaining drivers. We've got 1 minute remaining. We've got Andrew Abbott out front, David Boland in 2, Dean Fisk in 3, Scott Marks in 4, Chris Boland in 5. Cross the line, you'll be done for this one. Andrew Abbott leading it from early. David Boland closing the gap right on up in the last lap around. Andrew Abbott still taking a win though. Scott Marks making his way to the line, currently sitting in P3. There's Scott, there's Dean as well. That is all drivers done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. Next race up will be race number 5. Heat number 1 of pre-89s. All right, drivers making your way to the grids, please. Drivers making your way to the grids. We're looking for Anthony Miller to the Hobbies Direct tent as well. I've had a call out for Anthony Miller to the Hobbies Direct tent. So drivers, the order for this race will be 1 will be Mark, 2 will be Glenn Grinter, 3 will be Chris Marshall, 4 will be Christian, 5 will be Matthew, 6 will be Bill, 7 will be Christopher, 8 will be Chris Schoenfish, 9 will be Daryl, Connor will be on 10, and Paul on 11. Should have all of our marshals out there. Thank you very much, guys. Drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the Tone.
Let everyone get around for lap number 1 and work out who's who in the zoo. Couple of beautiful Losi JRX2s in this one. We'll follow along with a couple of those as we get into the pre-89 two-wheel drive class. Right now, it's Glenn Grinter in front in one of those Losi JRX2s as Chris Marshall looks to the inside, also running the JRX2 as Grinter goes from first to third, then a half spin. All kinds of trouble for the local here, fresh from his appearance at the World Championships in Sydney a couple of weeks ago, a month or so back. It's Glenn, but he's dropped from 1 back to 3. We'll see what he can do to work his way forward. We'll actually have a little chat about Glenn's car. He's running the Losi JRX2. Those cars first emerging in 1988, famous for the 5-link rear suspension. Of course, a super well-known two-wheel drive car. And by the time we got to the Worlds in 1989, they'd started to transform into a longer wheelbase and a more traditional H-arm rear suspension, famously released by Team Losi as the Proformance kit. Yes, I did not stutter. It was the Proformance kit. That was a typo that was on the box. But the example of Glenn Grinter that we've been following along, the blue and the yellow, who sits in position number 3. Glenn is running the original short wheelbase 5-link rear suspension, generates incredible amount of rear traction. He's got the long shocks on the front. That was a popular modification back in the day, to take a set of rear shocks, put them on the front with a longer front shock tower, a little bit of extra front travel. Looks to my eyes like that's what Glenn's running. He continues to work his way through. We're on lap number 4. We'll pick up Chris Marshall in a moment. Let me spot Chris. He's here at the end of the back straight, the white and silver with the checkered flag. We spoke with Chris a few minutes ago, well known as he works that centre hip jump, and we pick him up on camera. Chris, one of the leading exponents, particularly in the stock class in the late 80s, early 90s here in Australia, winning a couple of national championships. Chris talked with us a few minutes back about how much he enjoyed the indoor nationals that took place in Adelaide and then Canberra in 1991, one of the very famous and almost a turning point nationals in 1991. There's a wonderful video that still comes out at my house every now and then, the video from those 91 Nationals and some interviews with Chris Marshall. Still, we should get that digitised and get that out and about. I think it was DR Productions might have produced that video from the 91 Nationals. Marshall continues to lead. He's running that JRX2 again. Just goes upside down as I talk about him, and maybe just lost the lead there. Might have been Chris Kuriakachau going through. We'll get Chris across the line as Marshall returns to the track, and it is Christopher now. So change for the lead, and Christopher looks like he's running the Kyosho car, the Kyosho Ultima, as we pick him up on camera working through that centre hip jump. The Ultima's first coming out, the original Ultima in about 87, I think it was, and then a whole different range of variations over the years that followed. The Ultima Pro, the Ultima, I think there was a Turbo Ultima, all sorts of variations. I'll have to get a specialist in here to talk me through all of the different variations. But that's our race leader down at the back straight through turn 1 and down towards race control. The white and orange body, white front wheels, yellow rear wheels. Chris Kuriakau continuing to lead away. This one, he's opened up a big margin now. Chris Marshall back 13.6 back. Glenn Grinter another 4 away, continuing to stalk. But he sits in P3. Paul Mansell, Daryl Newts and Matt Dimmock fighting a close battle between them over 5 and 6. As we go inside the final minute here in heat number 5, the first heat of our pre-89 category. Drivers for our next heat should be ready at the bottom of the driver's stand. And it continues to be Christopher out front driving the Kyosho. I'll spot he's about halfway through the lap just in front of the driver's stand. And down now starting to work the left side of the racetrack, the white body, white and orange body. White rear wheels, white front wheels. Spit it out, Scott. Yellow reels. He's just slowing down as he ground to a halt. There's opportunity as Chris Marshall starts to range up on the back of him. So Christopher getting to within 30 seconds of a race win here in round 2 at the Vintage Bash. But it is Marshall who sweeps around and retakes the lead as he crosses the line. Marshall at the end of the back straight, the JRX2, we talked about that. Was telling me that it's not quite his original car, but based very much on the car that he ran. And you can see the shorter front shocks as compared to the Glenn Grinter car we looked at a little earlier, as Marshall continues in front of the driver's stand and works the left side of the racetrack. Drivers, you will be finished as you cross the line. Pull up as you do. Thank you, Daryl. You're done. And Paul, it will be Chris Marshall who gets the win here in round 2, pre-89 here at the Vintage Bash. Marshall pulling in, taking the win over Glenn Grinter. So the Losi's going 1-2 in that one. Thank you very much, drivers. We've got 1 or 2 to finish. That's Grinter is done. We know Christopher's out. We've got one more down the back straight. That's Mark. And we're done. Thank you, drivers. Straight out to Marshall for us, please, and we'll get race number 6 up onto the driver's stand.
You know, you overtook me and I'm like, oh, I'm getting right into the way. So do we marshal our number? So number on our car or number on full starting? Either number 2 or number 8. I'll just get 8.
So straight onto the grids, please, drivers. Straight onto the grids. So order will be Devon on 1, Jay on 2, Aaron on 3, Daryl on 4, John Perkins on 5, Michael on 6, Adrian on 7, Lucas on 8, Jason V on 9, Darren on 10, and Gino on 11. Should have all of our marshals from the previous race. Looks like we are pretty good. All right, we are ready to go racing here. Race number 6, heat number 2 of 3 for 89. Drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the tone. Oh, chaos in the timing loop. Caution in the timing loop. That'll be all clear. So out front early on again here, John Perkins straight to the top of the order. Oh, goes off the track though, so we'll have Michael Harlow back to the front now. This will be a door banger here as they work their way to the tabletops. Michael Harlow running the JRX too, coming over the timing loop. So Michael Harlow out front, John Perkins in 2, Devon in the 3, Jay McCabe in the 4 spot, Jason in 5. Got one hung up on the pipe there. Michael, John, Devon, your top 3. After that, Jay McCabe in the 4, Jason V in the 5. We got one over on the right-hand side here. We need a marshal over the right. Thank you. So we now jump on board with Michael Harlow leading this one away in the all-blue machine across the line there. Michael working his way around the right-hand side to the bottom of the track into the step-up tabletop. Through the hip jump, goes underneath the car. Onto the front straight away. In the 2 spot, we'll have John Perkins about 6 seconds behind. Oh, we got one missing a wheel out there. Not the fastest of setups. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Michael Harlow still leading. John Perkins in the 2. John Perkins running the Kyosho machine. Perkins working his way through a bit of traffic here, trying to close back and in on Michael Harlow in the top spot. Gaps well and truly spread out there at the moment. 6 seconds in it between Michael Harlow and John Perkins. Another 15 seconds back will be Devon in the 3. Devon also running the Kyosho. 2nd and 3rd both running Kyosho cars. Less than a minute on the clock here. Michael Harlow still leading the way. Putting down a 28.6 last time for Michael. So Michael Harlow leading the way over the line there with 35 seconds left on the clock. Through the hip jump onto the front straight away with your leader. That time around for Michael, a 28.2. Anyone quicker than that is Gino down the order a bit. Probably missing a few laps from this one. Got one hung up on the pipe again between the hip jump. Cross the line, drivers, you'll be done. Cross the line, you'll be done. And that'll be all drivers done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. Drives from that heat, making your way off the stand and straight out to marshal.
Up next, race number 7, 389, 2083.
Straight to the grids, please, drivers.
Well, that way you're doing the same one every time if you get car number. Yeah. I went for position. Your number does change. Sorry? Your number does change. Oh, position, but 11 on, like number on the car doesn't, but position on the grid. That's what I went with.
So drivers, the order will be Dean on 1, Chris on 2, Michael on 3, Wayne on 4, Michael Vogt on 5, Jeno on 6, Justin on 7, Chris on 8, Peter on 9, Grant on 10, Kim on 11, and Heath on 12. Yeah, looks like we are pretty much ready to rock and roll here for race number 7, pre-89, heat number 3 of 3. Drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners, going racing on the sound of the tone. And away we go, caution the timer line, caution after timer line. That somehow everyone manages to work their way through. Everyone underway. So Justin with a good start there from P5 up to the top spot. Michael up to P2 from the early stages of this race. Now we're going to throw it on over to Scotty Guide. Look at something pretty interesting over the back of the pits here.
If the on-track racing wasn't enough, a little impromptu race meeting has broken out over here at the back. We've got... Can't quite get you.
Caution and tabletops, caution and tabletops. So out front of this one, we got Justin leading the way over the right-hand side here around in the Kyosho. So Justin leading the way in the all-white Kyosho, working his way to the tabletops. Got 5 seconds over Chris in 2. Michael into 3. Jensen Spencer into 4. Kim in 5. Justin Vergans leading the way, making his way to the tabletops. Chris in the 2 spot, 4.5 seconds back behind him. Michael in the 3. 29-1 that time around for Justin. Track getting better out there as the sun continues out there. A bit of an issue here for Justin, getting caught up on the pipe. So that would have cost him about 5 seconds, I'd say, there for Justin. Chris won't be too far off of his tail. Two minutes left on the clock. Justin working his way down the back straightaway. Comes across the line there. Chris in the 2 spot. Chris had to take avoiding action there. Oh, we got an antenna on the track now. So out front, we've got our leader of Justin Vergonst. Chris in the 2 spot, back out to a 5.5 second lead for Justin. Caution in the tabletops, caution in tabletops. Michael Voigt in the 3 spot, Jeno Spencer in the 4. So Jeno, oh, we need a marshal over here. We got a marshal, need a marshal near me. Yep. Jeno currently sitting in P4, working his way across the line. One of our drivers here that competed in the 87 Worlds. A couple of years between drinks, also raced in 89 and most recently in Sydney, a couple of months ago, a couple of weeks ago now. Raced in the most recent IFMA 10 scale Worlds as well. So Jensen Spencer, we jump on board with, working his way through the tabletop, down the right hand side. Down the right hand side. Over the step up tabletop, currently sitting up in P3 now. Across the line drives, you will be done. Justin will take the win in this one. We follow on board with Jensen Spencer. Coming down the front straight away. In a bit of a battle at the moment with Michael Voigt. And that'll be all drivers done. Justin Vergonst taking the win in that one. Chris in 2. Jeno coming home in 3. Michael Voigt in the 4. Kim Slape in the 5. Thank you, drivers, making your way off the stand and out to Marshall.
Up next, race number 8, 89-93, 2WD 105.
All right, drivers making your way onto the grids, please, or drivers making your way to the grids.
So normally that doesn't change, normally, does it? Your number of your car doesn't. It's only whoever's got number 4 has to do the carding job. Kim, I've got 3 on my car. Oh, yep.
All right, so the order of drivers will be Paul Sims off 1, Alvin on 2, John in 3, Tyson on 4, Neil Kovacs on 5, Peter Z in 6, Chris on 7, Kane on 8, Matteo on 9, Carter Sims on 10, Greg Brooks on 11, Michael Harlow on 12.
Orange and yellow in the center. So I'm going to leave a few volunteers. I'm not sure how many we've got last run. 12. So a couple of volunteers. Is there a full group? I'm missing 2 boys. I'm missing 1 at the moment. Thank you.
We are looking for another helper over the canteen as well. If someone give us a hand over the canteen, any committee members here, or anyone that can give us a helping hand over at the Gourmet Cafe. All right, we looks like we are ready to go racing here. Neil, are you joining us? All right, cooking. All righty. Marshals watching your corners, drivers watching your cars. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. Caution back straight. Caution on the back straight. So out front of this one, we've got Carter Sims leading the way. Paul Sims in 2. Greg Brooks in the 3 spot. Michael Harlow in 4. So Carter Sims continues to lead. Greg Brooks now up to the 2 spot. So we got 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Carter Sims continues to lead. Greg Brooks in 2. Paul Sims in 3. Those two are only separated by a second. Michael Harlow in the 4 spot. John in the 5. Peter in 6. Tyson in 7. Chris in 8. Follow on board at the moment with Jan. Making some crunchy noises. Oh, making some really crunchy noises. Oh, it's done. Jan Watanabe from Blockhead Motors. Smear getting taken off. We've got 30 seconds left to go here. Carter Sims continues to lead. Michael Harlow in the 2 spot. Paul Sims in the 3 on a slower lap here though. So we've got Greg Brooks now up to the 3 spot. Paul Sims in 4. So we watch on with a battle of 3rd and 4th. Greg Brooks now up to that 3 spot. Paul Sims trying to close back on in here. Down the front straight away. Those two go with 10 seconds left on the clock. Carter Sims working his way through traffic at the same time as we watch on board. The battle for 3 and 4, Greg Brooks and Paul Sims onto the back straight away. Oh, they come together. Brooks is going to get up the inside and will take that one. Paul Sims in the 4 spot in the end. Cross the line drives, you will be done. Carter Sims coming across the line with the win. Michael Harlow coming to the line here as well. Still got a couple alive out there. Looks like we've got a couple of broken at the end.
So if you duck by to have a look and check out the action here this afternoon at Knox in person, this is the Vintage Bash. Radio controlled cars from the late 70s right through to the end of the 1990s. Want to make you feel really welcome. There's a great place to stand right down the left-hand end of the track, almost at the entrance to the park. You can line up along the fence there. There's even a little bit of shade there under the trees. So if you're visiting, the Knox Radio Controlled Car Club here runs club racing every second Sunday. This is a special event attracting over 400 entries, 483 from all around Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and further afield. Fantastic event that's been put on for the 4th year in a row by the team. 3rd year here at Knox, 4th year in the event's history. But a great spot to stand down the far left-hand end of the track. As we get our drivers lined up for race number 9, we go back to Mitch.
Yeah. Orange and run it up the back fence.
To the start of the race.
Right, so driver seat order will be Hal on 1, Jason Rona's not here on 2, Jeff Kirby on 3, David Hurst on 4, Simon Healy on 5, Stuart on 6, Justin on 7, Luke Button on 8, Norisan on 9, Hayden on 10, Jason Millwood on 11, and Louis Solar on 12.
Still a few marshals, guys. One orange and one in the centre, please. 2 guys.
Alrighty. We got all of our marshals out there. Thank you, marshals. Marshals watching your corners. Drivers watching your cars. Going racing on the tone.
First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh,
So we've got Justin Vergunst out front in this one, rocking the Kyosho. Simon Healy right with him, I think running a team associated RC10. Oh, Vergunst catches the pipe and that lets Healy go around the outside. Looks like we've got a Schumacher Cougar 2 right there in P2. Let's see, it is. It's Hao Shum. That re-release of the Cougar 2 works. The car released first in late 1992. We'll pick up Hao now, the second car on the track, working the left side, the orange and yellow. We'll talk a little bit about that car, the Schumacher Cougar 2, first coming out as a replacement to the original Cougar. They ran prototypes in Detroit in 1991. The car released first as a team edition later on that year, early 92. And the one that we're following here, Hao Shum's car, the yellow and pink, as he works the centre step up. That's the just re-released version of the Cougar 2 Works. The car coming out in late 1992 with different rear suspension geometry. The all purple anodizing, of course. That was the first time Schumacher picked up the purple colour, which would be a hallmark of the British brand for years to follow. As Hal worked his way down the back straight, still sits in P2. And just having been re-released earlier this year, the Cougar 2 Works is a popular re-release, alongside things like the team associated RC10s, the Kyosho Ultimas and so on, from the brands that have been re-releasing these old cars. So Hal continues to be in P2 as Healy continues out front. Loose Solar now to pick 3. So we might see if we can pick up Loose Solar. Was that Lou getting caught up upside down on the left side? We'll just get Lou across the line and see if we can pick him up. As Vergunst is now back in 3, Solar in 4. So this is Justin there in the all-white body yellow wheels running the Kyosho. Barrel rolls over the centre step up, the centre hip jump. We pick up Lewis Solar now on camera. Locked in a battle. He's running the JRX Pro in this one. The conversion for the JRX2. came out, we talked about this a little earlier, came out in 1989 just ahead of the World Championships, or was at least run at the World Championships, as Solar goes upside down, in a little bit of trouble there. But that conversion towards the JRX Pro brought a longer chassis and H-arm, or more traditional wishbone rear suspension compared to the original 5-link of the Losi JRX2. As Solar runs nicely through the centre, a little bit sideways. Track starting to dry out in the middle of the day here in the sun as the sun shines, and traction probably will go down a little bit. Is that Solar going upside down again, just out of sight from us? No, just getting caught in traffic. Trying to avoid trouble, but getting himself in trouble in the process. So that's Lou Solar, currently back midfield in this one. One of the founding fathers of the Vintage Bash, one of the driving forces, continues to be here as he works his way through the centre of the track over that corner hip jump. He's chasing down Hayden Tasker in front of him. Hayden running the Schumacher Cougar 2000. We talked a little bit about that earlier. These cars probably didn't quite go head-to-head, the 2000 cars coming out in 1993, by which time Losi was starting to work towards the Pro SE and then later on the Double X. But that doesn't stop them running head-to-head here. Solar getting around Tasker that time around, he did. So Lou's continuing to work the middle of the track and now sits in P4 as we go inside the last 30 seconds. Still Healy out front. Hauschum into Vergunst in 3, Solar, Tasker, Tierney, David Hurst, Luke Botten a little bit further back. So as we go inside the last 20 seconds now, we'll see if we can spot Simon Healy again. I think this is him right on the back of Lou Solar as they work through the centre of the racetrack and down in front of the driver's stand. Solar goes upside down, and I think that might have been Healy who went around him to put him a lap down. Healy knows this track inside and out, as does Solar. Both of them have been fixtures here at the club over many, many years. As race time expires, you will be done as you cross the line, driver. So that's Healy done. Hayden Tasker, Lou Solar all finishing. Everyone finishing as they cross the line. That is a wrap on race number 9. Heat 2 of 5 in the 89 to 93 category. We'll continue on with that category, the 89 to 93. Ferociously competitive period in the world of RC. The rapid development of Team Losi, who started that period from 89 with the JRX Pro. We just saw Lou Solar running that. Ended it with the Pro SE and preparing for the Double X. At Schumacher developing through that period from what was, first of all, the Cougar, the Top Cat even in 1989, reaching and releasing the 1993 Cougar 2000. So rapid development for the British manufacturer, and of course Team Associated continuing with the alloy tub right through that period, but some incredible prototype versions running at World Championship racing in 89 and 91, and we all know that story really well. Let's grid drivers up for race number 10. We'll go back to Mitch to get this one started as we continue to work our way through round 2 here at the Vintage Bash.
All right, so we should have our drivers in the previous heat making your way out to Marshall, if not already out there. Up now, we'll have race number 10, heat number 3 of 5, 89 to 93 in this race. We'll have on number 1, BJ. On 2, Peter. On 3 will be Rory Cole. On 4, Adam Rich. On 5, Robbie. On 6, Ryan. On 7, Shoen. On 8, Atsushihara. On 9, Ashley Cobble. On 10, Andrew Cook. And on 11, Devon Middleditch. All right, looks like we are ready to go racing here. Marshals watching your corners, drivers watching your cars. We've got racing on the sound of the tone. And away we go. Hara trying to get up to the lead early in this one. Up the inside. A good move there for Hara. Through the tabletops we all go. So Tsuchihara leading the way. Robbie in 2, Rory Cole in the 3. Ashley Cobble in 4. Peter Desengo in the 5. Hara starting to build a little bit of a gap up.
So it is Tsuchihara out front, the two-time world champion, winning in touring car and 8-scale buggy, but did his early racing in 10-scale off-road. We had a great chat with Hara on Friday afternoon. You can find that in our live walkabout number 1 over at RC Race Media. He's loving being here, rocking the Andy Cook GP3D 1991 prototype RC10, that incredible car that came out just only for the Detroit Worlds in 1991. Tsuchihara continuing to lead as they work the left side of the racetrack now. We're just resolving some timing issues here. I think that might be Andy Cook, who's chasing Hara down in his own creation. So 2 of the Andy Cook GP3D creations working the backside of the racetrack, the back straight, and now past timing and scoring. Hara in front as we drop back and pick up Andy Cook now, running the Masami version of this car. So Hara v Hirosaka is what it looks like on the racetrack by the bodies. Andy Cook, of course, driving that Hirosaka special version of the 1991 Worlds car. Fabulous to have Hara here from Japan, his fourth visit for 2025 to Australia. He was here earlier in the year for the World Championships, of course, and for the Asian Buggy Championships up in Brisbane. Cook now starting to close in a little as they work through the centre of the track. We're going to stick with these two. This little battle here between Hara and Cook as we work our way to the left side of the racetrack. A little bit of traffic around them. Cookie's starting to close in. He knows this car. He designed it. He knows this racetrack. As they work their way through traffic, Hara, the beautiful run through as he works the backside of the racetrack and down past timing and scoring the pink and white and black car with pink wheels, followed by Andy Cook in the green machine, the famous Masami Hirosaka colours, pink wheels. They're still working their way through traffic as they clear traffic now in front of the driver's stand. Cook v Hara, Hara v Hirosaka. This is a little taste of what we're going to see later on as we rerun the 1989 Worlds final and we get all of these famous names from that period. But right now in front of us, we don't need to think about other names. It is Tsuchihara right now, the twice world champ. It is Andy Cook, the multiple Australian champion, more famously known for on-road, but now doing a lot of off-road racing. They work their way right in front of the driver's stand. We are 1.5 minutes to go, 3.5 down, 1.5 to go. It's nose to tail. Never did I think I'd get to hear Andy Cook driving the Hirosaka car, chasing down Tsuchihara. What a fabulous opportunity for us here at the Vintage Bash. It is the 4th edition. We're deep into two-wheel drive day here. Wherever you are around the world, hope you're enjoying this fantastic battle between Hara and Cook in the Hirosaka painted machine. These are the replica 1991 Team Associated RC10s. Ran once at Detroit, disappeared only to resurface later on. These cars were originally hand-built by Team Associated in the factory. We once interviewed Andrew Bolton, who spent some time in the US and helped to build and assemble these cars in the first place. Well, not these cars, these of course the replicas. We go inside the last 45 seconds now as Cook continues to stalk. Is he waiting for the final lap to take a shot at Tsuchihara? Is Hara just, well, a little mistake from Cookie? We're going to find out very quickly now whether Cook has any speed to burn as Hara continues out front. The super experienced Japanese legend of the sport, absolute veteran, absolute legend, absolute speed. You can see continuing to wheel at Tsuchihara now, the famous colours, the pink, white and purple. Cookie closing right in. We're inside the last 12 seconds. This is the final lap for these two. Has Andy Cook got anything for Tsuchihara? Here we're in round 2 of racing two-wheel drive action. Cookie starting to close back in a little bit. There's only 2 more corners as they work their way the left side through the jump section. It looks to me like Hara saw a little bit of a mistake. He goes wide. Cookie can't quite get there. Put your hands together for that one. Tsuchihara holding on. Fantastic race with Andy Cook as the applause rings out around Knox RC here. And Mitch smacks me in the face and says, why did you steal the microphone for that one? I wanted to do it. Fantastic racing. Thank you, drivers. We're all wrapping up as we cross the line. And we'll continue on because the racing does not slow down. We just continue into our next heat. 89 to 93 two-wheel drive will continue. That one going the way of Tsuchihara, Andy Cook, Ashley Coble, Devon Middleditch. Neil's gone, mate. Neil's gone.
one back?
Still waiting for Pete Marshall's 4, 7.
Up next, race number 11, 89 to 93, 2WD 4 to 5.
All right, so we should have all of our drivers from the previous race out to marshal up now.
Number 4, number 7.
Race number 11 on track, out in the top spot. Number 1 will have Daniel Gilchrist. In 2 will be Cam Sortel. In 3 will be Dean. In 4 will be David Boland. In 5 will be Steve. In 6 will be Matthew. In 7 will be Mark Rogers. On 8 will be Andrew. On 9 will be Jeremy. On 10 will be Rob. On 11 will be Carlo. On 12 will be Mark DeBono.
Okay, we need a volunteer on 1%. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Alrighty, so we got our drivers ready. We got our marshals are ready. Drivers watching your cars. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. So out front we got Cam Sortel leading the way. Jeremy in 2, Mark Rogers in the 3, David Boland in 4, Andrew Abbott in the 5. Everyone fairly well compressed out there. Cam Sortel leading the way. He's built up a 5-second lead over Mark Rogers. Minute and a half down, 3.5 to go. Cam Sortel, Mark Rogers in the 2 spot, slowly closing that gap on down. David Boland in 3, Andrew Abbott in 4, Jeremy Williams in the 5. Good battle going on between 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Mark Rogers at the head of that pack. Andrew Abbott right on his tail with David Boland there as well as Jeremy Williams. So a big battle pack going down the front straight away. Making their way into the tabletop. 2:45 down, 2:15 to go. Cam Sortell out front. Mark Rogers in the 2. 2.5 seconds separating those two. So there's Cam across the line there. Mark Rogers coming to the line now. Andrew Abbott up to the 2 spot. David Boland to 3. Mark Rogers to 4. Jeremy Williams to 5. So good battle still going on out here. Working their way through the hip jump. Down the front straight away. Less than a minute on the clock here in race number 11. Cam Sortell leading the way. Andrew Abbott into those two separated by 2.5 seconds. Mark Rogers in the 3. David Boland in 4. Jeremy Williams hot on his heels in the 5. Cam Sortell across the line there with the 28.3. Andrew Abbott starting to close on in now. 27.4. So the battle for the lead going through the hip jump. They start working their way through traffic at the same time. Timer ticking on down here as the battle for the lead intensifies. Andrew Abbott starts to close right on down here on Cam Sortell to the front straight away. First and second working their way into the tabletops. Andrew Abbott trying to close on down. They work their way through the tabletops. Cam under pressure here, looking up the inside. Andrew Abbott side by side as they make their way down the line. Cam Sortell just getting it at the line in the end. A great finish to this race here. Just waiting on Mark Rogers and Rob still to come to the line. There's Mark Rogers, just waiting on Rob. And that should be all drivers done. All drivers are done. So drivers make straight out to Marshall, please. Drivers making their way off the stand, straight out to Marshall.
You're in big trouble, mister.
So we're going to have drivers making your way to the grids, please. All drivers making your way to the grids. So drivers, the order will be on 1, Jeff Primer. On 2, Chris. On 3, Ashley. On 4 will be Brent. On 5, Jeno. On 6 will be Glenn Grinter with a sub. On 7 will be Chris. On 8 will be Darren. On 9 will be Gavin. On 10 will be Anthony Miller. On 11, Dean Evans. And on 12 will be RJ. Looks like everyone is pretty well set, ready to go here. All right, so
They got that on video.
I've grabbed these two straight off the track from marshalling. They're still talking about how good that race was. Atsushi Andy Cook. Hara-san, what was that like out there?
Well, just this is a really fantastic moment. The car, I got GP3D from Andy. Special 91 Detroit RC10, which is kind of one of the dream to drive this car because they never release on track and release on the markets. So finally, I have some issue. The first one, the drive shaft a little bit problems. So I still only half lap I do, and this is my break-in. So the car is still fresh, brand new, and then finally I run completely 5 minutes, and then race with Andy with Masami's car behind me, to catch me all the time, and then it's really fantastic moment.
I wanted to ask you, did that bring back memories having the Hirosaka paint job right behind you? You guys probably did go head to head a little bit.
Actually, yes and no. Because when I raced with Masami, he didn't use this color. He used more light green color. Already he changed it. So first time I drive with Masami, this dark green color on a track same time. So this is also another special moment for me.
Andy, speaking of special moments, what was that experience like for you to be out there with Hara in these cars that you've helped to create?
It's pretty awesome.
As I walked past you off the driver's stand, you said that was the best moment of my life. Like it looked so much fun. Did you think you were going to get him?
I don't know, but the emotion has just hit. It's pretty amazing. But the whole build up to the bash. The cars, Hara, because I think probably wouldn't remember, but I met Hara, or saw Hara at the 2000 World Championships at Yatabe Arena in Japan. Was the first time, like my first Worlds, and when Hara won his first World Championships in on-road. And then so we've bumped into each other over the years at various tracks. Hara at the front of the pack and me at the back, maybe middle. And just to be able to drive my own, car creations, the GP3D 91 conversions, and Hara loving it so much, got that passion, the history, and wanting this sort of car, which, as you said, just wasn't released to the market ever. Of course, the prototypes, and especially with the two paint schemes. I don't know, it just doesn't get any better than that.
It does not. Iconic paint schemes. Hara, just come back to you as we wrap up. How's the car handle? Like, you've thought about this for 35 years, what this would be like to drive. What is it like to drive?
Understeer. Because I also didn't make any setup. So initially this is really easy to drive, but understeer. But I think a little bit too much traction on the rear. That makes understeer. But I think it's back in the day, I think they need this traction on the rear because they don't have this tire before. So probably this balance is good back in the day. So I can feel, the car is stable and a super long wheelbase and then a lot of suspension trouble. So I think it just makes winning for 91 Detroit. Now I can feel, with the car.
Are you going to go make some changes and try and go faster in the next round?
I think I want to do something a little bit more steerings, but I think I don't need it. I just enjoy with the, whole things.
Hara's going to dial your car in, mate, and make it go even faster. Have you got something for him in the next round?
Only if he tells me what to change.
Can you change for me?
Definitely. Yeah, we'll do a couple of tweaks. That was, as you said, mega fun. We'll do a couple of tweaks and have more fun in the other runs. Yep.
Wherever you are in the world, as you're joining us for the Vintage Bash, you can see the passion, the emotion, the fun, the laughter that's going on here. And that race was Vintage Bash at its very best. We're going to go back to the racetrack because the action does not stop. So we're back on track with Mitch as we pick up the racing action on track here at Knox.
Less than a minute remaining. Chris leading the way. Jeff Prema in 2, Brent in 3. So Chris leading the way by 8 seconds over Jeff Prema. Less than 30 seconds to go. Chris still leading the way over Jeff Prema. Brent Jeffries in the 3 spot. Those two are only separated by a second and a half. Jeff and Brent working their way around. Over to the tabletops, onto the back straight away. Timer ticking on down here. Good battle shaping up here for second and third. Cross the line, Jeff Primer under pressure. Cross the line, you'll be done now, drivers. Jeff under pressure from Brent behind. Those two working their way over the hip jump. Down the front straight away. The battle line between second and third, Jeff and Brent through to the tabletops. Over the tabletops, those both go. Down the back straight away. Jeff trying to pull that gap back up right at the end here. Will take second spot. Brent in third. Chris taking the win. Thank you very much, drivers. Drivers making your way off the stand and out to Marshall, please. Off the stand and out to Marshall.
Around in the Hobbies Direct tent.
All right, we got our cars getting lined up here. So the order should be Joel on 1, Ryan on 2, Anthony on 3, Michael on 4, Simon Healy on 5, Theodore on the 6, Tim on 7, Nathan Marsh on 8, Scotty Giles on 9, Lee Cheeseman on 10, Sean on 11, and Jovis on 12. This should be a great race. Looking for a good one here. Should have all of our marshals out there ready to go. We've got our drivers. So drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. And away we go here. Our 94 to 2000s. Race number 13 on track. Oh, a bit of chaos down the order. See who comes down front for first lap around. At Joel Bradshaw, starting from the pole position. Big gaggle of cars down the back straight away. Coming across the line here, we'll have Anthony up to the 1 spot. Simon Healy to 2. Ryan to 3. Scotty Giles to 4. Nathan Marsh to 5. It is tight up there at the moment. Anthony under pressure from behind Simon Healy. We're right there as well. Brian Bradshaw, Scotty Giles, all working their way through the tabletops. Down the back straight away we go. Oh, mistake there from, I believe it'll be Anthony in the 2 spot. That'll give Simon Healy a little bit of breathing room now. Simon now up to the top spot. Down the back straight away, the battle pack goes. They'll start catching up on a bit of traffic shortly. So we'll now have Scotty Giles up to the 2 spot. Scotty looking quick out there at the moment. So the battle on a hand out front. Simon Healy under pressure from Scotty Giles. They work their way down the front straight away, bouncing their way down the front ruts into the tabletops. Simon Healy under pressure from Scotty Giles. After that will be Anthony and Lee Cheeseman having a battle as well. Those two working their way through the tabletops, but looking to the front here. Down into the right-hand side. Scotty Giles closing right on in on Simon Healy. Finding a bit more grip on the grass this time around into the hip jump. Scotty Giles goes for a quick barrel roll. Away he goes. Doesn't cost him too much time. Simon Healy working his way into the tabletop with Scotty Giles right on his heels. Down the back straight away they go. 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. A better lap that time around for Simon Healy. A slower lap from Scotty Giles. They work their way through a bit of traffic at the moment. Simon Healy with a little bit of breathing room. That time around, 1.6 seconds in it, but Scotty looking a little bit closer this time around. Working their way through the tabletops. A little bit more traffic to navigate here. Down the back straight away. So we got Scotty closing in on Simon Healy. 1.5 seconds in it between those two. So they work their way through the step up, step down, onto the front straight away with 1 minute 30 left on the clock. .130 to go. Simon Healy over Scotty Giles. Lee Cheeseman and Anthony Devon in the 5 spot. We'll have Marshy. Across the line goes your leader with Scotty Giles now 2 seconds behind. So Simon Healy starting to pull a little bit of a gap out, but they both got clear air in front of them now. Leads for a little while for Simon. Now starts to catch back up on traffic, so he has to navigate through a couple more cars. With 1 minute to go through the tabletop. Scotty Giles looking quick out there, trying to close back on Simon Healy. Down the back straight away this time around. The gap last time by was at 2 seconds. Stays at 2 seconds. Equal lap times between the two of them. .30 seconds left on the clock. Timer ticking on down here as Simon Healy really starts to pull that gap out now. Scotty Giles slowing right down the last lap and a half. Simon Healy taking a win in this one. Lee Cheeseman coming home in the 2 spot. Scotty Giles coming home in 3rd in the end. That is all drivers done. Thank you, drivers. Drivers making your way out to the track to Marshall, please. Drivers making your way out to the track to Marshall. Up next will be race number 14 of 15.
Start of the race.
Yeah, that stuff's not bad.
It's a bit of a change.
Yeah.
All right. We got all of our cars ready to go racing here. We should have all of our marshals out there.
the last race? Right, thanks, Theo. Theo's at 4, Theo. Orange at number 4 here, please. Thank you. Simon Healy, I think you're supposed to be marshalling. Do we have enough or not? No, I think we do. I think we're right, Simon. Just hang on a sec. No, we're right, Simon. It's all good.
Alrighty, we are ready to go racing here. We got our cars set to go. Marshall's watching your corners. Drivers watching your cars. We're going racing on the tone. Underway here. Race number 14 of 15. One more race, there will be a short break, then we will have our special feature race of the day. There is food available over at the Gourmet Cafe. So first time around here, we got Paul Shannon leading the way, Jeff Primer in 2, Scott Petit in the 3, Brendan Solar in the 4, Dominic Blackman in 5. So we got Paul Shannon leading the way, Scott Petit in the 2 spot, Jeff Primer in 3, Brendan Solar in 4, Dominic Blackman in 5. Whole gaggle of cars working their way around from 5 down to 8. Second, third, fourth, all in a great battle as well as they work their way around through the tabletops.
I'm going to pick up Brendan Solar here as he works his way through to the centre hip jump. The white and blue body, the yellow wheels. We'll grab him on camera in front of the driver's stand. Brendan, son of Lou, we talked about that a little earlier. But in this event, in this particular heat, running the paint job of Brendan Coleman. Brendan, a much-loved member of the RC community here in Victoria over many years, sadly passed away quite some time ago. The annual Coleman Cup is run in his honour. It was run here at Knox just a couple of weeks ago, and Brendan's own old race car was presented to the Solar family. You might wonder where Brendan Solar gets his name from, and it is through his father's relationship with Brendan Coleman. So Solar Brendan taking the name Brendan Coleman from that connection. And so an incredibly special moment as Brendan Solar worked his way down the back straight running the Coleman paint job. As I said, a much loved and highly respected member of the racing community, not just here in Victoria, but across Australia, Brendan Coleman. And it was a sad day as he passed some time back, medical complications, but a fantastic opportunity for us to see the paint job of Brendan Coleman running around the track here at the Vintage Bash. It is a special moment for the Solar family and for the Coleman family, and of course for all those who knew Brendan so well. So we'll keep another lap or two here with Brendan Solar as he works his way through that centre hip jump, the famous Coleman paint job. We saw Brendan running this paint job over at the World Championships in the UK, prototype car that was recently also gifted to the Solar family, and that is the body shell, the very body shell that Coleman used to run both here and abroad as he continues to work his way down the back straight. We're a little under 2 minutes to run, but it's been fabulous to spend a few laps on board with Brendan Solar running the Brendan Coleman paint job as he works his way into that centre hip jump and in front of the driver's stand. So a big shout out to the Coleman family and to the Solar family and all of the long connections, the long relationships, the long history that marks that connection between those two families, and of course Brendan Coleman and all of his work and contribution to the sport here in Australia. We mark this moment by remembering you, Brendan.
Less than a minute left on the clock here. Paul Shannon leading the way. Brett in the 2 spot. Scott Petit in 3. Jeff in 4. Brett in 5. That is time here. Cross the line, you will be done. Paul Shannon taking the win in this one. Brendan Solar in the 2 spot. Scott Pettit will be in 3. Jeff Primer in 4. Brett Todman in the 5. Just Connor still live out there. That should be all drivers done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. Up next, final race of the round. There will be a bit of a break after this race. All right, so we'll get our cars making their way to the grid, please. Cars making your way to the grid. We should have Chris on 1, William on 2, David on 3, and Michael on 4, Mike in 5, Jose in 6, Dave in 7, Stephen in 8, Greg in 9, Jason in 10, Chris in 11, and Mark Fisher in 12. Should have all of our marshals out there. Thank you, guys. All right, so we are ready to go racing here. Final heat of this round. Drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. And off and running here. Final heat of the round. 94 to 2000s two-wheel drive. Heat number 15 of 15 for the round. There will be a short break before we go into our Revival 89 race. Out front in this one, we got Chris leading the way. David Watson in 2. We'll have Michael Jonassen in the 3 spot. Thank you for waiting, guys. Great work. Good sportsmanship. So out front of this one, we've got Chris leading the way. David Watson in the 2 spot. So Chris and David out front, 1.5 seconds separating those two as they work their way to the line here. So we've got 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left on the clock. Chris out front, David in 2, Michael in the 3. Mark Fisher now closing in on that 3 spot. So Michael and Mark working their way around the right-hand side into the hip jump. Mark Fisher does get the pass over. Michael that time around puts himself up to P3 now. Two minutes left on the clock, drivers. We've got 2 minutes left to go. So we got Chris leading the way, David in 2, Mark Fisher in 3, Michael in 4, Jason in the 5 spot. Just over a minute remaining out there. Chris still leading the way, working his way down the back straight away. Coming to the line. A minute left to go. Slow lap here for Chris. Slow lap also for David Watson. So we got Mark Fisher now up to the 2 spot. Not far off of the lead as well, so Mark in with a shot here. Mark Fisher putting down a hot lap of the race last time around at 28.3. Flying out there at the moment is Mark Fisher. Another slower lap there from Chris, so gap now down to 1.7 seconds between Mark Fisher and Chris. Those two working their way into their hip jump. Final 15 seconds left on the clock. This should be their last lap around. Cross the line, drivers, you will be done. Chris does come home with a win. Just waiting on Mike Hart, still live. That'll be all drivers done. So drives, there will be a bit of a break here before we go into our revival race. There will be a break here before we go into our 89 revival race.
I think they're having a break. Oh. Yeah. No truck use, sorry. There's a 10-minute break and then they're having that revival race. Yep. Okay, code is in the receptor, there's function room over the other side there. Code is 2020 hash. Thank you.
All right, we're going to throw it on down here quickly for the stream with Scotty Guide, with Brendan Solar and Louis Sorrell. It should be a good one.
RC racing all across the world is a family affair, and it's no less true here at the Vintage Bash with Dad, Lou, and son, Brendan. I'm going to start with you, Brendan. We just had the chance to watch you wheel this car. Tell me about this particular body shell here on the car that you just ran in that last run.
Yeah, it's Brendan Coleman's car, who's a racer that was good mates with my dad back in the day. Yeah, so I'm named after him, so it means a lot to me. So yeah, it's good to be able to run something that's like means something to the family.
Yeah. Lou, for you, I mean, nice to see that paint scheme run around again, right?
Yeah, I mean, you don't see many of those bodies anyway. And the fact that the Coleman family kept it for all this time is very, very special. I said to them that they gifted me the car, and I said to them I'd try to restore it to the best of my ability. And the way the planets aligned for this one is incredible, because the majority of the faded stickers that were on that body shell, I had them as brand new to replace with in the same spot. So yeah, it's a Jammin body, which was used by Brendan at the 1993 World Championships in Basildon. Yeah. And obviously Brendan's done him a little bit of favour. And while I'm here, guys, I know this is not what it's all about, but I just want to show you something. And you guys may say, Scotty, you for sure have seen this. Just bear with me 1 second.
We're just this is very experimental here. We're literally making this up as we go.
I don't know if you're going to be able
I don't know if we'll be able to see this. We'll try
it. Me and my son at the same age. Yeah, so I think we're both doing Brendan justice, and hopefully the Coleman family will get to see this at some stage, because it's very, very special for us.
You just had the Coleman Cup here a couple of weeks ago. That's been a traditional race meeting every year for the last 30-some years.
1995. Yeah, Brendan passed away in 1994. Yep. Brendan was born in 1994, and we've had the Coleman Cup here ever since. So it's a yearly event that we run here to celebrate Brendan Coleman, obviously, and obviously the ethos that he brought to RC racing, which was fair competition and fun, always fun.
He was known as a fair sportsman, wasn't he? That's one of the things.
No, he was very fair. He didn't mind a bit of horsepower. I taught him well.
How cool for you to see your Brendan run Brendan's body shell, that last one.
Scotty, I hope you don't commentate anymore, because I do get a little teary still to this day. But it was great to see, and I'm glad that Brendan now understands the reason why it all happened.
My sole objective is to make you cry, mate. That's what I'm here for. That's why you brought me all the way to Sydney.
I'm good now.
Brendan, I mean, last thoughts from you on the opportunity to drive that body shell.
Yeah, it means a lot. Like when I made the switch to off-road a few years ago, the Coleman Cup was something that I really wanted to win, and that's still something I really want to win. So yeah, it's something that does mean a lot to me. That it's hard to explain, I guess. Yeah, and the car's the same year as me as well. So
the car's one of my old. The car's one of my old XX, Losi XXs we found from back in the day, and we've lovingly restored it to something what it used to be like back then. So that's his now.
That is history, RC history in action right here. It's a father and son. It's a special connection. It's a special body shell. It's a historic car. Lou, Brendan, thank you so much for sharing that moment with us.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Scotty.
Folks, we're going to take a short break here. A couple of quick messages. Do not go anywhere, because on the other side of this, one of the very special moments of this Vintage Bash 4, it is the rerunning of leg 1 of the two-wheel drive A final from the World Championships in 1989 here in Sydney. 10 astonishing replica cars, 10 guest drivers. We're going to introduce to you the drivers and the cars on the other side of this break. We're going to see those 10 cars go at it. Do not miss this. Come back on the other side of this short message. We're back live here from Knox at Vintage Bash 4. Folks, wherever you are around the world, you've joined us just in time for a very special part of this weekend, the reenactment, the rerunning of the two-wheel drive A finals from 1989, the World Championships in St Ives, Sydney, Australia. One of the iconic events from that period of time. The Bash team have built 10 replica cars. They're powered by Hobbywing speed control and motor packages and shod with J Concepts tyres, so big thanks to Hobbywing and J Concepts to help the Vintage Bash team put this very special event together. They're going to be driven by some guest drivers. We're going to introduce those drivers to you in a moment, and then we'll introduce the cars. They'll each parade one lap, and then we'll line them up on the grid to get this race underway. So driving the number 1 car, of course, the Masami Hirosaka car is Andy Cook. So would you welcome Andy up to the driver's stand? Thanks, Andy. That is Andy Cook. He is the designer of the GP3D reproductions. He's a multiple Australian champion in on-road racing and a regular here. Great to have Andy Cook wheeling the number 1 Masami Hirosaka car. Right alongside him on the front row of the grid, a long-time Losi fan, Lee Cheeseman, driving the Mike Dunn JRX2. Let's welcome Lee up onto the driver's stand. Car number 3, the Jay Halsey RC10 from a man who's just met Jay over in the US, one of Australia's long-time racers. Would you welcome Scotty Pettit? Scotty was over in the US just a couple of weeks ago at the vintage race there. Car number 4, the Cliff Lett card, being driven by Mark Rogers. Welcome, Mark. He's been racing since 1986 on and off-road. Took a big break, couple of Vic Champs wins. Great to have Mark with us. Car number 5, the Rick Velo machine. We spoke to him a little earlier on the stream. One of Australia's legends, the mighty Greg Brooks. Would you welcome Greg? He's driving the Rick Velo number 5. That takes us to number 6. And how special is this? The number 6 car of Craig Drescher, being driven by his countryman, his teammate, his longtime rival and friend. It is Mr. Rory Cull, multiple World's A finalist. Great to have Rory here. Something very special now. Nobody still understands how this car made the final in 1989. The Shoemaker Top Cat of Jamie Booth, being driven by New Zealand's Hayden Tasker. Hayden doesn't like to talk about how good he is, but he's got some big wins back in New Zealand over the day. A long-time Shoemaker fan. No one better to drive the Top Cat. That takes us to number 8, the 1987 World Championship winner. The 1989 making the final in the Kyosho. Joel Johnson, being driven by Carter Sims. Carter, one of the hands that built these race cars, in fact put this car together. Big thanks to Carter and all those who worked on it. And that leaves us with number 10, the man famous across the world for the fancy shorts that he wore. No more fit person to drive this car, the Ron Rossetti JRX2, than our own Lou Solar. Would you put your hands together for Lou Solar? And I've missed somebody, haven't I, along the way? Where is it? What number? Number 9, there it is, of course. Number 9, I've skipped over it but we'll save the best to last. That's what we'll do. So the Losi JRX2, the third of the JRX2s in the field, being driven by a man who was mentored by Jack Johnson. It is Japan's Atsushi Hara. Welcome, Atsushi. Wonderful to have Hara-san here. He'll be driving the Jack Johnson car. We're going to call those cars away one at a time so we can check their transponders and you can see the cars. Let me invite Andrew Cook driving the Masami Hirosaka car to make your way around. Andy, thank you, Andy. Off you go. So the Team Associated prototypes, they were specially built for this 1989 World Championship event. This is, of course, the man who would go on to win that championship, Masami Hirosaka, being driven by the man who has built these replica prototypes. Of course, Team Associated also now able to, you can get the replicas from Team Associated. So we're just going to check those transponders in. Thanks, Andy. Scotty Pettit. No, sorry. Mike Dunn. Lee Cheeseman. Let's have Lee Cheeseman, car number 2, away. They started side by side on the grid, so just hold there, Andy. Once we get them out onto the back straight, we'll call the next one away. So Lee Cheeseman driving the Mike Dunn car. Then we'll go to car number 3, the second of the associated prototypes, the Jay Halsey car of Scott Pettit. We just talked about Scotty a moment ago. So that's Scott. There's a number of these associated prototypes. Just being, we're going to take our time here and work our way through this. Car number 4, it is the Cliff Lett Team Associated car, being driven by Mark Rogers. Thanks, Mark. Off you go. We're going to have to check the transponder on the Jay Halsey car. We didn't get that one. So if we can just have someone check that transponder. That's our car number 4 of Cliff Lett. So car number 5, the Rick Velo car, Greg Brooks. Off you go, Greg. So we're introducing the cars to you, the paint jobs, and of course taking the chance to dial in the transponders, make sure we're all good. So this again, the team associated prototype, the one-off cars that ran at this World Championship event. Pop a wheelie down the back straight. Brooksy, always known for his horsepower back in the day, and he's just showing what he's going to do here. It's going to be front wheels in the air. That takes us to car number 6, the Rory Cole driven Craig Drescher car. Well, let's have Rory away. So Drescher, of course, was in the World Championship final in the two-wheel drive. Rory Cole in the four-wheel drive. This was not one of those prototype RC10s, more a team car, or what would go on to be a team car. That leaves us with number 7, the Top Cat. So Hayden Tasker, if we can take you away. Shoemaker releasing the Top Cat just in the year or so before that 1989 World Championships. It didn't last too long, would go on to a more traditional front end on what became the Cougar. But this pushrod front suspension Top Cat, driven by the UK veteran, now veteran, but young man at the time, Jamie Booth, to this World Championship final. That's him as we get across the line. We go to car number 8, and we invite Carter Sims to wheel away the Joel Johnson Kyosho Ultima. Of course, Johnson shocking the world with a World Championship win in off-road, not his preferred discipline. That was in 1987, a 1-2-3 sweep for Kyosho over in England, making the final again in 1989. Carter Sims wheeling the Joel Johnson car. That gets us to car number 9, Jack Johnson and Atsushi Hara. Hara talking earlier in the weekend about how Jack was something of a mentor for him. He spent a lot of time in the US, and Jack was one of the front runners through this period in the history of RC through the 90s, and fantastic opportunity for Hara to drive the Jack Johnson Losi JRX2 when they first made the move to the longer wheelbase and the H-arms. And that leaves us with car number 10, the Ron Rossetti driven JRX2 of Lusola. We were just talking about how they moved from the short wheelbase, the 5-link rear suspension, right around the time of this World Championship event, went to a longer wheelbase, more traditional rear end, and it is Lusola driving the Jack Johnson car as we get him across the start-finish line. Drivers, will invite you to go and grid up. We'll just do a transponder check here on car number 3, the Jay Halsey car. So drivers round to grid up for us, please. Beautiful. We've got a transponder in the Halsey car, so that car can go around to the grid. All right. So we're going to try and call this race by the 1989 names, but every now that's what we've got in the system. So if you're watching online over at nox.liverc.com, you can find the results. We have the original drivers' names loaded in the system. We'll try and remind you who is actually driving them. We'll repeat all of this tomorrow with some different drivers. But for now, we get set to go with the recreation. The first time this has ever been done, the recreation of a World Championship A final. Huge congratulations to the Knox Club for the way they have gone and built these 10 replica cars. I won't name names at the moment because I'll forget someone, but a fantastic performance, fantastic effort, and we are super excited to get this underway. How's my marshals? Have we got 2 in the middle? Yes, I do. If we can put a pause on the track repairs. Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are good to go. I'm going to do my very best to replicate Eustace Moore's commentary from the 1989 World Championships. We'll talk about the cars, the drivers from the day, and the drivers who are doing the business here this weekend. Let's get set to go racing. As we go quiet and wait for the tone, let's go racing. Hirosaka it is through turn 1. Mike Dunn looking for the opportunity up the inside, gets a little sideways, but looks to get the job done. So Hirosaka leading Dunn. It's almost in starting order at the moment. Hirosaka over Dunn. Looks like Halsey sits in 3. Drescher making the move up to P4 already. So good moves from Craig Drescher early, and I think that might be Cliff Lett that's just dropped back a spot as we work our way down the back straight. Masami Hirosaka. This first turn here at Knox, reminiscent of the first turn at St Ives. We saw that turn off the front straight past the tree. That is exactly how this chicane has been designed. As Halsey now moves up to the 2, getting around Dunn. So it's Hirosaka out front, Halsey in 2, Dunn in 3, Lett in 4. Looks like Jack Johnson's worked his way through the field as well. He's up there in about 5th or 6th position. Ron Rossetti coming through from the tail of the field as well. A nice job from Rossetti. So it is still Hirosaka out front. We know this paint job. We know how fast this man was in 1989. He would go on to sweep the World Championship. As we switch back and look and turn our attention now to the battle between Jay Halsey. Mike Dunn looks to the inside. We saw Halsey on track in Las Vegas just a couple of weeks ago. He's made the big effort to get down here to Australia. Well, his paint job has. Great to see Halsey back out in front as he's stalked by Dunn. And I think that is Joel Johnson starting to work his way into this one. So Johnson starting to work up to the back of Dunn. Ron Rossetti is right there as well. Is that we'll just get everyone across the line. No, it's Jack Johnson who sits there in P4. So still Hirosaka, Halsey, Dunn. We've just missed a couple of laps on the transponders from Dunn, but he still sits there in P2, 3 as he looks to get around Halsey. So Halsey in 2 as Hirosaka still continues out front. Halsey in 2. Dunn, no, it's not. It's Jack Johnson gets around him. Joel Johnson, it is in fact Joel Johnson now to P3. Jack Johnson in 4. I think that might be Craig Drescher out. It is. So Drescher unfortunately not finishing A1 here at the St Ives rerun. Hirosaka still out front. Halsey in 2. Joel Johnson really starting to show how it was that he won that World Championship event back in 1987 as he gets through into P3, starts to work his way up toward the back of Jay Halsey. P4 is going to be Jack Johnson, Cliff Lett, Rick Velo, Ron Rossetti, Jamie Booth, and of course we know Craig Drescher out of this one. Hirosaka, look at him go out front, works his way over that centre, the hip jump. We're going to still pay our attention, keep focused on this battle for second and third. Halsey, Johnson, Halsey. We'll stay there in the battle for second and third. There's a great battle brewing for fourth and fifth as well. Halsey now starting to have to go defensive. Johnson looks to the inside. So Joel Johnson on Jay Halsey down the back straight. They work their way through turn 1 past the imaginary St Ives tree. It's Team Associated's RC10. It is the Kyosho Ultima in P. Stop it. Stop making me laugh in my head, in my earphone. Still Hirosaka out front. Hopefully he doesn't make a mistake, Andy Cook, and make this a race in 3. Halsey in 2. Joel Johnson in 3. Cliff Lett now recovering to P4, I think that is. He's got Ron Rossetti in P5. We'll still keep our focus really on this battle for second and third because Joel Johnson is looking really strong here. The Kyosho Ultima working nicely on the bumps here at Knox. There were no bumps at St Ives. There's plenty of bumps here today in a very Australian-style racetrack as it was in 1989. Hirosaka, let's check in on him. Still down the back straight, still working his way through some lap traffic now. Gets around Jamie Booth. And Halsey, as we go inside the last minute and a half, a minute 10 to run. Not too many opportunities yet left here for Johnson. Still stalking the back of Halsey. We've got Craig Drescher in behind them, but he's a couple of laps down, having been repaired. It is Cliff Lett who sits back in 4. It's Mike Dunn in 5. The battle that we're all watching still down the back straight now as they work their way into the final minute. 45 seconds left to go here. World Championship reproduction A final number 1. St Ives 1989 here at Knox. Oh, Johnson looks to the inside. Can't get it done. They work their way past Jamie Booth. They just touch. Good sportsmanship. Joel Johnson, well known as a good sport, waits. Lets Halsey go. So Halsey holding the spot. Hirosaka still the lead. 25 seconds to go. There will be one more lap. Gets the job done as I looked away to the screen. So Joel Johnson now to P2. Is there an opportunity for Halsey to get back around in 15 seconds to go as they cross the line? Remember, drivers, it is the new finishing loop now in front of race control. Little mistake from Halsey. Joel Johnson starting to edge away. Hirosaka still, if we turn our attention back to him, the left side jumps. The Team Associated prototype, Masami Hirosaka, did it in 1989. And here at A1 at Knox in 2025, it will be Hirosaka again, driven by Andy Cook, who gets the job done as Joel Johnson, driven by Carter Sims, works his way right through the field, finishing in P2. And Jay Halsey, driven by Scotty Pettit, in P3. Drivers, you will be done as you cross the finish line. We've got Halsey, Hirosaka's done, Dunn is done, Cliff Lett, Jack Johnson, Rick Velo, Ron Rossetti. Thank you so much, drivers. We're going to come and grab a microphone in a moment and chat with some of the drivers on the stream. Fabulous, fabulous performance. Congratulations to the club. We'll do all of this again tomorrow for A2. We'll take a short break now here at the track as we cover some of this action on the stream, do some interviews. We'll give you a heads up when we restart race round number 3. I think it'll be in around 5 or 10 minutes' time. We'll put you back in Mitchell's hands for that. So pay attention to the loudspeakers for race number 3. We'll take a short break.
Oh, cool. Please do. I'll leave my transponder on that.
I hope you enjoyed that at home as much as we did here at the track, that fabulous recreation of the 1989 World Championships. We're not aware of that being done anywhere else in the world. We thought we'll just grab a couple of the drivers for a quick chat. They're getting set for some photos, but I'm going to grab Scotty Pettit here. Mate, whose car did you drive out there?
Mate, I drove Jay Halsey's car. Thing was a weapon, so credit to Jay. Set it up very nicely for me. Thanks, Jay. Appreciate it, buddy. But no, it was a real honour. Had the chance to race shoulder to shoulder with Jay a couple of weeks ago, the vintage race in the US. So real privilege to drive his car, but to be a part of this race and a part of the spectacle that was just put on. So credit to the team here at the Bash. Done an awesome job in putting this on, so fantastic.
And a nice P2 finish, well done.
Yeah, P3.
Oh, P3.
Joel Johnson pit me on the last lap, so have to redeem ourselves with the J car tomorrow.
Well done.
Yeah, thanks, Scotty.
Let's see who else we can chat to. We did chat with Andy Cook a little early, but we'll grab him again.
G'day.
Masami Hirosaka wins A1 here at Knox in 2025.
Yeah, I've heard he's quite a decent driver, Masami. So yeah, it's obviously got the advantage of him qualifying on pole. So I snuck out and tried to do the Masami style proud, I guess, and did a couple of endos. I'm sure I've seen him do that on one of the videos. And yeah, try and make it smooth, a few Masami slides, and good fun.
Nicely done, mate.
Cool. Cheers, Scotty.
We'll keep working our way through here. Mark, whose car did you drive?
I drove the Clifflet Associated. So fantastic, absolutely great experience. A really amazing group of guys to have that run with and recreate some really good racing. Lee Cheeseman with the Dunn car, had a ding-dong battle with him for about 6 laps. Absolutely fantastic. So thanks to Knox and Andy and everyone that's put this together, because this is what racing's about. It's absolutely fantastic. Couldn't speak highly enough. So, and thanks to you guys for covering all this stuff and getting it out there.
Mate, I got to be Eustace Moore for a few minutes and commentate the 89 Worlds. How good?
I think we all got to be people that we wish we were, mate. That was fantastic. So, and having the tie with Associated and driving that car, it's just wonderful. So,
well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers, mate.
I'm going to grab Rory Cole for a quick chat. Rory, have you got any words for Craig Drescher, whose preparation let you down there?
Oh, it's fairly normal with Craig, to be honest. it's happened time and time again, but that was an honour, honestly, to kind of be part of that. That was an absolute honour. So all those guys, they were really good friends, like on the circuit. So yeah, no, it's quite emotional, really.
Yeah. Were you at a disadvantage? You didn't get one of those Associated prototypes to run in that heat. Was that a disadvantage for you?
No, actually, that car was awesome. It's way better than my car. I'm going to kind of go all over it and see what the setup is on that one, because that felt really good. So I think if I hadn't crashed like on about the second lap and the drive shaft hadn't fallen out, I'd have been there or thereabouts.
Tomorrow,
yeah.
Well done, mate.
Thanks.
I'm going to grab Atsushi. I forgot to introduce him at the start of the race. There were so many lists and names and things going on. Mate, tell me about driving this car in that race.
Crazy feeling, because of this cannot be happens normally, but only can happen here. So yeah, the Jack is my mentor, and then I learned from him a lot when I lose his time. And then the car I never drove before. This is GRX Pro, I guess. Car is great with Jack Johnson's body. I just so feel amazing.
In the last hour, you've driven a car from the 1991 final and now from the 1989 final. I mean, that's a pretty cool afternoon, right?
Yeah, definitely, yes. Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you.
I'm going to grab the other man who started on the front row of the grid, Mike Dunn. Mike, you're a little taller these days.
Yeah.
Lee Cheeseman.
It's good looking though.
Tell me about that.
It was a whole lot of fun, Scotty. It really was. It took me half the race to get going, actually used to the car, but then once I got going, it was flawless lines off the straightaway around the tree. Yeah, I was like a magician, just came out of nowhere and took P4 off Mark Rogers, so that was good. How's that? Is that right?
Mate, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it was so much fun though. It was so much fun. I want to do it again, but yeah. Credit to the guys that built the cars. It's just, yeah. Anyone else can have a go. It's great fun.
Yeah, I want to do it tomorrow. Just strap a microphone to my head. I'll go on the driver's stand and I'll drive this one.
Oh, you'll win that for sure. No worries at all, without a doubt. I think I'll get it.
Well done, mate.
A photo. Thanks, mate.
We'll let this guy go and get his photo taken. We'll come over and have a little look at the action. So you saw it right there. It's been an incredible effort. People like Jeff Primer, who built one of the Craig Drescher replica car. Carter Sims built the Kyosho. Andy Cook and Lou Solar have been building the RC10 and the Losi replicas. They've been working on this. They've had this kind of idea in mind for the last 12 months and really worked hard to bring this to life. The plan was to run A1 yesterday. That was interrupted by rain, so it is A1 today. We'll run A2 tomorrow. Some of the same drivers will come back out tomorrow and drive those cars again, and we'll have some different drivers have the opportunity to participate as well. We'll grab a couple of people I didn't get a chance to chat to. Hayden Tasker from New Zealand. Mate, you're a long-time Shoemaker man. How cool to drive the Jamie Booth A final Top Cat there.
Look, I'm kind of buzzing actually, you know. I mean, I was born and bred on a farm in mid-Canterbury, New Zealand, under the hills, kind of isolated, and, you know, I used to get the occasional RC Car Action magazine and read about some of these guys, and this is pretty special. This car had no business getting into the A-main at all. What a guy, what a driver, and you know, it's a very, very special thing for me, and I just can't thank these guys enough. You know, like I'm buzzing. I really am. It's a beautiful thing.
You look like you're buzzing. You know, you're just jumping up and down with joy. No, I'm kidding. Well done, mate. Really well done.
This is kind of as excited as you'll see me. You know.
This is what Hayden Tasker looks like when he's excited, folks. Thanks, mate. Well done.
Thanks, man. You're awesome.
We'll grab Lou Solar for a chat as well. Stand up here with me, Lou. The Ron Rossetti machine. What? I mean, firstly, how cool to pull that off?
It was Cookie's dream, and I honestly didn't think we'd be able to do it, but we made it happen.
Yeah. Why did you choose to drive the Ron Rossetti machine?
Well, I always liked Ron Rossetti's style. Yep. I used to love the long shorts, as you remember. I had some of those Rossetti style shorts.
Where are they?
I could have come through with it, but we have Darren Johnson driving the car later on, and he's promised us some special shorts. So I'm not sure what he's going to. As long as he doesn't go naked, it should be fine. Yeah, so super cool Ron Rossetti. The poor bloke nursed the cold through the whole event. Yeah, he had the flu. He's reached out on the Vintage Bash page. So, Ron, if you checked in, I didn't do your car any favours.
I actually remember him wearing a scarf for a fair bit of that World Championship. He was quite crook, wasn't he?
Flu, yeah, Australian flu. Yeah, maybe he got bitten by a drop bear or something.
Just confirming, I've been telling the folks we're doing this again tomorrow.
Yes.
Some of the same drivers, some different drivers.
We possibly
somewhere.
may do another round at the end of the day today, depending how the weather treats us, and definitely tomorrow with different drivers.
Yep. Beautiful. Congratulations.
Thank you.
A phenomenal thing to pull off. Well done.
Awesome. Thank you. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. It was pretty much fun up there for sure.
Beautiful. Thank you, folks. That is A1 here from Knots and Ives, the World Championships from 1989. We talked in that package there during that race about how some corners of the racetrack here are very reminiscent. In fact, designed after that 1989 World Championship track. That turn 1, turn 2 chicane. You'll remember, if you've seen the footage from '89, there was a tree on the apex of A2. So fantastic to see those cars, Hirosaka, sliding through in the hands of Andy Cook. We're going to take a short break. On the other side of this, we're going to continue with the action here as we go into round 3, two-wheel drive day here at Knox for Vintage Bash 4.0, with thanks to J Concepts.
So out marshalling, we should have Mike Hart, Theodore Theodoro, David Watson, Scotty Giles, Slaver Martin, Michael Johannesson, Michael Blair, Adam Risch, Mark Fishu, Anthony Devith, Paul Shannon, and Jovis. If we can get you guys out to marshal, please. Alrighty guys, we are ready to go racing here. Round number 3. Up first, heat number 1 of 4 for pre-87 two-wheel drive. We got marshals watching your corners, please. Drivers watching your cars. We're going racing on the tone. Final 15 seconds here. 87 heat number 2 drivers, please be ready. You'll be up next. And just a reminder, drivers, the time in line has changed to right in front of race controller here, so keep going until you are called done. So drivers, just a reminder, the timer loop is now over in front of race control. The white line in front of race control is timing loop.
Race number 2, 387, 2 and 4.
Over there and I'm over there, I can't. Yeah, I'm not mastering or anything.
All right, so we get all of our drivers from the previous race out to Marshall, please, or drivers from the previous race out to Marshall. So in this race, race number 2 of 4 for pre-87s. Off 1, we'll have John Perkins. On 2, we'll have Dean. On 3, we'll have Hayden. On 4, we'll have BJ. On 5, Sam. On 6, Aaron. On 7, will be Karen. On 8, will be Dean Evans. On 9, will be Jason Millwood. On 10, will be Hal. On 11, will be Alexander. All right, we've got our marshals making their way out there. We'll get things underway here. Drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corner. Drivers, we're going racing on the sound of the tone.
So we're going to pick up a little of the on-track action here. We're going to follow a lap or two with Dean Evans, just in front of the driver's stand at the moment. The Tamiya Fox, the Nova Fox, but there's been a lot of work done to this, and we spoke with Dean on one of our walkabouts yesterday. You can find that over at RC Race Media on the YouTube or Facebook streams as Evan worked his way down the back straight. It started life as a Tamiya Nova Fox. It's got the Palmer Eagle body shell that was popularised in the late 80s, particularly here in Australia by the likes of Reese Birtles. And then a carbon fibre or a flat chassis plate to make it easy to access all the electronics. There's got loads of work to that car to make it go. It's being stalked there by the team associated RC10 who sits right behind him. That's going to be Queensland's John Perkins in the original 6-gear RC10. So that car, of course, coming out in 1984, winning the World Champs in 1985 in the hands of Jay Halsey, who we saw on track, kind of, just 10 or 15 minutes ago. So it's Perkins in the RC10, landing off the tabletop. They work their way now, they hip jump in the centre. Perkins in the green RC10, Dean in the blue Tamiya Nova Fox. Highly, highly modified car. A little traffic in front of them. Was that BJ going upside down? It was BJ. Don't look at me, BJ. Keep looking at your car. Stop laughing. We're not here for a good time. The beautiful wild one it was of BJ going upside down. He's got some Knight Customs parts on that, a rear engine. He's got the headlights blazing out front, the taillights on the back. He's got an exhaust pipe. He was telling me earlier he was worried when he crashed that the exhaust might snap off. That's him going down the back straight. The Blockhead Motors Tamiya Wild One works through the start-finish line now. Tail lights are on. I hope they're not brake lights, BJ. I don't want you to be driving around with your foot on the brake pedal. Getting a little bit loose out there too as the track continues to dry. Spectacular conditions now in the afternoon. It's bumpy, it's rutted, it's a little loose in spots. Battle for the lead, past race control's gone the other way. Perkins now in the RC10. Out into the lead. Dean Evans sits in the Fox in P2. The last time we got them across the line, if I'm calling things the right way around, I think I am. So it's Perkins in the green, the RC10, the 6-gear, original short arm car. He works the left side of the track onto the back straight now, the dark green, followed by Dean in the Tamiya, the blue, the famous Fox colours, but the Palmer Eagle body shell. All sorts of companies producing option parts, and body shells were one of them back in the day. With people like Palmer, and of course here in this part of the world, the name Frua was synonymous with body shells and wings. It's been a while since we've heard that name. They produce tyres as well, of course. Frua based in New Zealand, but very popular here in Australia as well. The bodies, the wings. Oh, Perkins gets caught up on that wild one, and that lets Dean go get around him in the Fox. We had a great chat with Dean a little bit earlier on the live stream as well. After he ran a Reese Birtles replica RC10 in one of the later classes. We'll see him back out a little bit later on. Those two continue to go out at 30 seconds now as Evans back to the front. Perkins in P2 right in front of the driver's stand. The pair of them. Perkins dives to the inside. Can't get it done. There's a wild one in front of them sideways. There's another car off the track over at the start of the back straight. Let's keep an eye back on that battle for the lead down the back straight. It's still Evans. Perkins ranges up to, looks outside, looks inside. This will be the final lap for these two. They come through an upside down Tamiya Frog in box art colours. The mighty Tamiya Frog was upside down, but the battle for the lead will stick with them. They work their way in front of the driver's stand right now. Evans, it is in 1, Perkins in 2, Tamiya v Associated. We've heard that over the years in all sorts of different categories. Fantastic part of today's action to see all these different cars on the track. Perkins dives to the inside. Evans left the door open. Perkins tried to go the inside, could not get it done. One last opportunity, wall ride for the RC10. The Queenslander and Dean Evans it is who gets this one. Thank you, drivers, you are done. Everyone else, you'll be done as you cross the finish line if you've not already been called done. So Dean Evans holding on ahead of John Perkins there for the win as we continue with round 3 of qualifying. That was race number 2. We'll go straight on into race number 3 in our pre-1987 category.
Nine. Number 9. Get much feedback online from all the fans?
So just a heads up in this race, driver. We're going to go back to the original loop on the back straightaway here, just testing a few things out. So just a heads up, drivers. We're going back to the original loop on the back straightaway, just to test a couple of things out. Just give me 30 seconds here, guys. Alrighty, so we should have all of our marshals out there. We got our drivers ready. Alrighty, so drivers watching your cars. So we're missing a few of our marshals from the last race. We should have 8 marshals out there minimum. Looking for one on corner 4, also one onto the front straight away. Jason Millwood, are you out there? All right. I'll go back there in a second. All right, too easy, mate. Alrighty, guys, we're going to kick things off here. Drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners, going racing on the tone. So out front, we got Mark DeBono leading the way. Anthony Miller in 2. Oh, we got one stuck in the pipe here. Back on the way now. Bill Cara in the 3 spot. Rob in 4. Chris Camilleri in the 5. The Mark DeBono leading the way. Anthony Miller and Bill Cara in a good battle for the 2 spot. Mark DeBono starting to pull that gap on out now. So Mark DeBono continues to lead over Anthony Miller. Chris Camilleri in the 2, Rob in the 3. So we've got Mark DeBono leading the way. Anthony Miller in 2. Chris Camilleri in 3. Dean Baker in the 4. Rob in the 5. Just waiting on a Rob to come across the line. That'll be all drivers done.
I mean, he's been busy and stuff like that. He wants but this is not the big project.
One minute to the start of the race.
All right, once again, just a heads up, drivers are now switching back again here to the loop in front of race control. So drivers on the stand, the white line in front of race control will be our timing loop. Just trying to fix a couple of our transponder issues that we are having here. So just a heads up, we have changed the timing loop to the one just in front of race control here. Should have all of our marshals out there. Thank you guys. Drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the tone.
So we continue with race 4. We're in our pre-1987 category. Going to pick out a couple of cars here in this one. We'll start with Jason Mole, who's out front, working his way down the back straight. Turn 1 now, right past race control, the all black JPS. So Jason Mole it is. He's got Nathan Marsh, I think, right behind him. So we've got one of the original Kyosho Ultimas. I ran one of these cars for a little while in 1987, 88. It might have been 88. And then we've got the 6-gear RC10 of Nathan Marsh right behind him. So that's Jason Mole down the back straight. Both these boys hailing from Brisbane these days, where they're part of the Chargers, burgeoning Chargers vintage scene and their own purpose-built little vintage off-road track. We saw some action up there at the Chargers Vintage Muster a little earlier in the year. That event will run again next year, along with a little special vintage race that might just happen in July. It won't be a big weekend affair, but keep an eye on Chargers RC socials and over on their website, because there's something pretty special we're trying to cook up for July. They don't even know about that yet. I'm just letting them know right now that we're going to cook something special up for July. But it is Jason Mole right here across the start-finish line in the black, almost reminiscent of the John Player special paint scheme from F1 cars of the 80s. Oh, we've got a wheel-driven ride-off one car just as a transmission dies in another. Couple of old Tamiya's Super Champ cars there going by the wayside. So Mole it is, and then we're going to drop back 2 cars from Jason Mole to the Tamiya Hornet. Just starting us way down the back straight now, being driven by Andrew Abbott. And we did chat with Andrew a little earlier after one of his heats. The thing I want to tell you about this Hornet is that whilst it looks like a Hornet from the outside, nothing like a Hornet underneath. So this being built by Andrew as something of a tribute to his own very first car. He had a Tamiya Grasshopper, replaced it with a Hornet. So parts of this car date right back to his first car in the 1980s, the chassis and I think the body shell. You replace that Grasshopper body with a Hornet body. This car's now got trailing arm rear suspension, all sorts of different front suspension geometry, and the whole gearbox is now fixed and fitted to the chassis rather than floating in the style of a Hornet gearbox. So trailing arm, independent rear suspension, oil-filled front shocks, different front suspension arms, all 3D printed parts. The name has escaped me, but he was telling me earlier, picked them up from Vintage Outfitter in Korea, who's gone ahead and 3D printed all these option parts. So what you're seeing out there is a Hornet go about as well as a Hornet probably has ever gone anywhere. Perhaps even a little better than the new Hornet Evos that have been released that we saw out on track here on Thursday. And what you're seeing as a result is Andrew Abbott in a Tamiya Hornet chasing down Nathan Marsh in a Team Associated RC10. This is not something we saw at the World Champs in 1985 as Halsey ran away out front. And look at that Hornet, the way it's working nicely through the bumps. You can see those trailing arm rear suspension components soaking up the bumps, particularly that ripple section that's starting to evolve right in front of the driver's stand at the moment. We'll see. We'll stick on Abbott for a minute and see whether he can get up to the back of Nathan Marsh as we start what will be the final lap for these two. Marshy's just got a little bit of space now, a little bit of breathing room. A Kyosho Tomahawk in between the pair of them as Abbott looks for one last opportunity. Jason Mole continues out front. Oh, Andrew Abbott closing nicely. We're half a lap left to go. Can the Tamiya Hornet do anything about the Team Associated RC10 of Nathan Marsh? They work the jumps to the left side of the track. There's just a couple more corners to go. Remember, it is in front of race control now, not the back straight. So continue on around the next couple of corners. You finish as you cross race control. The system will call you done. Marshy hangs on. Andrew Abbott. I think Jason Mole might have stopped early there in that one. So Mitch did give that announcement at the start of the race. We're having to just switch between some different transponder issues at the moment. So it was Marshy in the end who got around Jason Mole. I don't think anyone's too worried about that. And that Hornet, the Tamiya Hornet of Andrew Abbott. We did an interview and a little chat with Andrew and had a look at that car a little earlier in the day on the live stream. Some of you might have been with us earlier this morning when we did that. We continue now into race number 5. We get into the next era of our action, the pre-1989 cars. moment of change. Yeah, no. All right, we're getting set to go into race number 5. Drivers, you can make your way around to the grid. We'll get our marshals out. So we're into the pre-1989 era. And folks, I want to invite you, if you're trackside, to come out for this one because there's something very, very special about to happen on the racetrack right now. This was not planned, but I've just been given the heads up. So if you're in the pits, come on out. Rory Cull is driving his actual car, his actual RC10 from the 1987 World Championships over in the UK. Rory got into that event it's RC10. He's going to be starting out of, it's being called, is it Aaron Defina? We'll let you know which car it is. I can't see the cars from here, but I think Rory's starting kind of in the midfield somewhere, but we'll call that as we get this race underway. So Rory driving his, he's up there, his actual 1987 World Championships RC10. We've had a little look at it over there. It's got the Reedy Silver Dot motor, the actual motor from that World Championships, blessed by the very hands of Mike Reedy himself. So we'll pick that car up as we get this race underway.
All right, so the grid for this race, in 1 will be Lucas, in 2 will be Wayne, in 3 will be Grant, in 4 will be Glenn, in 5 will be Devon, in 6 will be Heath, in 7 will be Aaron, I think driven by Rory, in 8 will be Michael Blair, in 9 will be Darren, in 10 will be Bill Cara, and in 11 will be Jensen Spencer.
Drivers, watch your cars. So we're looking for the Rory Cull machine. He's right here, the car number 5. It's yellow and red. Rory said he's not going to race hard. He's just going to kind of cruise around and stay out of trouble. But you know, once a racer, always a racer. So as I was saying, this car number 5, he goes straight to second position now in front of the driver's stand. But we know he's not going to want to get into any wheel-to-wheel battles. He's rebuilt this car. He went back to the UK recently, brought this back with him from the UK here to his home in Australia, and has picked up a few re-release parts just to freshen the car up a little bit. Some suspension arm parts, original body. He's getting in a bit of trouble down the back straight. We don't want to break that car. The Reedy Silver Dot motor. So he's just here in front of race control now. Car number 5, driven by Rory Cull. We just saw Rory out on track driving the Craig Drescher car in that 89 Worlds revival. Rory 3 times a World Championship A finalist himself during that period, including here in four-wheel drive in 1989 in Sydney. But a fantastic experience to kind of drag that car back from the UK to put some new parts on it. I think he said some new shock absorbers and new suspension arms. That's about it. The rest of the car, the original 6-gear RC10, looks like he's having some glitching trouble down the back straight. So who's on channel 28? Rory Cull, a little bit of trouble as he works. Look at it, it's beautiful. And that is the kind of car that was fast enough to be in an A final in 1987. That championship, of course, won by Joel Johnson. We heard a little bit of that story earlier on. The Kyosho sweeping 1, 2 and 3. And Masami Hirosaka winning 4-wheel drive over there in Romsey in the UK. 1987 we're talking. Yeah, so the story that we heard from Rory a little earlier is that after that World Championship event, the car came off the track. His mum took the body shell, wrapped it up, put it away, and so that actual body shell has sat up in the attic at the Cull household over in the UK, only to be brought to Australia recently and just having its first run on a racetrack since 1987. Incredible history right here in front of us. And I'm pretty sure there'll be a little smile on Rory's face as he wheels that thing around and remembers just how bad cars handled in 1987, no matter what we might think about how good they were. No, that's not fair. So that's been Rory. We've followed him along for a little bit. Let's see what else is happening out on the racetrack. Glenn Grinter it is out front. Devon Middleditch, Jeno Spencer. Jeno, another one who was at that 1987 World Championship. So we might pick up with Jeno. He's just working his way to the start of the back straight now, the blue and yellow machine, the gold wheels. So Jeno travelled over to the UK, and we follow along with him on screen now for those watching. Jensen Spencer travelled over to the UK in 1987 as a young fella, 14, 15 years old, something like that. went to the World Championships. He'd only started racing a couple of years before that here at Keilor, actually in Victoria, was where he did lots of his early racing. He's now a resident up in Queensland. And we talked a little earlier about how Jeno has just come back and raced the World Championships in 2025, 38 years after that first trip. So it's pretty cool to have two drivers in this race who were over in Romsey in 1987. Jeno running a car that he's built up as a replica of the car he ran at that World Championship event. It's probably not the exact body shell. He's got another body that's a replica paint job from over there, but this car pretty similar to what Jeno ran. So we've enjoyed following Rory Cole and Jensen Spencer, two drivers who featured in the 1987 Worlds, running, in Rory's case, an actual car from that event. The most cool thing about it, I think, the Mike Reedy Silver Dot modified motor in the back of that car. The motor blessed by the hands of the god of RC motors right through the 80s and 90s. Mike Reedy himself would have provided and trued and prepared that motor for Rory back in those days. We're getting pretty deep into this one inside the last minute. This is race number 5, so race 6 will be up next. We've got Glenn Grinter out front. Let's see if we can find Glenn. He's just right here in front of race control. We pick up the yellow and blue. Driving with a crystal-based radio, I'm hearing. Yes, look at the aerial, the big fishing rod. In fact, is that even Glenn on the driver's stand? It is? Oh, yeah. I was just a bit kind of... So we are, where are we? I've lost track of him now. Works the left side jump. So Glenn Grinter, the Losi JRX2. One of the things I want to point out about this car that I particularly appreciate is the sticker on the side of the body shell, Zigzag. Famous Australian model shop in that period. The Zigzag Hobbies, or Zigzag was Mr. Toys, was it? I can't even remember the details. Only that every cool car in the 80s had a Zigzag sticker on it. I wanted one, I never had one. So it's pretty cool to see the old Zigzag name and sticker running around with Glenn Grinter. As time expires, drivers, you'll be done as you cross the line. Remember, we're using the loop right here in front of race control, not on the back straight. So keep coming past race control, the big white line, and pull in here as you wrap up this one. So I think it is Glenn Grinter who'll take the win this time around, but a pretty cool race to follow. Rory Cole and Jensen Spencer as well in this one. I think that's just about everyone across the line. It is. Thank you, drivers. We can have you out to Marshall. Andrew Abbott walks past still smiling from that Tamiya Hornet. What was it, a Hornet? Is it a Grasshopper? Who knows? Thank you, drivers. We'll have you out to Marshall, and we'll have our drivers for race number 6 up on the driver's stand as we continue to work our way through round 3 here on Two-Wheel Drive Day at the 2025 Vintage Bash VB 4.0. We've just had a very short dog bone handed in here at race control, so if you've got a car that takes very short dog bones and you've lost one of those very short dog bones, yeah, pins are at 90 degrees. If you can come here and prove that it's yours by showing me a car without a dog bone. Here it is. There it is. We've relocated the home. Oh, we've also got a driver figure that got handed in earlier. And a blue spring. Wow, if you've lost a blue spring or a driver figure and a blue spring, you can come see us at Race Control. Looks like a front spring, I reckon, maybe. And a little driver figure with an orange helmet who's got the steering wheel in his hands. All right. Where's my marshals out in the middle? Looking for marshals out in the middle. Drivers from that last race. There is no reason to leave the compound. We don't have time to go chasing marshals.
All right, so drivers, the order will be Justin on 1, Jason on 2, Michael on 3, Christian on 4, Paul Mansell on 5, Daryl on 6, Mark on 7, Chris Marshall on the 8, Peter on 9, John Perkins on 10, and Christopher on 11. All righty, we got our drivers ready. We got our marshals ready. Drivers, watching your cars, going racing on the tone.
Little quick event debrief there with Rory Cole, who described those 1985 Team Associated tyres as, how will I put this politely, not very good, which is why we saw him spinning sideways down the back straight in that previous heat as he wheeled that 1987 Vintage Worlds RC10 fresh from the track over there in the UK. We'll get everyone across the line here. Oh, we've lost a wheel in front of the driver's stand. Oh, no. Oh, we've got the wheel nut and the wheel. We'll see whether we can get that back together again. So stay up on the driver's stand. You can see if we can get that back going for you. All right. Let's see what we've got happening here. Chris Marshall out in front. John Perkins following along behind. I think that was Perkins going tumbling off that single, left side single it was. So Marshall now opening up a little bit of a lead. We talked about Chris earlier in the day, driving the JRX2, a couple times won Australian Championships. We will just follow Chris for a lap or so, but we did cover off on this car a little earlier in the day. So we're on screen with him at the moment. Short wheelbase JRX2, short front shocks, 5-link rear suspension. Recognisable body paint scheme that Chris used to run, variations of that back in the day as well. Nice to see Marshall out here. Let me just see if we can spot someone else to follow along with. Let me find a cool car that we can follow along with. So we're picking up another one of the JRX2s. This time one running without a wing. Speak English, Scott. So we're working our way down the back straight. We'll get the car number as we get across the line. I'll tell you a little bit about who it is. Oh, gets sideways through that kink onto the back straight. Just missing that downforce or stabilising drag from the rear wing. That is car number 6. So that's going to be Mark Christensen driving that one. What looks like, from where I sit, a very original Losi JRX2. Kind of similar colours to the original box art. And those very cool orange spoked rims that were so much a part of the history of this car when it first came out. Of course, later on, everyone seems to have standardised on dish rims, but in this era, the spoked rims were the thing to do, and Losi released that car with those spoked rims. Let's see who else we can find. What was special about spoked rims compared to dish rims is they looked cool. There was no functional benefit for the spoked rims, but they looked cool. And it is to my sadness that we've gone to a stage where almost everyone runs dished wheels. They're a little bit lighter, they're a little bit stiffer, they're a little bit more aero, all of those boring reasons. But it's nice to see that JRX2 running the spoked rims. I'm going to see if we can pick up a Kyosho Ultima here at the start-finish line. Car number 10, the green machine. So we'll pick him up on camera as he works his way through the centre of the racetrack. Michael Voigt running that one of the Kyosho re-release versions of the Ultima from the last few years. We talked just a little while ago about how Kyosho swept the 1987 Worlds. I'm going to embarrass myself now because I've forgotten the names of the 3 drivers. It was Joel Johnson, Katsunori Kondo was there as well. And then a fellow American whose name's escaped me. Someone's going to be screaming at their computer saying, Scott, how can you not remember a podium from the 87 Worlds? Get in the comments and tell me who it was that rounded out the podium. Chris Moore. Thank you, Andy. Andy Cook's come running to save me from myself. Aaron was telling me. Chris Moore TQ'd. I'm getting a blow-by-blow here of the 1987 Worlds. More information than we ever thought we needed to know. Wait, Mike Christensen came 4th, and Mark Christensen, I think it is, that is driving this car that we're looking at. How about that? So Mike Christensen in 1987 at the Worlds finished 4th in 4-wheel drive in an MIP converted RC10. 4th in 2-wheel drive. 4th in 2-wheel drive in an MIP trailing arm RC10. I think I've got it now. And Mark Christensen is driving a Kyosho Ultima re-release here at Knox some 38 years later. Is there any serendipity in that? Who knows? But we're following along with Mark down the back straight. Kyosho, one of the companies that do absolutely fabulous reproduction cars. The Ultima series, the Mid-Optima series, earlier the Optima and the Salute and the all of those kinds of wonderful cars from the 80s. Most recently, the Optima Mid Custom Special that at Sushihara will be wheeling tomorrow. We're done with time, so as you finish, drivers, you will be done as you cross the line, so don't go for another lap. Pull in as you cross the start-finish line. That is the end of race number 6 as we continue through two-wheel drive round 3. I still have a blue front spring and a little orange helmeted driver figure. The finishing line is here in front of race control. It is not the back straight. Remember, we've changed. Just have to pay attention to us because we're having to bounce around to resolve some transponder issues.
Well, that handled a lot better than last time.
Tomorrow won't be an issue. Oh yeah, it's got pumps. So most of the cars will be done. Even though it's at the back, I think that's what we did with Bordeaux's car.
So a little bit of information for all of you who are in the pits running Tub RC10s today. So if you're running a Tub RC10, just listen up for a moment. We're having some transponder loop issues, and it seems to be worse with the Tub RC10. So if you're able to mount your transponder, the suggestion here is up on top of the gearbox brace. I know that sounds a little counterproductive, but up high at the back of the car where the transponder's not trying to fight its way, the signal not trying to fight its way through the tub itself. That's the suggestion that's been tried by a couple of drivers and seems to be working. So if you're running a Tub RC10, we're having some trouble with transponders for you. If you can relocate your transponder up high on top of the gearbox brace at the back of the car, up above the motor, we seem to be having a little better success with that. I'm going to go back to Mitch. I've lost track of where we're up to. We'll get this race underway.
So yeah, once again, just a reminder, drivers, we are now using the timer loop in front of race control here, the white painted timer loop just in front of race control.
To the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
Alright, so the order, once again, drivers will be Connor on 1, Chris on 2, Adrian on 3, Gino on 4, Kim on 5, Matthew on 6, Chris K on 7, Chris Schoenfish on 8, Michael on 9, Dean on 10, Jay in 11, and Daryl on 12. We shouldn't be missing marshals out there, guys. We should have all of our drivers in the previous race out marshalling. We had 10 drivers in the last one. We're looking for one in the middle still. What number marshal is that one? Michael, vote. All right. Oh, we're looking better now. Alrighty, so drivers are watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the tone. Big crash. They made their way through past turn 1. Everyone off and running now.
I want to pick up a very cool car that I just spied out of the corner of my eye. He's heading down the back straights, I think. now. The second of the two, the blue car. Just turning through turn 1 here, we'll get you a name in a moment. It's car number 9. That is being driven by Dean Kaufman. Of course it's being driven by Dean Kaufman. The Kyosho Raider. So Kyosho releasing this car, the Raider, at around the same time as the four-wheel drive car, the Kyosho Rocky, in that around that kind of 85, 86, 87. Lou Solar's going to come running and slap me because I've got that wrong as well. But they were kind of cousins, the Rocky and the Raider. The Rocky, the four-wheel drive version, we'll probably see a couple of those getting around tomorrow. I know Lou's been running his Kyosho Raider, his two-wheel drive car, earlier today. And this is it here, the blue car, car number 9, Dean Kaufman, driving it as we work our way. Oh, he gets a little sideways off that tabletop. Big wheel spin to get going again. Fabulous to see these cars getting around. I know in my own racing journey there was one of these in our family for a little while, a Kyosho Raider. I think the box art might have been red if I remember, maybe not. But certainly Dean Kaufman's blue example looking pretty good out there. Nice to see a car like a Kyosho Raider as well as all of the more competition-oriented kinds of cars we're seeing. Let's see if we can pick up someone else. Our race leader gets across the line, car number 6, Michael Harlow it is. So Michael Harlow, very famous name as well in the sport in Australia, running as high as World Championship level racing in the late 80s and into the early 90s. In the all blue, so left side of the racetrack, over the double. Final turn now. So Michael running the Losi JRX2. He's running a car in the next age category as well. But running up, I can't remember the number, but quite high up in the field at St Ives in the World Championship. Then Michael Geddes, now Michael Harlow. And continues to run all sorts of cars here. I think he's running a Shoemaker in the later age category. And this short wheelbase Losi JRX2 here in the pre-89 category. Nice to see Michael Harlow. And I just caught up over in the pits a few minutes ago with Brett Willoughby, another of his contemporaries from that period of time. A Shoemaker driver back in the day. Well, did all sorts of things. And Brett saw a little bit of the coverage from the World Championships a couple of weeks ago, heard about the bash, and has come out to say g'day. Or, as I say that, Harlow slowing down. And did I see smoke escaping from that little Silvercan 540? I don't know. Does that smell hot? There's no motive there, that's for sure. So yeah, caught up with Brett just a minute ago. He's still wearing his 1980s Performance Hobby Supplies t-shirt. Still fits it as we go on board with the mighty Tamiya Hornet working left side of the racetrack. And you'll see the difference between this one and the highly modified example of Andrew Abbott we saw just a couple of races ago. This is the very standard Tamiya Hornet. Can't get the power down, can't get traction. Struggles over the bumps. Gets rounded up down the back straight. We'll see. Let's just give him a little bit more love. We'll check who's driving this one as we get our Tamiya Hornet. Oh, almost set across the line and he went sideways. Would have been Darrell. Let's see who else we can pick up for the last couple of minutes of this one. If we drop back one more car, we'll pick up another version of the Kyosho Ultima here right in front of the driver's stand. Just struggling a little bit through the bumps there. So many different versions of the Ultima. Starting out with the alloy monocoque chassis and then later versions moving on to double deck and single deck flat chassis, carbon and fiberglass and so on. As we work our way down the back straight. This car number 12, he was a little late getting out on the racetrack. So that's Darrell Ford. Darrell late to start this one. I'm not sure if it was a scheduling issue or they couldn't get the car started, but joined in a little bit late. But nice to see Darrell getting the chance to have a run with the Kyosho Ultima as we continue here in the pre-89 category. That is time, drivers. You'll be done as you cross the line. So as you cross the line, you are done. And you can pull in. So all drivers finishing as you cross the line. Don't go for another lap, please. Don't go for another lap. Just cross the line and pull up. Beautiful, thank you very much. Look at that lovely Shell RC10, the number 11. Kim Slate. That wraps us with race number 7. We continue into race number 8 and we move our way now into the 89 to 93 category. The later cars, the performance envelope increases. We'll see some of those world's replica prototypes. We'll see Cougar 2s, we'll see Losi Pro SEs all over the next 15 minutes or so. 5. I think there were 5 heats of this category, the biggest category in the event today. Around to the race. Grid them up, please, drivers. Grid them up.
Awesome. Yeah. Made the whole race. So.
All right, so all drivers making your way to the grids, please. All drivers making your way to the grids. All right, we should have all of our marshals out there. So this race, we should have David Hurst on 1, Matteo on 2, Jeff Primer on 3, Darren Johnson on 4, Andrew Abbott on 5, Dean on 6, Simon Healy on 7, Justin on 8, BJ on 9, Tyson on 10, RJ on 11, and Stuart on 12. Looking better on marshals. Thank you very much, guys. Drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the Tone. And away we go, led around by David Hurst. Matteo looking up the inside earlier. We have Jeff Primer, though, also going up the inside as well. Everyone working their way around into the tabletops on their first laps around here. Round number 3 on track. Heat number 1 of 5 for 89 to 93. Oh. Simon Healy straight up to the lead. Andrew to the 2 spot. Justin into 3. So top 3 is broken away from the rest of the field. Simon Healy, Andrew Abbott, Justin in the 3. Working their way down the back straight away. Good battle going on between Andrew and Justin. Those two working their way through the step on, step off. Into the hip jump, onto the front straight away, allowing Simon Healy to run away a little bit out there. As they work their way to the tabletops. So Simon Healy over Andrew Abbott, Justin in the 3. Oh, Justin and Andrew both getting into it out there at the moment. Final 30 seconds left on track. Simon Healy leading the way. Andrew Abbott in 2. Jeff Primer in the 3. Justin Vergunst in the 4. David Hurst in 5. Across the line, you'll be done. Once again, a reminder that the Timer Loop Live is the one in front of me here at next to race control. Just waiting on Jeff Primer and Dean still live out there. Jeff Primer and Dean still live. Justine still live out there. It looks like we'll be all done then. All right, so thank you, drivers. Drivers making your way off the driver's stand and out to Marshall, please. Off the driver's stand and out to Marshall, please, drivers. All right, so up in this race, in the 1 spot will be Chris. In 2 will be Rob. In 3 will be Carter Sims. In 4 will be Mark DeBono. In 5 will be Peter D. In 6 will be Hayden. In 7 will be Jeremy. In 8 will be Peter. In 9 it will be Robbie. In 10 will be Andrew Cook. In 11 will be Louis Sola. In 12 will be Norisan. Got all of our marshals out there. Thank you very much, marshals. We need one more over there. What number is that, buddy? 5. All right, we've got our marshals ready now. Thank you, marshals. Drivers watching your cars. Marshals watching your corners. Drivers, we're going racing on the tone. And away we go. Everyone underway here. Everyone working their way around on their first laps here. On track, we got race number 9. Heat number 2 of 5 for 89 to 93. So you got Carter Sims out front, Chris in 2, Jeremy in 3, Hayden in 4, Mark DeBono in the 5. So Carter Sims leading the way. Chris in the 2 spot. Andrew Cook has now worked his way up to P3. Hayden in the 4 spot. Jeremy in 5. Whoa! So our front, we still got Carter Sims leading the way. Chris in the 2 spot. Jeremy Williams in 3. Hayden Tasker in the 4. Andrew Cook rounding out your top 5. Hayden and Andrew Cook currently battling it out there in 4th and 5th. Andrew Cook now bumping up to the 3 spot. We jump on board now with Andrew Cook. Quite literally on board with the live stream with an onboard camera. So Cookie working his way around down the back straightaway. Andrew Cook currently sitting in P3. We follow on board with him working his way towards the tabletop. Final 30 seconds left on the clock. Cookie with Carter Sims right hot on his heels. Oh, Carter goes for a bit of a roll there. So we'll get a bit of our action shot going here as Andrew Cook starts to close in on another car in front. Oh, car in front goes for a roll. And once again, just a reminder, drivers, time and loop is in front of race control. Keep going all the way to race control. So Carter Sims taking that one. Chris in 2. Andrew Cook in 3. Jeremy Williams in 4. Hayden Tasker rounding out the top 5. All right, thank you very much, drivers. Drivers making your way off the stand and out to Marshall, please. Up next will be heat number 3 of 89 to 93.
You're coming back from the, yeah, I know, after you, you're miles back.
Got back, cleaned myself up, got back.
Drivers making your way to the grids, please, or drivers making your way to the grids. So the order will be Kane on 1, Mark Rogers on 2, Matthew on 3, John on 4, David Boland on 5, Anthony Miller on 6, Adam Rich on 7, Luke Button in the 8, Jason Millward on the 9, Jensen Spencer on 10, and Chris rounding out the field.
1 minute to the start of the race.
All right, we should have all of our marshals out there. All right, we're looking pretty good. Drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. Yeah, Jenno, you're meant to be up there. Jenno's coming. Luckily, he shaved his head off, so that way he can run a little bit quicker to get up on the stand. Look at him, he just peers up there. Alrighty, so we are good to go. Racing car. Is your car turned on, Jenno? Good. Jenno, you'll be in a 10. All the way down the order. Alrighty, drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. We go racing on the sound of the tone. Fairly clean start out here for our heat 3 of 5, 89 to 93 two-wheel drives. So I'll have Mark Rogers straight to the lead. Jenno has worked his way up to P2. So out front we got Mark Rogers leading the way, Jenno in 2, Matthew Oxford in 3, Luke Button on 4, Chris in the 5 spot. Good battle coming across the line there, Matthew, Luke and Chris all battling it out. Caution on back straight. That'll be all clear now. So we still got Mark Rogers leading the way. Jensen Spencer in 2, Luke Button in the 3. Chris in 4. Those two battling it out. 3rd and 4th, Luke Button and Chris. Only separated by 5 tenths of a second last time around as they work their way to the line here. Coming down the back straightaway, 2.5 minutes left on the clock. They cross over the line. Chris now up to the 3 spot. Luke Button in 4. We follow on board with both Luke Button and Chris, currently sitting in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Good battle going on between those two as they work their way down the back straight. Chris in the 3 spot, Luke in 4. Last time by separated by 8 tenths of a second. This time by gap grows a little bit bigger, it'll grow even bigger next time as Luke goes for a bit of a roll. Mark Rogers continues to lead over Jensen Spencer. 6-second gap in it between those two. Chris in the 3. Luke Button in 4. Adam Rich in 5. Chris putting down his best lap that time around at 27.8. 45 seconds left on the clock. Mark Rogers working his way around in the lead here. 8 seconds in hand over Geno. So Mark Rogers starting to close in a bit of traffic here. Final 10 seconds left to go. Mark Rogers looking to get another lap in here. So he works his way over the line. Will sneak through for another lap. Geno likely won't. He's about 9 seconds behind. So we fall on board here with Mark Rogers on his final lap around. Working his way through a bit of traffic out there at the moment over the roller. Into the tabletops. Got this one all sewn up here. A lap in hand over Geno. Chris started to close right in at the end there on Geno. It was tight between the two of them. Luke Button coming home in P4. Mark Rogers finishing up with a win. 800ths of a second in it between Geno and Chris at the line. Geno just getting it over Chris. They dove to the line right in the final lap around. So Mark Rogers does take the win in that one. Heat number 3 of 5 for 89 to 93 tool drives. Race number 10. Race number 11 about to go on track.
Race number 11, 89 to 93, 4 and 5.
All right, so our order for this race. Race number 11 will be Dean Evans in 1. Ray Monday not here in the 2. Jeff Kirby will be in 3. Ashley Kerwood in the 4. Gavin in 5. Atsushi Hara in 6. Devon in 7. Daniel Gilchrist in the 8. Rory Cole in 9. Ashley Cobble in 10. Neil Kovacs in 11. Chris in the 12 spot. All right, looks like we're all ready to go. Thank you very much, marshals, drivers, watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the Tone. So out front, we got Atsushi Hara leading the way. Ashley Cobble in 2. Devon in 3. Dean Evans in 4. Jeff Kirby in 5. Atsushi Hara already starting to pull a bit of a gap out there. Starts to slow it on down. He's looking for a race in this one. Ashley Cobble now closing on in. So down the back straight away here with it, Ashley Cobble and Atsushi Hara. Coming to the timer loop now. Across the line there, Hara, Cobble, Devon Middleditch. That's your top 3 through the hip jump. Hara just cruising. Hara, I can put you a lap down if you want a real challenge. So battle on. Oh, we got a battery coming out of that car, I think. Yeah, I think that car might have this battery coming out. So we got Tsushihara leading the way. Ashley Cobble in 2. Now we'll have Jeff Kirby up to 3. Jeff Kirby's been flying out there in this race. See how Jeff can go closing in on this battle just in front of him. 2 minutes 15 down. We've got 2:45 to go. It's Tsushihara in 1, Ashley Cobble in 2, Jeff Kirby in 3. Ashley Kerwood in the 4, Dean Evans in the 5. Hara still leads over Cobble. Kirby in the 3. Kirby has been closing in on this battle for a while. He's there now. So top 3 drivers down the front straight away. Over the roller. Under pressure now from behind will be Ashley Cobble. Through the tabletops. Oh, issues there. That was Kirby going for a roll off of the tabletops. Was the quickest. Oh, caution back straight away. Hara going for a big roll there. So a big break now for Ashley Cobble as we watch a replay of Hara tumbling down the back straight away. So Cobble now to the lead over at Tsushihara with Jeff Kirby right there as well. We'll see if Hara can close back in on Ashley Cobble. Cobble working his way down onto the back straight away. Hara last time by 4 seconds behind. So a big gap, big opportunity here for Ashley Cobble. 27.6 that time for Ashley Cobble at Tsushihara, putting down a hot lap of their race there at 26.4. So our 3 leaders working their way through the front straight. Coming to the tabletop sections. Ashley Cobble starting to come back under pressure now. Hara just finding a heap of pace in that last lap. Starts to push, has a challenge on his hands. We're less than a minute on the clock now. Cobble, Hara. Around over the tabletop. Cobble now with pressure on hand. Here is Hara right under his rear wing. So they work their way to the tabletops. A little bit of traffic to navigate as well. Over the tabletops they go. Hara right on the tail of Ashley Cobble. Down the back straight away. Side by side as they hit the back straight. Now Ashley still holding the top spot with 35 seconds left on the clock. They should sneak one more lap in here. Jeff Kirby still holding the 3. He's a couple of seconds behind. He might just sneak through for another one. Oh, they're both in the pipe. Hara is caught up here. Jeff Kirby right there as well. So we got a 3-way fight with 15 seconds left on the clock now. Into the tabletop. It'll be tight if they make the extra lap. Timer ticking on down. Oh, caution back straight. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Both drivers making it through for another lap here. So Hara and Cobble both making it through. Ashley Kerwood stealing 3rd place there at the line. So the battle on hand down through the front straight. Hara trying to build that gap on up over Ashley Cobble through the tabletops they go. Onto the back straight away here with that Tsushihara. Down the back straight away. In cruise control through the final corner here. Oh, the wrong line at Sushi. All right, that will be all drivers done. That will be all drivers done. So Ashley Cobble taking a win there in the end. At Tsushihara coming home in 2nd, finishing at the wrong timing loop. We have been changing a few times. All right, so we'll get our cars onto the grids. Please drive some previous heat. Making your way out to Marshall, we'll have Howe in 1, Paul Sims in 2, Carlo in 3, Alvin in 4, Glenn Grinter in 5, Steve in 6, Michael Hollow in 7, Greg Brooks in 8, Brent in 9, Cam Sortel in 10, Sean in 11, and Ryan rounding out the 12-car field.
crashed once. It'd be like a corn. I'm having fun. Right.
1 minute to the start of the race.
We're missing a few of our marshals on the front straight area. We should have all of our marshals out there. We did have a couple missing from that last race. Could do with a couple of volunteers on the front straightaway here, guys. If we can get a couple of volunteers quickly out to the front straightaway. If we can get a couple of volunteers to the front straight, please. Drivers currently in the pits. Drivers in the pits. We need a couple of volunteers out there to help us out for this one. Thank you, Cutter. Could do with one more also at the end of the front straight. All right, we should be able to sneak away with this. Alrighty, drivers. Alrighty, drivers, watching your cars. Marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. So underway here with Hal leading the way. Everyone working their way through the tabletops.
First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh.
So a minute down in this one, 4 minutes left to go. Hal leading from the first lap around. Second lap comes in here. Hal still leading the way. Paul Simpson 2. Glenn Grinter up to the 3 spot. Going for a roll there on P4 will be Cam Sotell. All right, we're going to throw it on down to Scotty Guy with another special chat here with another special guest. Take it away, Scotty.
We're here with Mr. Jun Watanabe, all the way from Japan. Welcome back to Australia.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm very glad to come back here. Yeah, very good.
This is the second time you've been to the Vintage Bash. What do you like about this?
Yeah, so I came last year, the Vintage Bash 3, so I really enjoyed and I made the Australian friend here.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited to meet again. Yeah. So this time the event more bigger than before.
Yeah.
So
more friends.
I'm very more friends. More friends that I made. I can make it. Yeah, they're very good. Yeah.
Tell me about the work you do with Tamiya. You design some of the cars, the Wild One, the Hotshot 2.
yes.
Tell me about that.
Yes. So the first one I designed the Hornet by Jun Watanabe is a polka dots air in 2012 or 13. Yeah, long time ago. So after that I started the Brocket Motors. It's it's the for to enjoy the vintage, especially the Tamiya for me. So I started the Brocket Motors, and I am designer, and I made the decals and the apron and the T-shirt, and and so after that I designed the Wild One. Wild One, Brocket Motors, and Hotshot 2, the Brocket Motors I designed.
How much do you enjoy seeing other people drive the cars that you've designed? Is it fun to see other people enjoy those cars?
Yes, it's the same. I'm enjoying the cars and also Yeah, I like the design for the how to they enjoy. So that I'm thinking always. Yeah, I like.
So you're a designer, that's what you do. Tell me about the philosophy of your design. It's bright colours, it's colourful, it's happy, it's cheerful. That's what you try and do in the design work that you do?
It depends. The Hornet by Jun Watanabe is so I also the before that I designed the sneaker shoes.
Yes.
Yeah. And also that I got inspired the shape, the shoe shape and the body shape is the same. I thought so. I tried the same the color. And I tried the same color, the sneaker and the cars. Yes. But the Brocket Motors is that I got inspired the vintage real race, the 70s, 80s in the US or So I got inspired from the real cars. Yes, real car race. Yes.
Are there any new projects that you're working on? Anything you can tell us that's coming?
I want to. so everyone asked me that when is the release the next Brocket Motors with Tamiya? I don't know, but I hoped. I hope to show to everyone new, great, beautiful cars. Yeah, I hope.
When you go back home to Japan, do you have any more events this year? Any big RC events or with Tamiya that you're doing this year?
Yes, the end of November. So we are planning with Tamiya, and that event is the RC festival, the outdoor festival.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's the enjoying the RC cars with the camping and walking. Yeah, we say the RC walking.
Yeah.
The walking.
With the car.
Yeah, with the car. Yeah. So in the great nature.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like Australian.
I think we should run one of those outdoor festivals here in Australia. Imagine we have beautiful outdoors.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah. So I love Australia. Yeah. So the beautiful place, the mountain, the great nature. Yeah. So I hope in Australia.
Let me invite you in Japanese to say hello to any friends who might be watching back home. So send a message back home and we'd invite you to speak Japanese.
Japanese? 日本のOK 日本の皆さん楽しんでます。すごくヴィンテージバッシュやっぱり2回目ですけどすごい盛り上がってるんであとなんかねみんな主催の人たちはね日本の人にもっと来てほしいって言ってます。
One last question. Tell me what cars you've brought to drive this weekend. So what are the cars that you're driving? Your own cars.
Today? Today I tried the Super Astute, but when I drive the second qualifies, I have the bit problem in the gearbox. It's a bit noisy and fix. So now we are fixing.
Okay.
Yeah. So I try to the final. Yeah.
And what about tomorrow? What will you drive tomorrow?
Top Force Evo.
Top Force Evo. Nice.
The best.
This is Jun Watanabe. Delightful to have you here. Welcome back to Australia.
Thank
you. We
you.
hope you see you for many years to come. This is Jun. We'll go back out on track with Mitch. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. I'm so excited. Thank you.
Thank you, folks.
Marshall's watching your corners, going racing on the sound of the tone. Oh, caution the timing loop here. Everyone underway. Heat number 1 of 3 for 94 to 2002 will drives. Tim will lead them away. Simon Healy would be in tow. Simon being quick all day today. Everyone working their way down the back straightaway except for Simon Healy, who's checked out early in this one. After that, we will have coming across the line, Scott in the 2 spot, Connor in 3, Anton 4. So we got Simon Healy leading the way, Scott, in the 2 spot. Connor Deventh in the 3, Brett Todman in the 4, and Howard in the 5. Two and a half down, 2.5 to go. Simon Healy leading the way. Scott Petit in the 3. Connor Deventh in the 3 spot. Sorry, Scott in the 2 spot. Final 2 minutes left to go. Caution at the end of the back straight. Caution end of the back straight. So Simon Healy leading the way. Scott Pettit in the 2. Brett Todman in 3. Greg Collins in 4. Ryan Bradshaw in 5. Simon Healy running away with this one. Scott Pettit in the 2 spot, working his way to the line there. So just a reminder, drivers, timer loop is just in front of race control here, so keep going all the way to past race control. Simon Healy taking a win on that one, 10 seconds over the field there. Scott Petit in the 2. Brett Todman in 3, Ryan Bradshaw in 4, and Howard rounding out your top 5. Drivers making your way off the stand and out to Marshall, please. Drivers making your way off the stand and out to Marshall.
What you got to do is that's just rolling back, half throttle. Right? Now let's go 3/4 throttle.
Race number 14, 94-00, 2023. Sean Bradshaw.
Straight to the grids, please, guys. Straight into the grids, please. So drivers, the order will be Dave Bradshaw, Stephen Peckham on the 2, Sean on 3, Dom Blackman on 4, Lee Cheeseman on 5, Michael Voigt on 6, Jeff Primer on 7, Joel Bradshaw on 8, Hayden Tasker on 9, Nathan Marsh on 10, Chris on 11, and Brendan Solar on 12. Right, we've got all of our marshals out there. Thank you very much, guys. Drivers watching your cars. Marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the Tone. Oh, chaos at the loop here. Caution at the loop. Caution at the loop. Clear now.
So we are deep into round 3 here on two-wheel drive day. We're going to continue straight into round 4 at the conclusion of this. So one more race after this one to wrap up round 3. And then after race 15, we will go straight on into round 4, trying to get through as quickly as we can. So if we look what's happening out on track here, Hayden Tasker it is, the Kiwi Shoemaker aficionado. He's gone to the front. Dave Bradshaw's there, Brendan Solar. Running the TLR, Lee Cheeseman, he'll be running a TLR. Jeff Primer's not too far back, he'll also likely be running a TLR. Sean Leggett's there, Don Blackman, Chris Vaudier, Joel Bradshaw, Michael Vogt, Steve Peckham, Nathan Marsh not starting this one. So it's Tasker. Oh, he started, but he broke. Short-lived race for Nathan Marsh. So Solar, I think it was, in the TLR, the Losi getting around the outside of Tasker there as they got to the start-finish line to start lap number 4. Lee Cheeseman's right with them. We'll follow our leaders for a couple of laps. We're down at the back straightaway at the moment. Solar out front. He's just working his way up onto the back of what looks like the mighty Chidori. Could it be? Could it be a Chidori, a rare sighting of the Chidori Wonder Machine right there in front of the driver's stand? We'll just check who that is next time across the line. But Solar and Tasker continuing to be the ones battling for the lead in this particular race. It's round 3, 4 rounds of racing today. Reedy style, heads up. No qualifying. Rotating grids all through the day. Solar has been strong today. Tasker likewise. I think it's Joel Bradshaw that I was looking at a minute ago running what looks to my eyes like a Chidori. It might not be, I might have that wrong. But that's the car I'm looking at in front of the driver's stand now, the copper and green budget two-wheel drive racer that came out, I don't even know when, obviously in this era, early 90s. There's still a few of them getting around. I've seen a couple in the pits today, but not super common. Just some big fans of the Chidori brand here in Victoria. Where did he go? Here he is, car number 8. Copper and green body shell. So race leader works his way into the centre hip jump. Running the Losi double X. I think that might be him going upside down. I think it is. Is it? No. Yes, I think it was. So that could let Tasker get back to the front in the Cougar 2000. That'll be the 93 spec, 95 spec. Anyone out there in the pits has one of those little handheld blowers or a small battery or powered fan, but particularly a handheld blower. Can we borrow that to race control as soon as you're able, please, just for a few minutes? Just need to do some cooling of a computer down here. So if you've got a handheld blower in the pits and can help us with that, bring that up to race control as soon as you're able. That would be so much appreciated. Thank you, we've got one. Wonderful, what a crew. What a team the vintage community is, just like that. We go back on track because we've got a little battle brewing here with 40 seconds to go. Tasker through the hip jump in the centre now to the front of the driver's stand. The red and I think they got one. I think we're good for the blowers. We've had 2 offered already. Thank you so much. It's got a little computer overheating issue that we're wrestling with down here. Where are we? 20 seconds to go. Going to find our leaders. And here's Solar, who's gotten back to the front last time around in the double X over Tasker in the Cougar 2000. Cheeseman still sits in P3. He's not too far back of those two. Jeff Primer a little further away in 4. Primer in the centre part of the track right now and in front of the driver's stand. One of the great names of the sport here in Australia is Primer. Jeff's won plenty of races himself. Chris, and then the Lawson part of the Primer extended family, multi times. Thank you, drivers. As you cross the line, you are done. Sorry, I got distracted talking about the great Jeff Primer and forgot that the race was over. As you cross the line, you will be done. Solar getting there ahead of Cheeseman, Primer, Tasker, Vortier. Waiting for a couple of cars to finish. Just Hayden Tasker. Where did Hayden go? Oh, ran into trouble late. Thank you, drivers. Straight out to Marshall if you can.
So all drivers from previous race should be out to Marshall. What? Yep, all good. So the order should be, on 1 will be Mike Hart, on 2 will be Theodore, on 3 will be David Watson, on 4 will be Scotty Giles, on 5 will be Slavin, in 6 will be Michael, on 7 will be Michael Blair, on 8 will be Adam Rich, on 9 will be Mark Fisher, on 10 will be Anthony, on 11 will be Paul Shannon, on 12 will be Jovis. All right. We're looking set to go here. Thank you, marshals. Thank you, drivers. Drivers watching your cars. Marshals watching your corners. Going racing on the sound of the tone. And we are off and running. Everyone working their way around, first laps around here. Final race of the heat. Scotty Giles straight to the top of the order. David Watson in 2. Adam Rich in the 3 spot. Michael in 4. Anthony in 5. Slavin in the 6 spot. Mike Fisher in 7. Michael Blair in the 10 spot. Theodore in the 11. Scotty Giles making a bit of a gap out there already over David Watson. Adam Rich in the 3 spot. Good battle going on between David Watson and Adam Rich. Anthony Devonth not too far behind as well. Those 3 going down the front straight away over the roller. So Scotty Giles leading the way over David Watson. David Watson still holding on to that 2 spot. Anthony Devon getting it wrong over that tabletop. Gap between Scotty Giles and David Watson is 9.9 seconds. After that, Anthony Devon's only a couple of seconds behind. Those 2 working their way down the front straight away. Over the roller into the tabletops now with 2nd and 3rd. So Scotty Giles continues to lead out there over Anthony Devon. David Watson in 3. All right, we're going to throw it on over to Scotty Guy for another interview.
Something a little bit different now. We're coming to you live from the studio here at the Vintage Bash 4.0, and I've got a very special guest with me in the studio. I was about to say your name, but why don't you introduce yourself? Greg, tell us who you are.
Gregory Collings from Performance Hobby Supplies.
Oh.
Back since late 70s.
How long has it been since you introduced yourself as Gregory Collings from Performance Hobby Supplies?
Got out of it in 1995.
Okay.
And so it would have been 92, 93.
Let's go right back to the start. We've got enough time to have a chat. We'll keep one eye on what's happening on the track here. But tell me how RC started for you. We'll get into Performance Hobby Supplies a little bit, but what about your own story?
Used to love V8 supercars. Went down to Sandown one day and somebody put a leaflet under the windscreen of my car.
Okay.
Ever raced a Porsche? Like to drive one? $5.
Wow.
Sounded like good value. So I headed down to Formula 12 Raceways in Springvale, and it was a guy called Brian Green.
Yep.
And Brian Green had an indoor racetrack,
Okay.
and he'd set up all the tracks with steering wheels and standing up with throttle and brake.
Wow.
On an indoor racetrack.
Wow.
And that was a buzz.
Yeah.
And then after I did that for the day, not realising it wasn't a real car until I got there, the team...
Nobody's letting you drive a Porsche for $5, even at that time.
Yeah, well now I get them for free, which is good. The guy, after we raced and after we'd shut down, because they were hire cars, out came team cars.
Okay.
And the guys had associated cars with 6-cell batteries.
Yep.
And they were just ballistic. And I wanted one of them.
So we're talking, what, a 12E, or is it earlier than that? We're nerding out on 12 scale here, folks.
Yeah, we're talking 76, 77.
Okay. Yeah. So solid rear axle, no differential.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And you really fell in love with 12 scale, right?
Loved it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about that. You know, what were some of the cars that you raced? Through that period, the late 70s, the early 80s. 12
we would
scale was
race temporary tracks, setting it up on bitumen car parks. Old fire hoses from the fire brigades and nail them into the bitumen. and then we approached Chadstone Shopping Centre back then with the bowling club downstairs. And they had an area close to McDonald's that we weren't using and offered us free use of that. So we painted down the Tamir track, which was a track that was varied in shape and you could change the way you were going. And we raced there for years and years.
That's here in Melbourne.
Correct.
That we're talking about.
Chadstone Shopping Centre on Dandenong Road. Not realising it's in the same rain belt as Baronia Knox.
I wonder how many clubs all around the world copied those Tamiya tracks. They were a bit iconic, really. The Tamiya layouts, and lots of clubs copied them.
Yeah, it did. And that was, every weekend, Sundays was my race day.
Yep.
And I loved it.
You obviously at some point that got to be pretty competitive for you. You travelled a bit. You're racing at nationals around the country. You're racing against Australian legends like Craig Bowring and Barry Corf and Jonathan Borthwick and these kinds of legendary names. So tell me about a couple of race meetings that you remember. Travelling.
Lots of local meets. The biggest thing for me was we went to the Worlds in
what year?
82, I think.
Okay.
So
the US?
the one. US. In the car park at Anaheim.
Okay.
In Disneyland car park.
Yep.
And the track in the States was massive. Like the straight was twice the length of anything we've ever seen.
Yep.
And they had motorhomes and motor zappers and all sorts of things we'd never heard of. And the Aussie team, we just weren't competitive.
Yep.
But we learnt so much there. Thinking we'd be competitive in stock.
Yep.
But modified, they blew us away. And stock, they blew us away by more.
What a wonderful opportunity that RC gives us to travel the world, to go to events like that, and to, as you say, to learn some things and bring those lessons back home here. Amazing.
The camaraderie was brilliant. It wasn't really political. It was just a lot of fun.
Yep.
Not unlike Vintage Bash, because it was early days.
Yep.
I remember Rob Lowe, National Marketing Manager for Volvo Australia. Rob came down to Melbourne and raced, and then we went all to the Worlds together. Colin Greninger was there, Jonathan Borthwick and some of those guys. And we were just the Aussie team versus the world. And when we came back and went to the Nationals in Sydney in Australia, I think the 8 guys that went to the Worlds finished 1-8.
Yeah.
So it was a lot of fun.
Kind of how it is.
Yeah.
We're chatting with Gregory Collings. We're starting off with a little conversation about Twelskull from right back in the day. As racing continues out on track, we're into round 4. It's race number 1. People like Andrew Abbott in this one, Mark DeBono, Nathan Marsh, Brett Todman out in front. We'll keep an eye on the racetrack as we continue to chat. Gregory, you're just telling me about some of the other Twelskull cars that you raced, the Shoemakers, the Lexan car that preceded the C car, then the C car. Tell me a little bit about some of those favourite cars that you recall.
I loved the way the Shoemakers were engineered. Beautiful to work on.
Yep.
Everything fitted perfectly. It was really fun dealing with Shoemaker. And there were some local guys too. A guy by the name of Rod Connon.
Yep.
Rod Connon came up with one of the best inventions I've ever seen, a fading brake. So as you would brake, we used to push back on the transmitter to brake.
Yep.
You'd push back, and sometimes most people would overbrake.
Okay.
So the fading brake was depending on the speed you had. So if you were fast, you get a lot of brake.
Okay.
But if you were going into a corner quite slow, it wouldn't work. It would just
Wow.
fade away, and you couldn't actually fade to a stop. So you never overbroke.
Wow.
And you could adjust the amount of fading brake. And he made that speed controller, and we ran that for years. And then we met the guy from Purge,
Noel Lavisa.
Noel Lavisa.
Yep.
And then Noel came along and invented his speed controller, which was
Yep.
more efficient.
Yep.
And then we designed and helped him with the programmable one, which I still have one here.
You do. You have a Purge here.
Yeah.
The Purge. I mean, that was a famous chapter, wasn't it? So I want to go back to that speed control for a second. We're electronic speed controls?
Yep.
Or, yeah, so that would have been pretty early in the development of electronic speed controls.
It might have been a relay speed controller at that
Yeah,
point,
yeah.
but the fading brake ability.
Yep.
Rod Connon lived in Greensboro in Melbourne.
Yep.
Haven't heard of him for years.
Yep.
But that technology, and when we talked to Noel, he said he
Yeah,
could
yeah.
adapt that quite easily and made it adjustable in the electronic versions.
There's been such an extraordinary line of kind of smart people in the sport in Australia over the years, and that probably don't get, known around the world, so to speak. But
Yeah.
people like that, and Noel, and
Yeah.
Purge Force, and we've been looking at some of the cars that are here this weekend. Been worked on by people like RPM Engineering and Pit Stop, and some of those early off-road cars.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about, away from the racetrack, you start to develop performance hobby supplies. So tell me about the origins of that and how that, I guess, retail and distribution, kind of how that developed for you.
The hobby for me was my Sundays. Wasn't a money-making process. It was just an enjoyment process. I was in the jewellery trade and used to travel Australia with precious stones, diamonds and things on. And I got to the point where I was going through Blacktown, Windsor, Marylands, Parramatta, Liverpool and Cabramatta and all those areas with a lot of stock value for a company. And it wasn't insured unless it was taken from my possession.
Okay.
And there were a few scary things that happened. And I thought, you know what? I'm married now. I've got a baby coming. I don't know that I want to be away with a high-risk situation back then. So I decided to make the hobbies make money for me.
The business.
So I got out of the jewellery trade and started importing and distributing around Australia to all the hobby shops, all the parts. And as I met drivers that showed potential, I'd offer them sponsorship and assist them.
Yep.
Some drivers didn't pay for anything, and some drivers paid cost, and some drivers paid too little. But loved it, loved doing it, and it made money, and I travelled the world and enjoyed it, and had a bunch of friends. We dominated for a long time in on-road, and then it developed and moved into off-road as off-road became bigger.
So we'll come back to some of the drivers in a minute, but tell me about some of the brands. You were just saying before that Deans was one of the brands, and there was actually a person called Deans, which is the origin of. So tell me about the Deans kind of story.
At the Worlds, I met Bill Deans, who
Bill Deans.
designed, and William, I think his first name was, but we called him Bill. He designed the Deans plug, and it was
This is
the best.
that original 4-pin kind of.
Just two positive, negative, under pressure.
Yep.
And I approached Bill. He gave me exclusive distribution for Deans, and that was one of the most successful products I've ever had. When I got out of the hobby, I still thought about keeping those Deans plugs. But he was lovely to deal with. A really nice company, very small company, a little tiny factory in a little back place in Anaheim. And I met Twister Motors, and they were fantastic to deal with. And Craig Bowring introduced me to Twister. So we used to buy the armatures and all the cans and assemble the motors here. We'd buy them built in from him, and then buy in parts and build them here too. So that was a fun time.
Amazing. I mean, like two of those iconic brands that you've just named in Deans. That's a story I've never heard before. I didn't know there was William Deans. I didn't even know where the name came from. And of course, Twister motors were so famous right around the world.
Well, Twister was very small when I met him. But Craig was working for Twister, and that was just a great relationship. That worked really, really well. And then I met other people. I used to bring in Tekin and deal with Tekin, and he was a very unusual character. And then when Noel Lavisa and Tekin met together, then obviously Tekin took over and bought out Noel.
Yeah. So that is the story, isn't it? Noel Lavisa developed the Purge range of speed controls here in Australia, and then famously went off to Tekin, developed, I think it was the 410K was the first one that they released together, with the keypad and the tunes that it played when you started it up.
Yeah, well,
was it the tunes from
it was actually,
Close Encounters?
Even
maybe?
Before Tekin refined it, Noel had a version of it that we're running here.
He did.
So he was just a very, very energetic and enthusiastic guy that wanted to develop the technology and brilliant at it. I believe he's at Townsville University now in science or something.
Okay. I was going to say, I thought I heard a story that he got poached by a car company to go and work on the earliest iterations of electric car controllers and things.
Wouldn't surprise me. Very, very good.
I don't know who told me that story. I might have just made that up. So if I did, there you go, telling lies.
Yeah.
After a time, by the time we were into that mid to late 80s, off-road starts to explode here and 12 scale starts to fade a little bit. What is that? What drew you across to off-road in terms of your team and getting some drivers on that side of the hobby?
I met a guy called Todd Cameron. Todd Cameron was not disabled, but he had a problem, and not a lot of people could help him with it. He has to have injections, and he was very young, really, really young guy. And he wanted to become a doctor and wanted to be able to treat what he had for younger people growing up, and that happened. And Dr. Todd Cameron, if you're out there, to Dottie.
Well done to you.
He was actually the person that came to me, and we approached the Templestowe Council to build the Templestowe track. We had the off-road club down there first, and then I wanted an on-road, so they built a driver's stand and put an off-road on one side and on-road on the other. And when the
that's
on-road
the same
faded,
spot where the Templestowe on-road club still is today.
And when the on-road faded away, when the off-road faded away, then the on-road took over the whole complex. And the Templestowe Council were brilliant with everything.
Let's talk about some of the drivers that you worked with. And I guess because we're here at the off-road track, I'm interested in particularly the off-road drivers. But there are so many famous names who passed through the team. Reflect for me on some of the drivers that you worked with in that era.
We travelled a lot, went to all the state titles, so we'd meet people all around Australia. At one stage, I think I had 72 drivers driving for me. And we dominated at a state level, and we'd come to the nationals, and I'd hire the big pit boxes, and everybody had uniforms, and it just grew. And the way we did it back then, it was a real race of batteries. I used to computer match the batteries ourselves. So we would buy the batteries in bulk, match them, and I would keep the best 3 batteries for the best driver qualified the A final. We all ran the same type of battery setup. And if you made the A, I had the batteries. If you didn't, then they got shitty that they didn't have good batteries and might not get their race. But it was a very, very competitive area and very expensive to get the batteries.
We're going picture in picture here, folks, so you can keep an eye on what's happening out on the racetrack as we continue chatting here with Gregory Collings of Performance Hobby Supplies. Dean Evans running out in front in this one. Dean's an Australian but has spent some time over in New Zealand. Yuzo Furadate, Dean Baker, Marianne Zita, Kane Hendy are there, all out there in this one. We continue with our pre-1987 category. There's a Tamiya lunchbox I just saw whip past race control here in front of the driver's stand. Those early 6-gear RC10s continuing to run around. Gregory, one of the things that I observed in that period that was the ferocious rivalry between New South Wales and Victoria. We were the Queenslanders, we're the outsiders, we just rocked up and nobody really worried too much about us. But there was this ferocious rivalry, wasn't there, between the Melbourne, the drivers of, I'm thinking about Reece Birtles, Davey Crowe, Michael Chard, those kinds of drivers down here, and then your Darren Campbell, Greg Brooks, Rick Bartolozzi, those kinds of drivers in. Do you recall that being a pretty fierce rivalry?
It was an enjoyable rivalry. It wasn't aggressive. Rick Bartolozzi, one of my best drivers. Rick and I are still friends. Don't speak often enough, but we had a chat 2 weeks ago. We used to love coming up to New South Wales because really, on-road back then, Dawn Trading was the distributor. And Ian Bannister, every time I went to Sydney, for the old diamond company that I worked for, I would land at Botany and go and see Dawn Trading. And, you know, the relationship with Associated and getting the cars and talking with that and giving it to the drivers with the new stuff, very, very enjoyable times. And we still got all the guys, Darren Campbell, even though he wasn't driving for me, great relationship. You know, we were friends and it didn't matter where we went, everybody. And we'd loan parts out, they'd loan parts. It was just a very, very good thing.
That's not how I remember it. I remember it being ferocious. I have to ask you about the iconic jacket, the Performance Hobby Supplies jacket. It was dark blue, light blue and white, wasn't it? And everyone who didn't have one wanted one. Where did that come from? And you talked earlier about having the uniforms and, you know, wanting to be a part of a team, so to speak.
Brett Willoughby was here today with one of the first shirts. And I haven't seen one of those for years. The jackets was just to get something nice. There was a company in Melbourne that I went to, which was a promotional jacket from another company, and I read the tag, and it was in Melbourne. I went down and saw them, and they were very, very well priced. I think it was $70, and they designed it and built it for us. And there's a few people here that are shitty with me because they didn't get one.
I never got one. No.
But it just brought everybody together. Some of the guys have still got them.
They are a prized possession, aren't they? There was a similar, the Losi jacket of that era was similarly prized for those that drove for Team Losi. You did a little bit of off-road racing yourself. One of my memories is going head-to-head with you in the truck final at the New South Wales Championships in Newcastle. Do you remember that one on the side of the velodrome? 1992 was the era. The little track on the outside banking of a velodrome, and you and I qualified first and second in stadium truck. That's the way I remember it.
I have no recollection of it.
Trust me, it's true.
I know that
I hated you for years.
I used to enjoy the trucks. Because they were easy to drive. And it didn't matter what you went over. And probably I should have raced trucks this weekend, but it would have been rained out, so I'm glad I didn't. And at 69 years old, I don't think I'm going to be competitive in it. But truck racing was a lot of fun. Individual race meetings, I remember the ones that were spectacular. But
tell me one or two that you remember that were spectacular.
We used to deal with Hobby Habit in South Australia. And Diane and Keith were the proprietors. We had a great relationship with them. And they bought and stocked all of my products. So when they wanted me to turn up for a race meeting, I was there. And I even stayed with them in their house. We went out for an on-road 10-scale meeting, and it was the state titles. And when some things go right and nothing goes wrong, it was just that sort of weekend. I TQ'd, won the first 2A finals, and looked like winning the third. Rick Bartolozzi came up to me and said, "You've won it. I'm out. I can't win. I can't match your pace. Can I borrow a motor?" And I said, "Well, yeah." I won't say who he was driving with, but it was a T and it had a big Goliath on it. And I gave Rick the motor out of the second final. And Rick put it in his car, all excited. And I said, "I'm still going to try and beat you, but you've got the gearing and everything." We accelerated on the line and everybody went forward except for Rick Bartolozzi, who went backwards. Because the motor on his car rounded on the left-hand side and had to be reverse winded, and he forgot. So he was very disappointed. And up until 2 weeks ago, he'd forgotten that story, and I reminded him of it. But that was the best and most successful personal meeting for me. And the team was there, and I've got photos and everything. But you know, just I prefer the track, the on-road, because when the traction's on, everything's working. The dirt and the dust of this, it's fun. I mean, I'm enjoying it, but I haven't got any tools, and I'm borrowing Lou Solar, and Lou's been the legend that's prepped a car for me, and I'm enjoying racing, and I'm enjoying seeing the people. But and it doesn't care if I win or lose. It's I got knocked out in the last race and broke something, and I had the best race of my time here. You know?
We'll come back to that in a moment. We continue to pay a little bit of attention to what's happening out on track. You can see that on the screen. We'll go picture in picture for a little bit. So we're in race number 3 now of our 4th and final round of two-wheel drive for the day. Karen Murray starting off the front row in this one with John Perkins. Looks like Perkins has gone to the lead as I look sideways out the corner here from the booth. Mark Watton's in this one, Bill Cara, those incredible creations that he's responsible for. Michael Bodnar, who perhaps owns more vintage cars than anyone else on the planet, an extraordinary collection. Gregory, so you're back here. You're back at a racetrack. It's. I remember you popped in a couple of years ago when I was here for Bash 2. You popped in and had a little look around, and are you enjoying being back?
The answer is yes. I don't know that I'd go to club days, and the work and the effort is just not worth it at this stage. I enjoyed the bash. I came 2 years ago as Lou asked me to come and drive, and I enjoyed that. The atmosphere was great. It was a good event. Last year I came and had a drive for the first time, and I can still drive, so I thought, why not? I'll come back this year. I started, the last event I went to was the World Championships in Electric Flight in Wangaratta.
Yeah, right.
Cough button, sorry. The Wangaratta event, I went up there, I had the computer match batteries, was using it in the planes, I made the motors for the planes, some of them. And that was the last weekend I had, and then I opened a computer shop in November of 95.
Okay.
And in April of 2025, I sold it.
Okay.
And now I've got nothing to do, I'm retired. So I figured, why not come back and have a little bit of time.
So there's a couple of things that you just said then, which reminded me that I meant to ask you about, motors and battery preparation and so on, and that getting hands-on with that kind of technology as opposed to just bringing things in and selling them, matching batteries. I remember queues at your hotel room door of drivers waiting to get motors kind of prepared the night before a race meeting. How much fun was it to be hands-on with the tools?
I loved it. The dynos, the equipment, the first dynos we had were built and designed in Melbourne.
Yep.
And guys that are into engineering helped me make it. But when we went to the States and saw what they had at the Worlds, then I bought one and used to race. The battery, Progressive, I try to struggle to remember the name of the company, but it was in Florida. And I think it was Progressive somebody that made the matching machines. So I bought one of those. And consequently, fantastic. Thank you. We just matched hundreds and hundreds of batteries. I will tell you a very, very funny story about batteries.
All right, I'm going to let you have a drink of water. I'll just update everyone what's happening on track while you grab a drink. So we are in race number 3, round number 4 of two-wheel drive action here at the Vintage Bash in Knox in Melbourne, eastern suburbs of Australia. In this one, John Perkins out front, well out in front of Mark Watton, who sits, it's a good margin back from him, about 13 seconds from Perkins back to Watton. Bill Cara, who is famous for, and as I look out the window, I see Bill running up over that centre hip jump in another one of his incredible creations. There are cars here that are vintage because they're old. There are cars here that are vintage reproductions. Bill has applied his imagination to build the kinds of cars that used to be scratch built 30, 40 years ago. So not everyone ran cars straight out of the box. That is part of the vintage spirit, if you like. And Bill Cara, as I look at him run down the back straight, one of those who runs these incredible creations that brings his imagination to bear. We're chatting with Gregory Collings, Performance Hobby Supplies. Gregory, you just promised me a good story about batteries and matched batteries. Tell me a story.
I don't think a lot of people will know this, but back then in the day it was subseas, and all batteries had a code, and the code I remember was SG. The code
SG, that's my initials.
Yeah. Well, that was the best date. The batteries had a code for the year and a code for the month. So A being January and the year 7. We wouldn't know, but nobody carried stock of batteries effectively. The orders would come in and Sanyo would build the amount of quantity for the orders they had. So people would put in their orders, you wait 3 months because you weren't air shipping them, you were sea freighting them. And we'd get the batteries, they'd get sent to the States first. The States would match them, and then we'd see the ones that come out really high. For a long time, we didn't know whether it was humidity or climate or temperature or density that made the best cells, but you would see a bunch of cells that was a great date code. And if you could buy those, you're laughing. So one particular time, I was at the battery company, Progressive something, I can't remember their name, and he said to me, if you ever get any SG cells, he said, they're the ones. So I rang up the Australian distributor. The Australian distributor was Master Instruments. And I said, you got any batteries in stock? 2,000 milliamp hours. Yep. Can you tell me the date code? What's the date code? A little number on the side. What is it? I said, SG. I said, SGs. I said, really? I said, how many you got? He said, heaps. And I said, how many's heaps? And he said, we got heaps.
This is fabulous.
I said, all right. I said, work me out a price. He said, what do you want? Now, I used to buy, I think it was 500 a box. I might buy 2,000 or 3,000. I said, how many have you got? And he said, whatever you want. I said, give me a good price. And he gave me the price. And I said, if you can sharpen it up, I'll buy the lot. And he did. So I bought the entire lot. And I rang the people in the States. And I said, how many SGs you want? He said, whatever you got. And I said, I got 20,000 of them or something like that. And he said, you kidding me? He said, no. He said, I'll organise the shipping, we'll air freight them. And he freighted them over there, and he matched them all because it was bloody lot of work, and I only had one machine.
Yep.
But he got them all, and the condition was that he wouldn't sell me the best 20 packs, but he said, I'll give you some out of the top grade.
Yep.
And that's what we used at the next Nationals. But and he paid me a great price, and then obviously you can sell those cells for anything.
Yep.
And then Master Instruments rang me about 3 months later and said, we've just got a new stock of the new batteries. And I said, don't want anything. So it wasn't a great time for them, but it was just an opportune at the right time, and it was good for us and good for them.
There was so much going on in that era, wasn't there, in particularly the world of batteries. I mean, that was really the competitive edge through that era, where we were all struggling for runtime and performance. And I had dinner with Atsushi a couple of years ago and asked him about batteries in that era, and the who controlled who had access to what batteries was really important.
Yeah.
And you've already spoken about holding the best 3 packs for whichever of your drivers top qualified. There was so much of that going on.
We used to match, club racing didn't matter, but effectively if you went to a Nationals, you'd probably have 8 or 10 battery packs, and they rated, and you'd rate them before you go, so you knew what they were. We would finish the race, the first race of the day, the first heats. You'd come in after the race. If you dropped out and you didn't finish in time, you finished maybe 10 seconds, 15 seconds short, the next battery pack would probably give you that. So you were geared okay. But if you won that next race and you ran, we would take the battery off and discharge it. Say there's another 3 or 4 seconds in that, and you'd gear for the next battery. And the last battery was your best one. And that's how important it was, because a lot of people would go flat on the last lap and you just wind them down. So getting the good cells, knowing how good they were, rematching them, pain in the ass. But it was worth the effort.
I'm laughing on the inside. Actually, I'm crying on the inside, because I got within half a lap of top qualifying in Nationals and my battery went flat. And now I'm going...
That wasn't a Performance Hobbies battery.
It wasn't an SG cell from Performance Hobbies. Damn it. Incredible. Tell me a little bit about motors. I think you said earlier you did wind some of your own as well, but Twister was the brand.
The brand Bullet we wound ourselves.
Oh yes,
and that was all because I met a guy that came out from England, a guy by the name of Martin Wyatt, and I still speak to Martin regularly. Martin was in the car game, and he used to know how to wind motors. So I bought the motors from Mike Walker from Twister as blanks, and then Martin would wind them, and we'd wind, doubles, triples and singles. He hated the singles because it used to hurt his thumbs a lot bending them, but you learnt a lot about it because we'd build the motors, dyno the motors, put the good ones away for Nationals, and race the others. Something that you did that I didn't know, everybody wanted RPM, everybody wanted to just go for how much grunt can I get and gearing, and that was fine. But I met a guy called Phil Connolly once when I was getting out of radio controlled, and Phil Connolly came to my house and he said, I believe you're the motor guru, and he bought me a motor and he said, can you test it for me? And I tuned it for him, and I said what RPM do you want? And he said, I don't care. He said, I just want efficiency. Don't care about RPM, don't care about torque, just give me efficiency. So I went through and I found old motors that we weren't using, 22, 23 turns, 24 turns. And nobody wanted them in car racing because we were all running 13 triples and stuff. And we tested motors and we got an 84% efficient motor. And he used it in pylon racing, which is a 5-minute timed race. And he said, I'll prop to get whatever the power I want, and torque's better than revs. So he propped to use that. So when we top qualified and won the Nationals at the Velodrome, everybody's running 14 turns and run out of batteries. We're running a 26 turn, and we could have gone another 5 laps, and nobody could match our speed. And that all came because of the flight. It was hard to get off the line, but once it was rolling,
once it was good.
And we used to put foam on our trigger, and you'd pull the trigger to full, and it would rest on the foam. And you could still go extra, but we used to win the race on about 3/4 throttle. And if you had to pass somebody or you were behind, you could pull up behind them, squeeze the foam, and you'd be gone. Then you could back off. So fun times.
Incredible stories here with Gregory Collings, Performance Hobby Supplies. We'll just check in on what's happening out on the racetrack. We're in heat number 4 now in this final round of two-wheel drive day here at the Vintage Bash. We've got Carlo Regini out there, Rob, Jeremiah, James Knight, Custom Creations, incredible things. He's with Dave Boland's out there. We've spoken with he and Chris Boland about some of the extraordinary creations they've run across the weekend. We'll wrap up this chat in a moment. Gregory, tell me what car are you running today?
I'm running a car that Rob Wyatt owned. Rob doesn't race anymore, and he loaned it to me. Losi JR XX.
X2.
X2. Yeah, I forget the models.
You just added all of the codes ever from every Losi car ever. A JRXX X2, folks.
It's after the trailing arm one because I ran that last year, and this is the
the JRX Pro sort of. Yeah. Have you been enjoying it? You've been enjoying
Loving
driving
it? Yeah, the car handles great. Everything's on me.
Yep. Last question for you. You've talked about a whole bunch of people, but I'm wondering if there are people who across your career, both as a driver but also in the business, that you just want to, kind of shout out to, say thanks to, kind of, who you've really loved working with over the years. Who are some of those people?
Rick Bartolozzi was easy to work with.
Yep.
Michael Geddes. Great. The Sydney guys. There's people that I forget the guy that went out on his own afterwards. He used to run for me and then left. And then Andrew Bolton. That were the times that we enjoyed, where everybody was together.
Yep.
And some of the guys went their own way and developed their own little businesses. Craig Bowring. There was a very, very quick, interesting story of Craig. Craig was running a Shoemaker for me.
Yep.
And he top
We're
qualified.
talking 12 scale here, right?
Yeah.
So the Shoemaker C car probably.
No, it might have been
or earlier than that.
No, I think it was a Cat.
Okay. Off-road. Yeah, he did.
And and he raced a Cat. He top qualified, and it was the Nationals. We're sitting on the starting grid. Now I've got the battery for everybody. Everybody shared. My car's going. I think I qualified 5th. Just wasn't on pace.
Yep.
And again, it wasn't the car. It was me.
Yeah.
We're sitting there. Craig's car's about to start. We're 10-second countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and Craig car's just blows up.
Oh no!
Smoke on the grid. He's out of it. Sitting around walking. So I thought, I want Shoemaker to win.
Yeah.
So I gave him my car, and he drove my car, and he still won.
I have heard that story before, and Craig Bowring, well known as one of the very few people who could drive a short wheelbase Shoemaker Cat, perhaps along with others who race 12 scale like yourself. We'll try and catch. I think he'll be around tomorrow, won't he, Craig? So we'll try and catch him for a little chat if we can. But otherwise, join me at Action RC over the summer. We'll try and chat to some of these gentlemen over the summer and do some podcasts with them. Thank you so much for joining me in the studio, for being here. Making me cry about those SG batteries that I never got access to.
I might have some here I could give you.
It's far too late for me. Gregory Collings from Performance Hobby Supplies, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We'll go back to Mitch and follow the on-track action as we continue with round 4 of two-wheel drive here. We're deep in the afternoon. There's lots of good stuff ahead of us. After the racing finishes, we're going to do our parade. There's probably maybe another round of that 1989 reproduction from the World Championships. And, of course, finishing the day with our extraordinary concours. A whole bunch of cars, 400-something cars will be lining the tracks here this afternoon. So all of that lies in front of us. This has been a chat with Gregory Collings here in the studio at the J Concepts Vintage Bash 4.0. We'll head back over to Mitch. We'll pick up with him, and then we'll get some on-track action going as the sun starts to sink towards the horizon here at Knox. Back to Mitch.
And we are on track here with heat number 1 of 3, pre-89 two-wheel drive. Kim leading us away here for our final round of racing here in our two-wheel drive segment. Coming across the line there, Gino leading the way, Michael Holo in the 2 spot as they work their way through the hip jump. First and second together on track down the front straight away. Gino over Michael. Gino been putting so much work into getting this track prepped. Out on track at the moment, down the back straight away. coming to the timing line here. That time around a 27-1. A good lap there for Gino. Tries to start pulling a gap over Michael Harlow. So our leaders working their way down the back straight away. Gino leading the way. Michael in 2, Chris in 3, Glenn Grinter in 4. Gaps between first and second. Gino in 1. 1.3 seconds back will be Michael in 2. So out front, Michael Harlow leading the way. Gino in 2, Chris in 3. Gino and Chris together on track. 7/10 to a second, separating them last time by. Less than 2 minutes to go. Michael Harlow leading the way. Gino in 2. Chris Marshall in 3. So we got Michael Harlow leading this one. Crossing the line and you'll be done. Michael Harlow taking the win in our first of 3 heats of pre-89. Final round of the day. Glenn Grinter coming home in P4. Chris Marshall coming home in second. That looks to be all drivers done.
Yeah, I stole a heap of ideas off Louis for it.
Yeah, well, he's got
Up next, race number 6. 389 to WD 203.
All right, so we're going to have drivers in previous heat making your way out to Marshall, please. Stroll drivers previous heat making your way out to Marshall. Up now, heat number 2 of 3, pre-89. In this race, off 1 we'll have Paul Mansell. Off 2 we'll have Jason V. On 3 we'll have Daryl Ford. On 4 we'll have Jay McCabe. On 5 Wayne. On 6 Mark. On 7 Adrian. On 8 Connor. On 9 Justin. On 10 Michael Blair. On 11 we'll have Peter. Got some issues on the one on the back straight away here.
Seconds to the start of the race.
Yeah.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Still want me to now to restart, sorry? Okay.
All right, we okay with that car over there? Yay or nay? Did he keep on rolling? All right, so drivers. We are missing a few marshals from that last race as well. All right, so drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the tone. So in this one, we got Paul Mansell leading the way from first lap around, and we'll have now Jason V leading it. Paul Mansell into 2 in a battle at the moment. Justin Vaughan's in battle. Michael Blair right there as well. Oh, caution front straight, caution front straight. Caution on the front straight away. Clear now, clear now. Couple of chops and changes of lead on this lap around. Still have Jason leading though. Oh, in there we go. Justin Vigons now back to the lead. Over the roller onto the front straight away. Good battle going on between first and second. So Justin lead in this one now. Over Jason in 2. Big battle on down over the timer loop there. Coming to the hip jump. A couple of cars jumping out of there. Marshall over the right hand side here. Two minutes 45 down. We've got 2:15 left to go. Justin Garnes leading the way. Jason in 2. Jay McCabe in 3. The 3 J's out front. So Justin Vigard still leading the way out there. Jason V in the 2. Jay McCabe in 3. Connor Deventh in 4. Darryl Ford in the 5. Paul Mansell in the 6. So Justin McGann's looking to take this one, does so pretty comfortably, almost a full lap on the field there. Jason V in the 2 spot. That is all drivers done. Thank you, drivers. Drivers making your way off the stand and out to Marshall, please. Off the stand and out to Marshall. All right, so drivers making your way to the grids, please. All right, so we should have all of our marshals out there, please, and thank you. In this race, on the top spot, we'll have Jensen Spencer. On P2, we'll have John Perkins. On 3, we'll have Chris Schoenfish. On 4, we'll have Chris Kay. On 5, Daryl. On 6, Lucas. On 7, Christian. On 8, Heath. On 9, Bill. On 10, Darren. On 11, Christopher. And 12, we'll have Devon Middleditch. Alrighty. We are ready to rock and roll here. Our heat number 3 of 3, pre-89. Final race for pre-89s here. Drivers are watching your cars. Marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. One minute down, 4 minutes left on the clock. John Perkins once again out to the lead early in this one. Chris in 2, Daryl in 3, Jensen Spencer in 4, Devon Middleditch in the 5, Christopher in the 6. So JP, John Perkins starting to run away with this one early on. Chris working his way around with Daryl and Jeno. Jensen Spencer goes up to P2 from that lap around. He'll have Daryl right hot in his heels. Those two working their way around onto the front straight away. So good battle going on down the back straight away. Will be between Jensen Spencer, Daryl, Christopher and Chris. Jeno with Christopher and Daryl right there, hot in his heels, working their way through the tabletops. Making their way on to the back straight. Two and a half down, 2.5 to go. John Perkins continues to lead. He's built his gap up to 10 seconds now over Jeno in the 2. Christopher in the 3 spot. Daryl in 3. Battle still going on between Jeno and Christopher. Those two working their way through the tabletops. On to the back straight away between 2nd and 3rd. Down the back straight away. Into the final corner here, coming to the timing line. The battle on our hands. Christopher looking for a way up the inside of Jeno. Jeno gives him a little hip and shoulder. They race on. Down the front straight now. Christopher with the pace from the last lap around managed to close that gap right on up. Took over a second out of his gap. So Jeno down the back straight away. Christopher once again in tow. Coming to the timing loop here. The battle to watch as John Perkins starts to check on out. 2nd and 3rd over that step on, step off to the hip jump. Christopher right under the rear wing of Jeno again down the front straight away. Jeno out of shape there. Didn't lose too much time coming into the tabletops now. Over the tabletops they go onto the back straight. Down the long back straightaway here at Knox. Christopher comes out in front of Geno. See what Geno can do from behind now. Through the hip jump, Christopher trying to extend that gap. Geno will try to close back on in. The battle to watch going through the tabletops with 35 seconds left to go. John Perkins checked out, gone. He's coming over the loop now. He's got a 15-second lead. Final 15 seconds left on the clock here. Christopher putting down hot lap of the race last time by a 27.2. Actually closes in a fair bit on John Perkins from that last lap around. But it won't matter. John Perkins coming around to the line here. Will get a victory lap as well. Christopher working his way to the line. Will claim second. Geno coming around to the line here. So John Perkins will take the win. So he works his way around on his final lap out there. Using a war ride down the front, back straightaway. That was Darrell going down the back straight. Here's John Perkins. That will be all drivers done, I believe. All drivers done. So drivers from that heat making your way off the stand and out to Marshall, please. So just a quick announcement here for everyone watching on Facebook at the moment. We are going to have to do a quick stream reset. So if you are following on board with Facebook, look for the new stream. It'll be spread all over the place, whether it be on RC Race Media or over, I mentioned them like a whole heap of networks it'll be on. If you are watching on Facebook, it will be reset very quickly here, and we'll get back into the action. Don't go anywhere. All right, so up on track now, 89 to 93 two-wheel drive. Heat number 1 of 5. Race number 8 on track. We'll get all of our drives from the previous race out to Marshall, please. On track right now, in the 1 spot, we'll have Chris. In 2 will be Alvin. In 3 will be Jeff Primer. On 4 will be John. On 5 will be Louis Solar. On 6 will be RJ. On 7 will be Andrew Cook. On 8 will be Jason Millward. On 9 will be Adam Rich. On 10 will be David Hurst. On 11 will be Michael. All right, we should have all of our marshals out there looking for one on the middle there. Just looking for one of our marshals in the middle. Thanks, buddy. All righty, so we are good to go here. Drivers, watching your cars. Marshals, watching your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. And we are off and running. Caution at the end of the back straight. One stumbling, tumbling down the back straightaway there. Over the hip jump, our first racing laps here in our final round for 89 to 93 two-wheel drive. Just a reminder, drivers, at the end of proceedings today, we still have a couple of things left to go. We'll have our Tamiya parade laps around there, as well as our 89 Revival race number 2 as well. Just a reminder as well, drivers will be doing our concourse as well this afternoon after our Tamiya Parade and our 89 Revival race. There will be our concourse, so don't go anywhere if your races are done. We've still got a lot on this afternoon. Don't take your cars anywhere. Heap of on-track action still yet to come as well as our Tamiya Parade and our 89 Revival as well as concourse still to be had today. 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. We got Andrew Cook out front, Jeff Primer in 2, Chris in 3, RJ in 4, Jason Millward in 5, John in the 6 spot, Adam Rich in 7, David Hurst in 8, Louis Solar in the 9 spot. Louis back out on track. So out front in this one, we got Andrew Cook leading away. So we now jump on board here with Andrew Cook once again, supplying some onboard vision here. Got clean air out in front of him. No one to follow at this stage. Got 4 seconds in hand over Jeff Primer. There we go. Now we got some action. We'll have Louis Solar just in front of him. You'll be able to watch him going around the track with Andrew Cook following Louis Solar around. Jeff Primer in the 2 spot, about 4 seconds behind. So Louis Solar with the onboard footage down the back straight away. Look, so Andrew Cook following Solar there. Final 45 on the clock. Cookie with Solar just in front of him. We jump on board with Andrew Cook down the front straight away. Final 10 seconds about to tick on down here. Cookie leading away over Jeff Primer in 2, 4 seconds behind. Chris in 3, RJ in 4, Jason in the 5.
I was watching and thinking, oh no.
That is all drivers done. All drivers are done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. So drives from that race, making your way off the stand and out to marshal, please. Drivers of this race making your way out onto the grids. Out on track, race number 9 of 15. Our 89-93 class for 2-wheel drive. Heat number 2 of 5. So drives to the previous race, making your way out to marshal, please, or drives from that previous race should be out to marshal. In this race, we should have, on number 1, we'll have Chris. On 2, we'll have Norrisan. On 3, we'll have Dean. On 4, we'll have Brent Jeffries. On 5, we'll have Daryl Johnson. On 6, Peter. On 7, Andrew Abbott. On 8, we'll have Carlo. On 9, we'll have Steve. On the 10 spot, we'll have Luke Button. On 11, we'll have Matteo. On 12, we'll have Kane. All right, looks like we got our marshals out there now. We should have one more marshal over the left-hand side on position 7. Jason Millwood should be out there. Should also have one on 4 here as well. We're missing a couple of marshals, guys. We did have 9 in that last race. Oh, cheers, matey. Looking for one over on 7 as well. So drivers from the previous race should be out there marshalling. All right, marshals, watching your corners, please. Drivers, watching your cars. We're going racing on the Tone. Caution at the back straight, caution back straight, caution back straight. Oh, broken from the get-go there for one of our drivers. Need a marshal in the middle, need a marshal in the middle. Need a marshal in the middle. Thank you, Lee. It's 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. We've got Brent Jeffries out front, Norisan in the 2 spot. We were talking before about Pine Beach Raceway giving all those stickers. Brought to us by Norisan. Norisan out on track, currently sitting in the 2 spot. Minute 45 left to go. Brent Jeffries leading the way. Norisan in the 2. Norisan running that RC10. Andrew Abbott in P3. Carlo in 4. Chris in 5. Luke Button in the 6 spot. Peter Z in the 7. Dean in 8. Steve in 9. Kane in the 10. So Brent continues to lead. He's got 2.5 seconds over. Norisan in the 2. Andrew Abbott in 3. Another 2.5 back after that. Then the gaps get a little bit bigger. Carlo in that 4 spot, about 10 seconds behind with Chris in 5. Just over a minute remaining out there. Currently in race number 9, heat number 2 of 89 to 93. Caution coming onto front straight. Caution onto front straight. All clear now. Final 15 seconds out there. Brent leading the way. 3.5 over Norisan. Timer ticking on down now. Brent on a victory lap for himself out there as he works his way around. There's Brent coming home with the win. Just waiting on Chris. Should be all drivers done. All drivers are done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. Drivers, working your way off the stand and out to marshal, please.
I thought the income was coming out.
All right, so up now, 89 to 93, heat number 3 of 5, race number 10. Should have all of our drivers on track from marshalling. On track in the moment, we should have in P1, David Boland. On 2, we should be at Tsuchihara. On 3, it'll be Tyson. On 4, Mark DeBono. On 5, Hayden Tasker. On 6, Greg Brooks. On 7, Ryan. On 8, Cam Sortel. On 9, Jeremy Williams. On 10, Matthew Oxford. On 11, Jeff Kirby. On 12, Chris. All right, we should have everyone ready to go here. Thank you, marshals. Got everyone out there. Thank you very much, drivers. Watching your cars. Marshals watching your corners. Going racing on the tone. And away we go here. Oh, no. Mistake early on for David Boland. Tsuchihara just sneaks straight up the inside. Oh, David Boland gone for another roll there. So we'll now have Cam Sortel into the 2 spot. See if he can challenge at Tsuchihara down the front straight away. Tsuchihara over, Cam Sortel, Hayden Tasker in the 3, Jeremy in 4, Chris in 5, Greg Brooks in 6, Jeff Kirby in 7, Matt Oxford in the 8 spot, Tyson in 9, David Boland rounding out your top 10. So Cam Sortel trying to keep pace with it. Tsuchihara down the back straight away they go. Working their way to the timing line here. Hara over Cam. Starting to break away a little bit from Hayden Tasker that time around. Through the hip jump onto the front straight away. To the tabletops, your leaders go. Caution at timing loop. That'll be all clear. That was Hara going for a roll there. So Cam Sartell going over the top of Hara. So it's Ishihara and Cam Sartell down the front straight away. Hara now behind Cam. 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Halfway mark here. See how long Cam Sartell can hold on for here. Down the back straight away they go. Coming to the timing line. Hara just waiting patiently for an opportunity. Up and over the roller. Hara looking for an inside line. Round through the tabletops they go with less than 2 minutes on the clock. Down the back straight away. Cam under all kinds of pressure, racing for his life out there with Hara in tow. Into the hip jump. Cam Sartell and Atsushi Hara onto the front straight away. Got a little bit of traffic to navigate here. Into the tabletops. Sartell and Hara down the back straight away, nose to tail. Hara putting as much pressure on as he can. Sartell holding those race lines tight right up and over the curbing. Has another look up the inside there, does Hara. Onto the front straight away. Working their way into a little bit more traffic now as they work their way back to the tabletops. Up to the left-hand side of the track, down the back straight away, down the step down. Long back straight away here. Cam Sartell over at Sushihara with less than a minute on the clock here. Oh, wheel stand there for Cam. Goes for a roll. They race on. Over the tabletops they go. First and second down the back straight away. 30 seconds left on the clock here. Final 20 seconds. This will be their final lap around. Hara in tow of Cam Sartell as they work their way down the front straight away. Hara looking up the inside, gives him a little love tap. Into the tabletops they go. To the left-hand side of the track. Now Hara chucking it down. Down the back straight away. In through the final corners. Cam Sartell will take the win. Hara in second spot. Hayden will come home in third. Jeremy in fourth. Greg in fifth. Chris in the sixth spot.
Friends here at the venue and online around the world, I want to let you know what's happening this afternoon, just to give you the heads up for where we're going this afternoon, because there is some fantastic treats ahead of us as we wrap Saturday. We are just about to go into race number 11. At the end of race 15, that wraps our two-wheel drive day, we'll go and run the 1989 A2. So the 1989 A2 will be on track straight after race 15. Immediately after that, we'll be doing the Tamiya Parade. So those who've spoken to James Knight, there's 30 different cars, Tamiya cars, that have been nominated to run in that Tamiya Parade. That'll happen on the track, and that'll be followed immediately by the Open Concourse. So it'll be race 15, then the 1989 A2, followed by the Tamiya Parade, followed by our concourse, which will be an open track, as many cars as we can bring out. So if you're still here this afternoon, you can start preparing cars to bring out onto that track for the concourse. We'll line the track as we did last year. That'll be the way that we wrap up the day. So just a reminder, after race 15, 1989 A2, then it will be the Tamiya Parade, then our event concourse, which will wrap the afternoon. So if you're still here, start getting cars ready for concourse to bring them out immediately after that Tamiya Parade. And if you've nominated to James Knight that you're going to be a part of that Tamiya Parade, be ready to go on track with your car after the 89 A2 final. That's the plan. We'll go back to Mitch and finish off this two-wheel drive day.
Right, so we should have our drives to that last race out there to Marshall ready to go. On grids at the moment, we should have in P1, Rory Cull. In 2, Devon Middleditch. In 3, Ashley Kerwood. In 4, Jensen Spencer. In 5, Stewart. In 6, Ray. In 7, Robbie. In 8, Justin. In 9, Anthony. 10 will be BJ. Simon will be on 11. And Neil Kovacs on 12. All right, we're looking ready to go racing here. Heat number 4 of 5 for 89 to 93. Two-wheel drive. Race number 11 of 15. Drivers watching your cars. Marshall watching your corners. Going to go racing on the sound of the tone. Minute down. We've got 4 minutes left on the clock. Two minutes down. We've got 3 to go. Rory Cull out front. Simon Healy in 2. Stewart in 3. Ashley Kerwood in 4. Jeno in the 5 spot. Your leader, Rory Cull. Oh, beautiful wheel stand there. Oh, the red car going over that step on, step off section. I saw it. So Schumacher Cougar too doing that wheel stand over that step on, step off section. Gotta find the driver, give him a shout out because that was wicked. Ashley Kerwood. Oh, tried to double down with it, didn't come off that time. Caution front straight, caution on the front straight. Caution back straight as well, caution back straight. Clear now, caution front straight. That is clear. 2 minutes left to go. Simon Healy out front. Justin in 2. It's like Rory having issues out there. Jeno having some issues as well. Oh, almost got it again. Ashley Kerwood just trying the wheel stand line over that first tabletop. One minute left on the clock. Drivers have got 1 minute left to go. We've got Rory Cull and Ashley Kerwood on cam at the moment. Ashley doing the cool wheel stands over that first tabletop. Try and tempt him into doing another one here on camera. Got a bit of traffic around. Lines it up. Didn't quite get it that time. 30 seconds left to go here. Simon Healy out front. Justin in 2. Ashley Kerwood still sitting in that 3 spot. Stewart in the 4. Devon Middleditch in 5. Final 15 seconds left on the clock now. Simon Healy out to a 15-second lead. And that will be all drivers done. All drivers are done. So drivers making your way off the stand and out to Marshall, please. Making your way off the stand and out to Marshall. Up next will be race number 5 of 5 for 89 to 93. Final heat for those drivers. Alrighty, so in this one we have out front Gavin Floyd. In 2 will be Dean Evans. On 3 will be Mark Rogers. In 4, Carter Sims. On 5, Daniel Gilchrist. On 6, Peter. On 7, Hal. On 8, Paul Sims. On 9, Rob. On 10, Ashoan. On 11, Glenn Grinter. On 12 will be Ashley Cobble. All right, we should have our marshals out there. Thank you, marshals. Drivers watching your cars. Marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the Tone. So out front, we got Dean Evans leading the way. Mark Rogers right there in the 2 spot. Making their way through the tabletop. Mark Rogers in the 2. Dean Evans in the top spot. Down the back straight away they go. Final corner coming to the line here. Carter Sims now coming to play as well. So up and over the hip jump they go. Top 3 drivers all together. Mark Rogers now under pressure from behind. Carter Sims looking for a way up the inside. Couldn't quite get it done there. They work their way through the tabletops. A great race on our hands here as they work their way down the back straight away. Carter looking up the inside of Mark Rogers. Oh, into the back wall they go. Car still on one show. That's the main thing. Oh, Carter 2 in 1 lap there. Dean Evans now back to the 2. Mark Rogers to 3. Not far behind will be Ashley Cobble in the 4 spot. Glenn Grinder in 5. So the battle on our hands between 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Carter Sims now out front over Dean Evans in the 2. Mark Rogers right there in the 3 spot. Those 3 still going down the back straight away. Mark Rogers looking for a way around on Dean Evans. Down into the first corner here. Up and over the step on, step off. Dean Evans gets it wide. Mark Rogers with an easy pass there. Ashley Cobble now right there as well. Down the front straight away, the battle between third and fourth now. So Carter Sims starting to break away out there, going down the front straight away. In the 2 spot we Mark Rogers, Dean Evans and Ashley Cobble in the 3 and 4. Good battle going on between those two. So Dean Evans under pressure from Ashley Cobble. So battle going on down here. Dean Evans and Ashley Cobble. Oh, Carter Sims with a mistake there. So Mark Rogers now up to the top spot again here. So battle back on our hands as they go around the first corner. Carter just takes it straight back off of him. Through the hip jump they go. Top 4 drivers starting to converge a little bit out there. Mark Rogers led that lap. Carter Sims back up to the top spot now as they work their way through the tabletops. Dean Evans, Ashley Cobble not too far behind at all. 1 or 2 mistakes, that's all he needs. So leaders going across the timing loop here. Gap between those two, 1.4. Not far behind here. You'll have Dean Evans, Ashley Cobble. Glenn Grinter a little ways back after that. 1 minute left to go. Carter Sims still holding the lead over Mark Rogers. The gap last time by 1.4 seconds looks about the same here as Carter works his way to the line. Mark Rogers across the line here at the 2 seconds. The gap now between those two. In the 3 spot, we'll have Dean Evans. 4th spot, not far behind Ashley Cobble. So we got Carter Sims over Mark Rogers, Dean Evans, Ashley Cobble, Glenn Grinter, Paul Sims. Howe in the 7, Rob in 8. Mark Rogers reeled in on Carter Sims last time around. A slow lap from Carter. Coming to the line here though, Carter Sims will take the win. Mark Rogers putting down his best lap in the last time around at 26.8. Waiting for Dean Evans and Ashley Cobble still coming to the line here. Dean Evans does take 3rd place over. Ashley Cobble tight at the line though. Just waiting on Glenn Grinter. That'll be all drivers done. All drivers are done. So that is 89 to 93, all wrapped up here now.
She pulled him mono, and then flipped over forward, and I tumbled him back onto the wheels. Yeah, I saw that. I went up and go right over, and it couldn't.
So all drivers in that last race making your way out to Marshall, please. All drivers in the last race out to Marshall. Up now will be 94 to 2000 to heat number 1 of 3. Final few races of the day before we go into our 89 revival, the Tamiya Parade, and then the concourse still yet to come. So out on track we should have Chris on 1. Michael Blair on 2, Stephen on 3, Sean on 4, Scotty Giles on 5, Jeff Brimmer on 6, Brett Todman on 7, David Watson on 8, William on 9, Mark Fisher on 10, Hayden in 11, and Chris Howard on the 12 spot. Alrighty, we got our marshals out there. We got drivers ready to go. Marshals watching your corners, drivers watching your cars. We're going racing on the Tone. Good battle coming over the line there. David Watson leading them away. Battle pack all the way around to a great group of cars. Everyone working away down the front straightaway. Freight train out there at the moment. David Watson out front. We'll have Sean in 2, Jeff Primer in 3, Chris in 4, Hayden in 5, Mark Fisher in 6. Oh, a bit of a shortcut there from Chris. He knew it as well, had to check on up. David Watson in the top spot, starting to break away from the rest of the field. David and Chris with a bit of a gap back to Sean in 3rd, Mark Fisher in 4th, Hayden in 5th. So David Watson still your leader. Oh, mistakes there from both of our leaders. Slowed him down a little bit there. So Hayden Tasker a little bit closer now. Jeff Primer in the 4th spot. Sean in 5. They're working their way down the front straight away. Making it into the tabletops. Down the back straight away. David Watson continues to lead here. Looking for a way around is Chris. Chris using the wall. Around the first turn, into the step on, step off. To the hip jump they go. Chris looking for a way around on David Watson. I think David Warner's out there. So David Watson continues to lead over Chris in the 2, Hayden in 3, Jeff Primer in 4. Our leaders start making their way into a bit of traffic here. David Watson still holding on to the top spot. Chris trying to change that. Looks up the inside. They tangle. David comes out in front over Chris. They work their way to the tabletops now. 2 minutes 45 down, 2:15 to go. A whole heap of traffic to navigate. The leaders working their way onto the back straight here. Down the back straight away they go. Round turn 1, David still over Chris. It is tight between those two. A great battle. Oh, Chris gets into the side, lets him go. Great sportsmanship shown there. Hayden Tasker now into the fight as well. Snuck up on us as now he moves up to the 2 spot. Hayden looking quick out there. Right to the back of David. Down the back straight away they go. David over Hayden with Chris in the 3. David Watson led every lap so far. Hayden now looking for a shot at the top spot with 1:30 left on the clock. Over the hip jump they go. David Watson still holding that top spot as they work their way through to the tabletops. Hayden is caught up from a fair way behind, so we know he has plenty of speed. Onto the back straight away they go. These two have broken away from most of the rest of the field now. Down the back straight away. Through the final few corners, 1 minute left on the clock. Hayden up the inside there. Gets the pass down, see if David can take it back. First lap we've seen so far without David out front. Down the front straight away. Hayden to the lead. In the 3 spot we'll have Jeff Primer now. So we got Schumacher, Associated and Lossie, your top 3. Hayden over David, Jeff Primer in the 3. So out front, we got Hayden Tasker leading the way. David Watson in 2. Jeff Primer in 3. Now I got voices in my head as well. Jeff Primer up to the 2 spot now with the time ticking down. David Watson down to P3. Jeff Primer with the loss in double X. Everyone making their way to the line here. Hayden made a pass to the minute 30 mark. Oh! Jeff Primer missing the line there. It was a send of all sends. Comes back across. Nope. So Hayden Tasker will take the win. David Watson in 2. Jeff Primer comes home in P3. The Hail Mary at the line. Alrighty, so drives from our last race out to Marshall. All drives from our previous race out to Marshall, please. Up now, we have 94 to 2000, heat number 2 of 3. This one and one more before we go into our after hours activities. The 89 Revival race, the Tamiya Parade, as well as the Concourse. Start shining those bodies up. In this race, we'll have Ryan Bradshaw in 1, Mike Hart in 2, Michael J in 3, Slaven in 4, Ant in 5, Nathan Marsh in 6, Theodore in 7, Paul on 8, Dave Bradshaw in 9, Lee Cheeseman on 10, Brendan Solar on 11, and Adam Rich rounding out the field. Got all the marshals out there. Thank you very much, marshals. Drivers are watching your cars. Marshals are watching your corners. We're going racing on the Tone. And away we go. Oh, what are you doing, Marshy? Off and running here. The one over in the hole. So out front we got Paul Shannon leading the way. Lee Cheeseman in 2. Brendan Solar up to the 3 spot. Michael in the 4. Slaven rounding out your top 5. Minute 30 down. We've got 3.5 to go. Paul Shannon leading the way. Lee Cheeseman closed right on in though. Not far behind will be Brendan Solar as well. So your top 3 down the back straight away. So battle going on at the moment through the hip jump. Onto the front straight away. 3 drivers all right together there. Paul Shannon, Lee Cheeseman and Brendan Solar all roll there. Top 3 drivers all working their way down the back straight. Spreads out just a little bit from this lap around. So Brendan Solar from P3 up to P1 from that lap. Lee Cheeseman up to the 2 spot. Paul Shannon down to the 3. Changes around a little bit from that lap by. Brendan Solar with a couple of small mistakes there. Allows Lee Cheeseman close on in a little bit. Paul Shannon still right there as well. Oh, I think Paul might have just gone for a roll. Oh, Cheeseman going flying on the back straight. So Brendan Solar now well out front. Lee Cheeseman in 2. Paul Shannon. Those gaps spread right on out. They got Brendan Solar leading the way. Lee Cheeseman in 2. Paul Shannon in 3. Four minutes down. We've got 1 minute left to go. Brendan Solar leading the way. Lee Cheeseman in 2. Paul Shannon in 3. Slavin in the 4. Michael in 5. Everyone fairly evenly spread out there. Most drivers putting their hot lap in last time by. Ten-second timer ticking on down here. Brendan Solar taking a very comfortable victory in the end there after an early race battle. Lee Cheeseman and Paul Shannon. Lee Cheeseman coming home in P2. Paul Shannon coming home in 3rd. And Howard coming home in the 4th spot. Michael in the 5th. Whoa. That will be all drivers are done.
Because my thingy's going bananas.
Just a reminder, drivers, this goes for everyone today and tomorrow. If you are getting marshalled out there, you should not be touching the throttle at all. We don't want anyone getting a chewed up finger. We don't want any tyres rubbing on arms, anything along those lines. It can really hurt. So do not touch the throttle when you are getting marshalled, please, guys. I know sometimes it's an accident, but just please keep in mind, if you are getting marshalled, take your finger away from the trigger. Alrighty, so we should have all of our drivers from the last heat out on track to marshal. Up now, our final heat of 94 2000s. Out on 1 we'll have Jovis. In 2 will be Jose. In 3, Anthony. We'll have on 4, Connor. On 5 will be Don Blackman. On 6, Simon Healy. On 7 will be Greg Collins. On 8 we'll have Scott. On 9, Tim. Joel on 10. Jason on 11. And Michael on 12. All right, we have all of our marshals out there. Thank you, guys. Drivers watching your cars. Marshals watching your corners. Going racing on the Tone. So out front of this one, we've got Anthony Devon leading the way. Scott in the 2, Simon in 3, Joel in 4, Dom in 5. Simon with a couple of early moves. We've seen how quick he has been. Caution through the tabletops. Caution in tabletops. Still there in tabletops. Still there in tabletops. Clear now. Scott now up to the top spot. Scott Pettit leading the way. Anthony in 2. Simon Healy in 3. Joel in 4.
So folks, just a reminder, after this race we're going to run the 1989 A2. Then it will be the Tamiya Parade, then it will be Concourse. There's been a little bit of confusion out there, but whether you're here at the track or online, that's the sequence. Right after this race, we'll get set for the 1989 Two-Wheel Drive Modified Worlds A2, then our fantastic Tamiya Parade, and then we'll wrap the afternoon with our Concourse, all the cars out on track. So after this one, 89 A2, then Tamiya, then Concourse.
So we've got a battle going on between Anthony and Simon Healy. Simon Healy now to the top spot. Anthony Devon in the 2. Those two working their way through the hip jump. Caution on turn 1. That's all clear now. Down the front straight away they go. 1 and 2. It's Scott in the 3 spot. Working their way into the tabletops. Got a bit of traffic around them. Anthony now back to the top spot over Simon Healy. Those two working their way through the hip jump. Onto the front straight away. 2 minutes left to go. Over the roller into the tabletop section now. Anthony Devon over Simon Healy. Scott Pettit now starting to close on in. Down the back straight away they go. Simon looking for a way through. Oh, gets it down the front straight away. Does he get it stopped in time? To the line, Simon Healy now back out front over Anthony Devon. Scott Pettit right there as well. A 3-way fight down the front straight away here. Scott looking for a way in this battle as well as Anthony in the 2 spot with Simon Healy leading the way. Through the tabletop they go. Making their way to the back straight away. Down the back straight away, Simon Healy. In the top spot over Anthony Devon into Scott Pettit now right there as well. The battle on now for second. See if Simon can try to pull a little bit of a gap over these two as these two battle right behind him. 1 minute left on the clock. Scott Pettit worked his way back into this race with Anthony right in front of him now. Caution through the tabletops. Oh, a bit of chaos there through the tabletops. The number in Scott now back up to the 2 spot. Giving Healy a little bit more breathing room now. So Scott, yeah, up to the 2 spot. He takes that one. Anthony in the 3. They work their way onto the front straight away here. Anthony trying to fight it back. Simon Healy not far in front of him at all as they work their way through the tabletop section now. Down the back straight away, starting to close that gap on in a little bit by the looks of it. 1.8 seconds between Simon Healy and Scott last time by. Simon across the line there. The gap down to 1.1 seconds. Oh, Simon catches a card. So does Scott. Everyone gets taken there. That allows, let's see. I think Anthony now back on into the lead as they work their way through the tabletops here. Over the tabletop. Oh, goes for a roll. Oh, chaos in the last lap here. Simon coming to the line. Pettit tried everything on the last corner there. Anthony coming home in the 3 spot. Joel Bradshaw in the 4. So it's actually Joel up to the lead. Actually a lap behind. It looked interesting nonetheless. That is all drivers done. So once again, our 89 Revival coming up shortly. Don't go anywhere, guys. Oh, we've just been handed a piece of paper to help us out here. A little cheat sheet. So don't go anywhere, guys. We've still got plenty of action yet to come here at Knox Raceway for the Vintage Bash 4.0. It's going to take a very short break here before we get back into some racing action. If we can get them all to check on in.
Take your finger off the pole.
Right, so still looking for a check on the Rick Velo car. Looking for a check-in on the Craig Drescher car and also Jamie Booth car. Can we get all drivers start making your way to the back straight, please? All other drivers making your way to the back straight. There's Craig Drescher. All right, so we got Jason Millward. I need to know which car that's meant to be driving. Looking for... So we have got one unknown transponder. Trying to work out which one that one is. We're looking for Rick Velo and Jamie Booth. So looking for the Rick Velo car. All right, so we're going to be calling it as per cars on the track. Masami taking the win in the first round. Our 89 Worlds A Revival. Everyone out there, we're looking for a couple of marshals actually before we kick this one off. Looking for a marshal over the left-hand side. Quick as possible. If you aren't trackside already, you should be trackside. Looking for another great race here for our 89A Revival. Our 10-car field led away by Masami Hirosaka. About to get underway here. Alrighty, we are good to go here for our 89 two-wheel drive World's A Main Revival race number 2. Drivers watching your cars, marshals watching your corners. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. And away we go. Masami will lead them away. First few corners around. Mike Dunn in the 2 spot. After that, we'll have Jay Halsey, your top 3. Ran into the hip jump. They go to the front straight away. Mike Dunn trying to close on in here on Hirosaka. Jay Halsey in the 3, starting to build a little bit of a gap. Oh, Halsey with a mistake though. So a gap between first and second, then a massive gap. Now everyone going over. So Masami going for a roll as well. We'll have Mike Dunn leading the way. Mike coming to the line here with a very healthy gap. Battle going on between second and third, Masami and Joel Johnson. Joel Johnson from position 8th on the grid up to the 3 spot. Making it work out there as they work their way around the front section towards the tabletop. Masami starting to find his groove now. Making their way around the left-hand side to the back straight away. Down the back straight they go. In the lead, Mike Dunn. Second spot of Masami. Joel Johnson right there as well. John Johnson now up to the 2 spot around the outside of Hirosaka. Down the front straight away, we have a battle on our hands again here. Mike Dunn now getting caught up on by everyone. Joel Johnson right on his tail. So they work their way through the tabletop to the left-hand side of the track. Down the back straight away they go. Coming to the line here. Mike Dunn holding the top spot. Joel Johnson in 2. Mike Dunn leading the way. Joel Johnson in 2. Joel Johnson car being driven by Tsushihara Johnson looking around the inside there. Trying to convert it to the outside as they hit the straightaway. Down the back straightaway they go. Look for a way around. Coming to the right-hand side. Up the step up, step off. Joel Johnson looking up the inside there of Mike Dunn onto the front straightaway. Down the front straightaway again. Haro driving the Johnson car as they work their way through the tabletop. Oh, face plant there for Joel Johnson. Stuck it hard into the dirt. All right, so our leader, Mike Dunn, coming across the line here. The gaggle of cars at the halfway mark coming around now. Joel Johnson in 2, Jamie Booth in 3, Masami in the 4, Ron in 5, Jay Halsey in 6. Good battles going on down the order. Joel Johnson, Jamie Booth, Masami, Ron all battling it out for position there. As Mike Dunn with a very healthy gap. He's got 3.5 seconds in hand. Down the back straight away he goes. In the 2 spot we'll still have Joel Johnson starting to close on up that gap, this time by 1.2 seconds in it. Down the front straight away we go. Battle back on between Mike Dunn and Joel Johnson as they work their way through the tabletop. Mike Dunn almost getting overtaken over the top of him. Chaos before the tabletop. There's cars there at the moment. See who comes out in front. So Dunn still comes out holding the top spot. Jamie Booth now up to the 2. Jamie up to 2, and then in 3, Ron Rossetti. Top 3 changing around just a fair bit that time around. Jamie Booth down the front straight away on the heels of Mike Dunn now. Top 5 drivers all right there. Jay Halsey in it as well. Down onto the back straight away with 1 minute 10 left on the clock. The battle on Mike Dunn, Jamie Booth, Ron Rossetti. Your top 3 coming to the timing line here. Jamie Booth looking up the inside, gets wheel to wheel. Up the inside there of Mike Dunn. Wheel banging racing at the moment as they work their way to the front straight away. Mistake there by Jamie Booth. Up the inside goes Ron Rossetti now as they work their way to the tabletop. Over the top goes Ron. Over the tabletops now. Jamie Booth to the lead. Making their way to the back straight away. Up the inside, a little hip and shot. Oh, caution back straight. Caution back straight. Clear now. Coming to the line here. We'll have Mike Dunn working his way back into the lead. Jamie Booth into Masami. Back up to P3 with 30 seconds to go. Oh, it starts getting chaotic now. Mistake from Mike Dunn. Joel Johnson up to the 2 spot. The battle on Mike Dunn and Joel Johnson working their way through the tabletop. 6 cars all right there. As they work their way onto the back straight away. Mike Dunn under pressure here. They'll go for one more lap. Will they? Caution on the back straight away. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Masami Hirosaka taking it on the last corner there. Mike Dunn coming home in 2nd. Jay Halsey in 3rd. Joel Johnson in 4th. Jamie Booth in the 5 spot. Ron Rossetti in the 6. Still got a couple of cars making their way around here. There's Rick coming home in the 7th spot. Looking for Jack and Cliff. Just Clifflet coming home, and that will be all drivers done. A great race there. Masami Hirosaka going 1-2, bang, bang, taking the overall win. So we'll start getting our Tamiya Parade cars to make your way to the back straight, please. All Tamiya Parade cars, start making your way to the back straight. Once again, Tamiya Parade cars, making your way to the back straight, please. So once again, we'll get all of our Tamiya Parade drivers making their way to the back straight, please. Tamiya Parade drivers to the back straight. All cars to the back straight.
There we go. We're getting set for the Tamiya parade, so coming out. James Knight's going to join me. We're going to call the cars and I'll tell you a little bit about each of them. A special part of this Vintage Bash Flores Wing Parade. I think it's 32 different models.
And then we got Dean with the Super Champ, Dino. We got Ryan with the Frog. Good man. We got Dave Bradshaw with the Grasshopper. We got Dave Bradshaw, Grasshopper. Great. We got Soul.
How good was that 1989 A2 final? The lead seemed to change so many times. Mike Dunn held it for a long time. Hirosaka, of course, the Hirosaka car coming through for the win on the final lap. We're getting set now for the second of our late afternoon special events. You can see the guys over there on the back straight. A special Tamiya tribute parade. So we're going to be parading something like 32 different Tamiya models around the track this afternoon. James Knight of Knight Custom Creations is going to join me, and so James and I will talk through each of the cars as they're called away. And it's not a race, this is a parade, so you'll see the cars just cruising around slowly, and we'll try and pick up some of them on the camera as they do that. You can see everyone out here getting set for the afternoon. The cars will be heading off in age order, so the Tamiya model numbers and the names. James will be doing that. I don't know enough about Tamiya cars. They're just getting everyone set up in the right order at the moment. An incredible collection here from the Super Champs and things right at the very beginning, right through to Tamiya Blackfoots and lunchboxes, hot shots. Go and see James down the end there, Hara. So Atsushi Hara coming out with his lunchbox. We'll probably give him a special place in the parade. There's a fabulous collection of cars. You can see as Tony runs down there, the Mitsubishi Pajero body, the Dakar body. And then we're looking at variations of Hornets, fast attack vehicles, the Hot Shot, the Wild One, the Fox. And then we get into some of the later shots, the Boomerang, the Super Shot, the Blackfoot, the Mighty Blackfoot truck, the Monster Beetle. A couple of lunchboxes there, one original painted and of course the Atsushi Hara version. Then we get to later cars, things like Thunder Shots and the Avanti. We've got a Clodbuster, a Super Astutes, King Cabs, all sorts of things. We'll have Top Forces, Super Astutes, Top Force. What's Tony found down there? Some kind of old VW looking thing. I can't even see what it is from the distance away I am. Incredible collection of race cars. Race cars? Cars, RC cars from Tamiya here. The powerhouse Japanese manufacturer that has started so many different trends over the years. They were the ones who built the first drivable, robust enough electric off-road cars that spawned the electric off-road category that exploded through the mid-1980s. They were the ones who released the first touring cars that exploded the touring car craze. They were the ones who released the first Formula Ones that exploded Formula One racing around the world. So often it is Tamiya at the forefront of new categories of RC, and that's no different in what we're going to see here today. Is the evolution of the brand, the evolution of racing itself as we work our way through these 32 different models. We've got the Clodbuster blowing its horn. We'll see if I can get down there and get that horn on the microphone. See if we can do that again. Who's got the Clod? Blow the horn. James. There we go, little Clodbuster horn action. Oh, hang on a minute, we'll go back in. There we go. Who knows what that's going to run over. It's got four-wheel steering. Probably run over me if I don't get out of the way quickly enough. So we're just getting everyone set here, and then I think this, I've just seen a Tamiya 959 Porsche come out, the rally car, special edition. Incredible collection of Tamiya cars. There are multiples of most of these cars here today, but we're trying to just run with one of each version of the car, with the exception of the lunchbox, making an exception to run the Atsushi Hara special edition of the lunchbox in this parade. We're going to check in with James Knight of Knight Customs shortly as he prepares the list. Last call for photos. So it might take us a little while to get this going, of course, folks. You can imagine everyone that's here that wants to have photos and see videos and capture all of these cars in their glory. They're spectacular. They are spectacular. It's incredible. I've just seen a replica of the Jamie Booth Euros winning egress down the end there. It's all happening. I'm here with James. We'll have a quick chat before we go live, mate. This is pretty cool, right?
That's pretty cool, isn't it? Seeing all the cars. There are way more Tamias here than we've got out, but what we tried to do was do one model of every version we could find.
Yep.
So we've got, what we got? We've got just over 40 cars here from 5815, which was the Rough Rider, which is a highly modified version, all the way through to, I think, the Wild Willie 2 and the latest Evo Hornet, which isn't really an original, but it is a Tamiya, and I think it nicely bookends sort of what Tamiya have done. So it's going to be fun to talk this through as they go. They're going to do a little parade lap, and call them out one by one, so we'll see how that goes. I'm going to do a little shouting, if that's all right.
Should we get the show on the road?
Let's do it, let's do it. All right.
All right. I'm just going to ask the spectators to move out to the outside of the track so we can keep an eye on what happens. And James and I will stand up the end here, and James will call you away. We've got a double microphone because one's for the stream, one's for... I can hold it.
Can you hold it? You guys hear me okay? All right, guys. So like I said before in the briefing, I'm going to call out the car and your name, and I just want you to start driving around the track nice and leisurely. You can walk behind it if you want. Please stay off the track. And then the next person we'll call will follow behind. Just try and keep it. It's a parade, so don't overtake the guy in front. This isn't racing. We've done enough of that today. And this will be fun, all right? Everyone got their cameras ready? Instagram up? TikTok feed ready to go? Okay. All right, let's get this kicked off. Well, do we just do a quick minute of silence for Mr. Tamiya? So as many of you know, Tamiya was, for many of us, our first RC car. So we'll just take a quick moment to recognize the great man and his passing. All right, that feels like long enough. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. We're going to kick this off. Okay, so the Tamiya kit number 58015, the Rough Rider. Chris has got a beautiful race-ready version here, which he's been racing today. Off you go, Chris. You want to kick us off? Awesome. And then right behind him, we have the Sand Scorcher, also on the SRB chassis with 58016, and that's driven by and built by Levin. Off you go, Levin. And to complete the set, we have the highly modified SRB chassis with the crazy rear monoshock, driven by Dean. That's the 58034 Super Champ, later released as the Fighter Buggy. Next on the list, we have 58041, the Frog, driven by Ryan. Off you go, Ryan. And right behind him, we have 58043, the Grasshopper, driven by Dave Bradshaw. Many of us here, I think, had this as our first RC car. All right. Next, we've got, it's a bit of a cheater here, but 58044, later released as 58727. This is the Mitsubishi Pajero, which was sort of based on the Lunchbox chassis and then later released with the Lunchbox wheels. Sol's got a crazy version here, which is in the Dakar theme. Next, we've got Lewis with his Hornet. This one's got this actually raced Outer Worlds. If you take a closer look at this, it's not really a Hornet. It's got a hotshot mid-mounted rear gearbox and a ton of mods. And the kid that built it and raced it at the Worlds didn't even have shocks at the front. He used an FRP plate. I don't know where it placed, but it's an amazing bit of history. All right, next we've got the FAV number 58046, driven by Jack. And then right behind that, 5847 Hotshot. This is my personal car. I'll be racing tomorrow, driven by Rob G. And then we've got 58050, the Wild One, driven by Marlin. Now, Marlin has got some custom aluminium panels here, which he 3D printed and then formed himself. He's been racing this. It's an awesome car. And then right behind that, 58051, the Fox, driven by Dean. This has a modified body on it. I think this is one of the best looking Foxes I've seen. And we've got 58054, the Super Shot, driven by Hursty. I think this is a loaner since he didn't know what he had in his hand when he was talking to me about it. Based on the Hot Shots chassis, but with a lot better shocks. and a skid plate. All right, after that, we've got 58055, the Boomerang, driven by Hayden. Off you go, Hayden. And then we've got 58056, the Falcon, driven by Adam. Oh, no, a notoriously bad car that broke, and maybe that's what happened today, but it was racing. Then we've got 58057, the Bigwig, driven by Steve. I think Steve's out, okay. And we've got 58058, the Blackfoot, driven by Adam. Blackfoot, is he gone? Where? I just saw him. No, he's playing up, all right. Well, right behind him, we've got the 58059, the 959, driven by Christian. I might have got that number wrong. 1/12 scale rally car, incredibly fragile but amazingly fast if you ever driven one. And then we've got 58060, the Monster Beetle, driven by Andrew. For those who don't know, this is what Tamiya did with the Frog, which they're so good at. They took a Frog buggy, giant wheels, and if you've ever driven one of these, they're the most fun. Okay, then we've got 58063, the Lunchbox, driven by James. Then we've got and then we've got another Lunchbox driven by Ahara, which has got his amazing livery on it. Look at that. You're gonna pop a wheelie for us, buddy? Let's see it. All right, then we've got 58065, the Clod, driven by Mark. And he's got a bit of a custom sound system here, which is awesome. I think we're missing Clint with 58066, the Super Sabre. Then we've got 58067. This was my first four-wheel drive, the Thundershot. Funny story, I bought a Thunder Dragon, hated the body, then went straight back to the hobby shop and changed the body out. Beautiful car, classic, been re-released. Then we've got 58070, the Midlight Pumpkin, driven by Squirt. No, wait a minute, he switched it out. He's coming later. 58072, the Avanti, driven by Kim. First time I think he's driving this in anger. And then we got 58076, the Vanquish, driven by Dino. 58080, the Astute, driven by Tyson. And then we got another Astute, oh no, Super Astute's coming later. And then 58081, the King Cab, driven by Nick. This thing's got a metal chassis, do not get anywhere near it when it's going at speed, and he does race it. 58097, the Super Astute, driven by Jun. Oh no, we got just Jun. Oh, we got Alex and Jun. Well, let them both go. So we broke the rules here. We got guest drivers, given we've got friends from Japan. Thank you for coming. So we've got Jun Watanabe and Alex with their Super Suits. Right behind him, 58100, the Top Force by John Dennis. And then right behind him, we've got 58107, the Top Force Evo, driven by Lucas. Now, this doesn't actually look like a Top Force. It's got Jamie Booth's prototype chassis on it, which was 5mm longer, and that's a very fun car to drive. Lastly, not lastly, so 58116, the Dynastorm, driven by Squirt. He did a late switch. And then we've got 58122 Blitzer Beetle, driven by Rob. 58124 Super Hornet, driven by Mike. 58181 Stadium Thunder, driven by David. 58242 the Wild One 2. This is the re-release on the new chassis, driven by Aiden. Almost done, guys. We've got the 58692 Wild One Blockhead Motors, driven by BJ, and check out his driver. This is a beautiful tribute to Jun. And then we've got the 58, I think we've got about 100 of them here. 58742, the Hornet Evo, driven by Yoel. And then a highly modified 58742 Hornet Evo, driven by Nori-san from Pine Beach Circuit, Japan. Thank you for coming to visit us, Nori. All right, that rounds it out, guys. Thank you very much. And if you want to do one more lap now, you've all backed up. Nori, you good? Yep, great. All right.
So we get those drivers to stay nice and close together as you can as you do one more parade lap all together with the Tamiya cars. We're streaming this all around the world, people watching on, seeing these fabulous Tamiya cars. James introducing 40, was it 40 something, James, I think you said?
Yeah, 42 I think we had.
So we get everyone to run together nice and slow all as we work our way down the back straight here. Fabulous montage of history from right across the Tamiya range, from the very beginning to the very latest. All of the different cars we can find here, and as James said, there's a whole bunch of duplicates we do have here. We could have 100 cars on track, but just trying to keep it to one, essentially one example of each. Mate, this is pretty cool, right?
That's pretty cool, isn't it? I think most people start with a Tamiya. The Grasshopper seems to come up all the time.
Yeah.
I think many people who collect RC cars have many of the first 100, and I think we had a good chunk of the first 100 cars on-road and off-road. This really was just off-road. So it's a fantastic collection. And you walk the pits, you see even more. It was quite hard because we had many people wanting to do the same car, but we had to pick one. So first come, first served. Next year we'll maybe get all 150.
What was your first Tamiya car?
Tamiya Grasshopper. It was very expensive in England, so I got the car and the battery and no radio gear. My dad thought it would take me 3 months to build it, and then he'd buy me the radio gear. Boxing Day I'd built it, figured out that I could wire the battery and turn the MSC, the manual speed controller, and I was just ripping it down the garden with no controls. About 3 weeks later I got the radio gear. Yeah, best car ever.
I started with a Tamiya Hotshot. We bought it on Christmas holidays. My dad took charge of building it. I was a kid, 14, something like that. We took it out on the street. He said, I built it, I'm driving it first. We went, fair enough. He drove it up the street away from him, all fine. Turned around, came back towards him. Of course, turned the wrong direction. Straight down a stormwater drain. Disappeared.
No, really? You get it back?
Well, I had little twin brothers who were about 4 or 5 years younger than me, so we sent one of them down the stormwater drain to fetch the Hotshot.
My goodness. Is that the first car you raced?
Yeah, so we didn't even know racing was a thing. We bought the Tamiya Hotshot, and then we found out there were racetracks, and then away we went. So a Hotshot, we had a couple of Grasshoppers, and then it went from there.
Well, it's the same. I think many people that grew up, I grew up in the UK, there was BDs and Taylor and McKenna, and they did such a good job of, everyone talks about how Tamiya would display the cars in the hobby shop. You see those amazing videos. And if you were fortunate enough to get one, there would be a local club somewhere. So we were in our village hall, put the carpet down and hose pipes full of sand. And that was my first racing experience, and in lifetime hooked.
The first day at a racetrack, I accidentally did a Scandinavian flick with the Hotshot, and my dad was watching. He said, how did you do that again? I'm like, I have no idea.
They were, was it an off-road track when you first raced? Yeah. Well, you had them on carpet, and the Hotshot was the car to beat. They could just, it was amazing to watch them.
Wonderful, folks. Thank you so much. We might draw the Tamiya cars to a stop up here on the main straight. So as you come around, we'll wrap this one up. James, any last thoughts? We'll go from here into our open concourse, but any last thoughts here for the Tamiya parade?
No, thanks for everyone for bringing such great cars. It was fun to look at them, especially the modified versions. And thank you to Mr. Tamiya for changing all our lives and having such great childhoods and then on into this hobby as an adult. Awesome.
Beautiful. Thank you, folks. If we can draw the Tamiya cars to a close here on the back straight, and then we will open the track for the full open concourse. I'm going to try and find Cookie or Aaron to give us some direction around what we're doing with the concourse cars here. I'm going to give the venue mic here to Cookie, who'll give you some instructions about concourse. So that's quite the fabulous experience, isn't it, of watching those 40 different Tamiya cars run around the track. Everything from the Super Champ, you know, at the beginning to the Hornet Evo at the end. As we heard there from James. And I should just, another little plug for James. James Knight of Knight Creations produces some extraordinary RC models and components for crawlers and wild ones and all sorts of things. So if you look up Knight Creations, you'll be able to find James on the socials. You'll be able to find his website, check out some of the stuff. And so huge thanks for James, who put that all together for us this afternoon, who was able to kind of get all of that done. And we're going to go now into what is another of the very special parts of this event. So we're going to go to another special part of the event here, the open concourse, and we're going to see cars just laid out around the racetrack. Starting down here at the beginning of the back straight, there was this iconic photo that we had last year with cars lining the whole entire track, and we were quite confident we'd have more cars than that this year until it rained all day yesterday. So this concourse was due to take place yesterday afternoon. I don't know if we've had quite so many cars here today. Some of the big collections are not here today, but we will certainly see a bunch of that. Are we going to stay on for some of this? Yeah. We'll continue on and have a little bit of a wander around and chat to some people as the concourse cars come out. It's been a fabulous day of racing. If you've been with us all day, you'll have seen that 4 rounds of a head-to-head racing in the two-wheel drive category, the pre-87, the pre-89, the 89 to 93, the 94 to 2000. We're going to take a short break now and play some videos and just kind of give you a couple of messages. And then we're going to come back as the concourse cars are out on track and see if we can walk around and have a little look at some of them and see if we can chat with some of the drivers. So as soon as we're ready, Tony will give me the nod and we'll throw to some videos. We'll take a short break. We'll come right back. On the other side of this, we'll chat to some drivers, check out the concourse, right back after this.
It's ready to launch, Wilson. So we got two drive inside here. If you've got trucks, put them on, get them onto the end of the end of the main straight at the moment. We'll arrange them later. So any stadium trucks, end of the main straight. Where James is. Yep. So stadium trucks over there, end of the main straight. Stadium, yeah. Inside two. Let's go with that. Four-wheel drive, 387 outside. There we go. So 380, yeah. Is that all 387s? Still coming? Awesome. No exceptions. Can someone grab all my cars, please? 387s, two drive along here. 387, two drive. Come inside now. Yep, on the track. On the track, two drive, four drives on the outside here. Careful where you're walking and stepping. Two drive on the right hand side of this track. Horn of Evos. Ooh, good question. Where do we want the Horn of Evos? Let's put them in the grass for now. So, in front of the driver's stand, Horn of Evos, in front of the driver's stand on the grass there. Anybody doesn't have it, please give me the resolution. Pre-Andy 7, Tooldale. Hamilton. Small flaps. All flaps. Two. What's it, right? Oh, which one's that? Okay, so yeah, so 389s run on the up. Yeah, 389s kind of around here. 389, I think. From the inside here, 2 drive outside.
Oh no, just the Hornet. See where we put it down.
Two drivers inside here. If we get close, then we can judge the concourse and give some prizes and gifts to cross and machines. So we get them in groups, then we get them out. What have we got? Who's waiting to put their cars down? Got Ponerigo's over here. Pre-80 set. 89 to 93. Yep, so cool. Probably 89 to 93 coming to this area.
Just put them down, bro. Yeah.
Do you want to this is my thing.
Yeah, real where we started from. Well, you know, there's more Hornet Evos than that. There's fucking about 40 of them. Everyone's put their Hornet Evos.
Yeah, we've got that. Everyone with Hornet Evos, grab them. Can somebody please grab mine?
Actually, no, I won't make it. 89 to 93.
89 to 90.
I'll go for you.
Yeah. 89 to 93 is the stand.
So I storm that way. 88. 89 to 97.
Two drives on that inside here.
What's going over here? 93 this way. All the Hornet Evos that way. 80, yeah. What's that? 89, 93. It's good enough, yeah. I was around there. Well, I put it on there, so that was.
Where have we got? That one, trolley boy. What class is here, Coogie?
From that one, 89 to
93. Around there. 89 to 93 is in the front, Rossami Straight. 94 to 2000s. It's the 94 to 2000 at the cones. Full drive on this side, on the left. Full drive on the right hand side. Pedal top. There was a bus on the train. Okay, so we've got more cars in the pits.
It's pretty good. Yeah, there's supposed to be about 40 of them. There was 41 entries.
Everyone grab your controllers and ride. How you going? That'll be some method.
Bring out the wheelie, bring out the wheelie.
Nah, there's not. There's no method to the madness. Put them down and ride.
Too many cars.
Not enough.
Not enough.
I'm all left this year.
Isn't that the best?
First car. We've got the drones out. On the shot.
Where's Bormac? Jay? Yeah. Where was he? John. He's better get better pictures. Unless he's driving his van into the...
Whether you are joining us live here from the Vintage Bash 4.0 at Knox, or whether you're watching this a little later on, we're about to show you the most extraordinary sight to end two-wheel drive day. I'll just invite Tony to pan around and give you a little look. This is the parade of cars that are out here on display this afternoon. Every car in the place has been invited to come out onto the racetrack. We are roughly in age order. We've got two-wheel drive cars on our right, four-wheel drive on our left. There is an extraordinary collection of cars here. I'm looking at, of course, every different variation of Tamiya car, Frogs and Hornets and Hotshots, Kyosho Raiders, all Mitsubishi Pajero from Tamiya. We saw a whole bunch of these Tamiya cars just running a little minute ago. And then on the right-hand side, as we start off here in the older part of the cars, there's a whole bunch of these Yokomo 834Bs. There's a beautiful example right there, the first one. Incredible, extraordinary car, winner of the first World Championship in Del Mar, California in 1985 in the hands of Gil Losi Jr. We've got a Mugen Bulldog there with the original air shocks. We've got every, again, variation of Tamiya Hot Shots and Super Shots and Boomerangs. We've got SG Coyotes here, and we've showed you some of those earlier, of course, in the coverage. There's a car I have never seen in my life. I have no idea what that thing is, but that is... the Kangaroo is the two-wheel drive version, so it's the four-wheel drive equivalent to the Kangaroo here, the silver one. Right there in between a couple of tag Coyotes and all sorts of things. We've got then the prototype, kind of replica of the Jamie Booth Tamiya Egress prototype that was run, I think, 1990 European Championship, somewhere around that. We've got, then of course we get into the later Yokomos. Actually, I'll grab this one and show you this one. We haven't looked at one of these on the stream yet. The Hirobo Zerda, so very popular car in Australia in the 1980s. This looks like a very original, very clean example of that. There are a whole bunch of modifications done to those cars here in Australia over that period, different manufacturers. It's quite a phenomenal sight to see. I'm going to jump up here and just pick a random person and have a chat. Tell us your name, tell us where you're from.
Ant Howard, this club.
Mate, I don't know what to say about this. Like, it's an extraordinary collection of RC history right here in front of us.
It certainly is. It's ace to see. I've been playing with old cars since they weren't that old, and yeah, it's ace to have them back. It's fantastic.
Out of all of the history and out of all the cars here, like, are there kind of a couple that are particularly close to your heart, ages or particular cars?
Yes, but none of them are here. No one ran a Bison F10 this year. That was my first car, and I was stupid enough to run one last year, but I learned my lesson. So following that, yeah, I was like every other kid in Melbourne. It was Tamiya's. Yep. Yeah, so they were just fantastic. If we didn't have them, we wanted them. And unlike Hirobo Zerdas in my circle, we couldn't get our hands on them. The hobby shops had Tamiya's, and we just thought they were fabulous. Yep. And there you go.
Pretty cool, right?
Yep.
That's Ant Howard. Just stepping over a Cat XLS. AYK Radiance. Again, I asked somebody what this thing was the other day. Tony, have a look at this. It's like a Tamiya Hotshot, but it isn't. It's a Royal Ripper. There we go. I'm going to just pop in here and have a little chat to Jason. I think he's flying the drone at the moment. Looks like... looks a little like a Hotshot. I'm going to just stick the microphone in front of Jace. He's piloting the drone at the moment. Mate, so you keep doing what you're doing, and we'll just talk to you. But how extraordinary is this?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so that's a Royal Ripper.
How extraordinary is this collection in front of us?
Oh, it's exceptional. Absolutely. It's just goes to show the sort of dedication that so many people go to in order, when they come to these events, to share what they love and, let everyone else experience it as well, to learn and be able to pick it up and show other people, exactly how they look in hand, and not just in a glossy magazine, or back in the day we had black and white photos. So, not until you actually hold it in front of you do you realise, just how wild and, amazing some of these things are, And
we better let you concentrate on flying the drone, mate. Thanks. I'm looking here at a Marui Samurai. We're getting into the next kind of age bracket of gear. A whole bunch of Team Associated RC10s from that kind of 1985 era. Still some older Tamiya cars here as well as we walk up, and more of those Mugans. There's a Mugen Bulldog up here that's beautiful, right next to the Tsushihara Yokomo. That Mugen Bulldog was a very popular race car here in Australia. We'll see some of those on track tomorrow. Just incredible collection. I'm just quite gobsmacked. There's 4 Tamiya lunchboxes in a row, a couple of Wild Willies, beautiful examples of RC10s. Beautiful example here of a Porsche 959 that we saw a little earlier in the Tamiya parade, the Tamiya 959. I'll go and take a chance and have a little chat over here. Sir, tell me your name and where you're from.
My name's Dean Fisk. I used to be from Geelong, and I've been in the business probably since about '84. And I've come from a model aeroplane background, and now I'm in the RC buggies, and I've been doing it ever since.
This is pretty cool, right? This collection of cars in front of us.
Oh, it's overwhelming. Now they're doing on both sides of the track now. Last year we just did one side all the way around. Now we're sort of doing 2, and it's just amazing. The magnitude of it is just blowing me away.
Somebody just went past me counting the buggies. What do you think the count might be? Take a guess.
I reckon about 550 to about 600.
Okay. All right.
600 from me.
600 from you. I'll give you a high five for a prize if you're right.
Oh, fantastic. If I get it, do I win a buggy?
That's Dean. Someone else counting. They've got, to me, a fast attack vehicle. Phenomenal there. I think as we climb the hill here, we're starting to see a whole bunch of Tamiya top forces. I think I see 3, 4 in a row here. And then we're getting into later cars, a Shoemaker Cat 2000 EC, a couple of Masami replicas from the 1989 and 1991 World Championships up here. Those will be the cars, of course, of Andy Cook. A beautiful Jeff Primer Shoemaker Cat XLS here. It really is a walking history lesson. Here's that Team Associated RC10 of Rory Cole. We saw Rory wheeling this car earlier in the day. That's the very car that he ran in 1987 at the World Championships in Romsey, and right next to it, the car he ran a little later on, 1991-92, the Team Associated team car on the left-hand side is the Rory Cole car. So Rory's brought those cars back over from the UK. It's been phenomenal. We've got JRX2s, all sorts of things on our. Of course, on the other side of the track, we've got the four-wheel drives, more top forces, more mid-Optimas, some of the longer wheelbase ones. I see the first Shoemaker Pro Cat I've seen as we walk down here, and then a collection of hot shots, one naked with an optional aftermarket chassis there. That's nothing like the original chassis. And then the one next to it in the Monster Energy paint job. And then a PB Mini Mustang. Actually, it's the first one of these I've spotted on the track today. We'll hopefully see one or two of those drive tomorrow as we get going. Lou, what are we pointing at here?
I'm pointing at the original Team Yokomo 2-inch TR33, I think, and TF34.
This is amazing, right?
It's pretty special.
So I just was asking Dean Fisk what his guess is of how many cars are here on track. What do you think? What's
somebody counting them?
Yeah, they're counting at the moment, but what's your estimate?
I think there's more than last year, only purely because we're going inside and outside. Yeah.
Give me a number. He's too busy. He's got to look around. He's doing that. You can see the gears whirring.
I'm going to say we're going to be knocking on 600, maybe more.
Okay.
Yep.
That's two people that have guessed us up there in that 600 range. And it just goes on, and we're now into the later era. So we're getting into the post-1990 era. The first appearance of some of the later Losi cars. Of course, every variation of RC10 that we saw. The Shoemaker Cougar 2, we've just seen those be re-released a year or two ago. This is the GP3D produced replica of the prototype car run by Losi in 1991, the prototype that would turn into the Pro SE at the World Championships. And right next to it, the Traxxas TRX1, which was an extraordinary car in that same era, incredible on rough tracks. And behind that, we start to see then the Tamiya Hornet Evos, and we've got something like 50 Tamiya Hornet Evos. We've got some of the replica race cars. We've got a Mike Dunn replica there from, again, the 1989 Worlds. More of the Shoemaker Cougar 2. Oh, we've got some nice, cool little things here in the middle that don't quite fit anywhere else. 1, 2, 3 Clodbusters. 3 clods in a row. And then a couple of very cool rally cars, a Subaru WRX and an original Mark I Escort with a full driver interior. It's just an incredible collection, Will. We're going to run out of capacity to keep heading in that direction in terms of our range, but just a phenomenal collection. Pick out this car on the trailer over here. It's a 1970s Tonka van that's been converted to be radio controlled. So originally a 1970s Tonka toy truck, or a toy, what do we call them? Caravan, camper van, motorhome? Motorhome, that's the word I'm looking for. But it's been converted to be radio controlled. It drove out here to the track with some kind of car on the back of it. Is that a Chidori? It's a mighty Chidori. No one in the rest of the world knows what a Chidori is, but there were some here in Australia. Bunch of whole Losis here. The Brendan Coleman, driven by Brendan Solar a little earlier in the day. We spoke extensively about that. And then we get into some of the much later cars, the Triple X, the Losi Triple X, RC10 B3s, and some of those kinds of later cars. And on the outside, a whole brace of Losi XX4s, the Yokomo MX4, Works 93 World Championship Edition cars, and a Shoemaker Cat 2000. The lone Shoemaker Cat 2000 we've seen here today. We'll see some of those on track tomorrow. Unbelievable collection. Let me grab a couple of other people for a chat. I'm going to tap this gentleman on the shoulder and turn him around. Mate, tell us your name and where you're from.
Mark Christensen from Darwin.
Mark Christensen from Darwin. You were driving in a race earlier, what was I remembering? It was a Mark Christensen who was in the A final, and you were running the Losi, the JRX2. How's your day been?
Loved it. You know, this is just a boy's, now a man's dream come true. You know, just to see all these cars and the fun everyone's having, it's just brilliant. Absolutely loving it. Can't wait for four-wheel drive tomorrow.
You're here with a crew from Darwin. It's literally the other end of Australia. Did you guys drive down or fly?
We flew. So this is my mate Dean, and there's another guy, Stephen, and there's another ex-Darwin knight, Tim, who lives in Albury-Wodonga, so he's driven down for this event as well. So.
Give me a highlight from today for you. Just, watching track, driving yourself, the Worlds, what's been the highlights today?
That last A2 race was absolutely insane. That was absolutely brilliant to see these cars out there going flat stick, driven by drivers who are just on point. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah.
And you ran the JRX2 today. What are you driving tomorrow, full drive day?
The Schumacher Cat over there, the pink and blue one. So.
I love a Schumacher Cat.
Same here. They're beautiful. My favourite body style of all. So yeah.
Can't wait to see it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Fantastic. We've got drivers here from all over the country. Darwin, thousands and thousands of kilometres away. Here's a man I've been waiting to chat to all day.
Oh dear Lord. Really? do I look old?
Mate, just for all the folks all around the world, tell us your name and where you're from.
Glenn Grinter from Shepton in Victoria, known as Grub.
I'm not asking why. Mate, just reflect on the day for me. How's your day been?
Oh, mate, it has been a lot of fun. I don't know if I was as excited as I was at the Worlds when last time we had an interview, but it has been a lot of fun. Yeah, it's just simple racing at its purest. Get out there. It doesn't matter. There's no trophies. It's nothing more than just enjoying yourself with the guys you grew up with. Like all the guys I pit with, we raced as kids. Yeah. And it's, we're north of 50 now and can't really do much, so might as well just go and enjoy this. It's a great environment, and I love it. Vintage is number one for me.
You're standing here right behind the Rory Cole Worlds RC10 from 1987. Have there been one or two cars that have caught your eye today?
Oh, look, a bit of everything really. Like it's just a visual an overload really. I don't know where to start. It was good to see Rory's car from that era. And he's a ripper bloke too, just very down to earth. But I just love seeing the Masami replica Cat. That's a cool looking thing. A lot of the JRX2s, that was sort of my first real competitive car. And just everything in general. It's a myriad of everything.
We might have to rip over because I think there's just been some announcements made about this concourse. Let me just duck over here and grab Andy Cook and Atsushi Hara for a second and see if there's been some announcements while we've been too busy chatterboxing.
We'll give them the prizes.
Have they just
announced the winner? They're choosing the car, so they're putting. So that's what.
Okay. Okay. Come and talk to Atsushi Hara. Hara-san, tell us what's happening here.
Yeah, this is really hard to choose because so many cars. I never seen like that before. But I think this is also one of the reasons I want to come here because I want to see this beautiful things. I think it's never seen like this before, like so many cars.
How's your day been today?
It's excellent. I drive with all of the vintage fans, and I talk a lot with the story about things about RC cars. So I have really good day. For sure.
I saw you drive the Joel Johnson Kyosho Ultima in that last 89 Worlds race. That would have been pretty fun.
It's fast. Yep. It's car's fast too. I'm surprised. It's really, really fast. Good car. So, I'm just so happy.
Good man. I'm gonna try and pick up some of the winners here. I'll drag Tony with me. I'll pick this one out over here first of all. We did look at this a moment ago. Lou Sola was telling us this is the GP3D replica of the 1991 prototype Losi Pro S, what would become the Pro SE that was run in Detroit in 1991. So the prize is being awarded here and cars being pulled out and given these pit mats. So that's one of our prize winners for this afternoon. The second one just here on our right, the Schumacher Pro Cat with the British flag motif. Certainly a popular kind of body style. We just heard that conversation just a minute ago from someone telling us the Pro Cat was his favourite body style of all. And they were a beautiful looking car. So that's another of our prize winners. Let me see if we can figure out who else has won some prizes. Looks like we've got, I'm not quite sure exactly what this is. It might be some kind of an RC10, but it's the Monster paint job. Looks like it's got Team Associated shocks on it. It's an unusual body though. Looks like a Tamiya body of some sort. Not quite sure exactly what that is. Someone will be screaming at the screen in frustration, not at me, not knowing exactly what that car is. Then we've got, what else have we got? Some Hornet Evos over there. Just looking around to see where any other winners are. They're trying to give a winner in each different category. Oh, there's one over here. So I'm going to be very careful not to stand on something extremely precious and keep my shadow out of the way as Yun Watanabe takes a photo. So a couple of prize winners here. The Porsche 959. You can see Jun Watanabe taking a photo there, and then the Tamiya Rough Rider in the background, also one of our prize winners. Super original condition. This Porsche has got that full interior, fully painted interior. The headlights are working. I'm sure you can see that on the camera. And then the Super Champ over in the background behind it. Aaron, just reflect on the day for me.
Oh, it's been amazingly huge. Reflection is just like, I don't know, it's just everything. It's overwhelming, I think, is the only way you can actually describe it. The amount of cool cars, the amount of driving, watching people, you know, Hara versus Masami, you know, like in the 91 class, and then watching the 89 class where you've got Masami, Jack Johnson, you know, and listening to the names being called out on the thing, you're going, watching everything else was cool, but that was sort of like hopping in the TARDIS, you know, and I hate to use that thing, but you just hopped in the TARDIS and gone time traveling, and you're back to listening to the heroes of your age, just being racing. Oh, sorry, boss.
Have there been one or two cars in particular that have caught your eye today that you've just gone, oh wow, that's amazing?
There've been more than one or two cars that have caught my eyes, because you're going through and you're seeing cars that you read about in the magazines, and you mightn't have seen them in real life, or you might have once in a shop or something. There's the dolphin and the kangaroo over there, the first car, and they're actually there and they run, and it's like, holy cow, you know, we laughed at them in the day, but now you're sort of going, oh, I feel a bit bad that I was laughing at them in the day, because like they're super cool now with, you know, the first car with an electronic speed controller included. And it's that thing of, it might be the car you want to have and drive, but the fact that it's someone's passion and they've brought it out and they've kept it and they've kept it running, and then they're driving it around and showing off what they love, you're sort of going, that's epically cool, you know. And then there's you're just looking at all the stuff around here. Everything's just amazing. Like, everybody's put above and beyond in making their cars. They've put them with pride. They've done everything. You know, you go, can I have 550 cars in my home, Linda, please? You know, like, can I have them? Because this is what it's going to look like, you know.
Just N+1 is the rule, isn't it? Where N is the number of cars you own now, and N+1 is the number you should own.
Yeah, exactly right. That's the rule I live by, and it's probably the rule that I'm going to die by.
I think we learnt that one from the world of bicycles, but I think it applies to RC cars as well. Thank you, mate.
No worries,
well done
you,
today.
Boss. Thanks, guys.
We'll go and pick up a couple other cars here. Well, not pick up literally, but a Losi JRX2 that's been awarded a Concourse Award. So Concourse Awards here at the Vintage Bash are not necessarily about the best paint, as you might traditionally see at a race meeting around the world, but just a car that kind of evokes something. So something that's really special about the car. As we look inside this car to try and see, what are we looking there? Original cells.
Yeah, they put a sticker in there to make it look like...
Oh, it's original cell sticker stuck onto the top of a LiPo battery. We've got the Monster Energy Tamiya Hotshot. I'm sure this is not the first time that's won an award at the Vintage Bash here. And then we'll just rip over and have a look at these Hornet Evos. There's been some prizes given out in that category. Obviously not technically a vintage car, but very much in the spirit of vintage, and has been a popular addition to the Bash here. Something like 50 Hornet Evos here on Thursday, racing under the tutelage of Atsushi Hara and Chon Mage rules. There's all of these people standing here beside me. I'm just going to squeeze in here. You look like a nice man to have a chat to. Mate, tell us your name, where you're from?
Paul Sims from Berserk RC.
Oh, I was thinking Melbourne, but Berserk RC will be just fine, fine. Mate, tell me something about, what do you see here? This is unbelievable, right?
Oh, it's a huge number of cars, isn't it? So there's certainly a massive diversity. So, yeah, I'm sure people are proud to bring out their pride and joys and get everyone to give them a good look over.
You guys at Berserk have been doing some carbon bits and pieces for some of the old, replacement chassis and shock towers and things like that. Have they been cool to work on those projects?
Oh, for sure. I mean, you get a good range of custom jobs come in, so there could be people looking for something particular, or you end up just doing, once you make one, you could be making a lot more after that, or you could just do one more. And that's the good thing. We don't mind. It's in someone's after just that one off. Fine by me. That means I can get on to the next job.
And Carter, of course, driving today, but also built that Joel Johnson Ultima. That was pretty cool to see that running around in those 289 revival races.
It was awesome, and just watching Hara to wheel that thing like a mofo, it was awesome. So I got the opportunity to drive it on Thursday, and actually one of the qualifiers today, or if that's what we're calling them. One of the races today, and I was surprised. The 23 turn actually was not too bad compared to 21.5. So it was a pleasure to drive.
Amazing, thank you, mate.
No problem, thanks, buddy.
That's a round of applause going around the grounds for those cars that have been our award winners this afternoon. I'll tell you a little bit about what's happening. So a special prize that's being awarded here, a giving away a Tamiya Hotshot, a Blockhead Motors Hotshot. So we'll just sneak over here and see if we can. Ah, yes, one of the super hard-working members of the club. He's been out on the racetrack all weekend long, and a fabulous signed by Jun Watanabe. The Tamiya Hotshot 2, a really popular award going there to one of the volunteer members of the club who's worked so hard in difficult weather conditions this week to try and keep the track in good running condition. Yep. Coming on over.
Sorry, the track's a bit rough and stuff from this morning, but hopefully should be really good for tomorrow's four-wheel drive racing and stuff like that. So, thank you.
While we're here, I'm going to tell you a little story. Gino and I met about 26 years ago when I first raced Nitro on road when I was trying to get a Guernsey for the Kaisha World Cup in 1999. And Gino was a fast guy, and Lewis had to try very hard to beat him, and eventually I did, but there was one guy you had to beat, and it was this guy. Thanks,
for a little bit anyway, so. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thank you very much.
That's Gino.
Thank you.
Special award there for one of the club members who's put so much work into this event and the racetrack. And as you heard it there, he's been around a long time, so he'll take away that signed Jun Watanabe Blockhead Motors Hotshot. I think we're probably drawing things to a close. It's been an unbelievable day of racing action here at Knox. It's been two-wheel drive day after all the rain that fell yesterday. We got ourselves set and got on track this morning for two-wheel drive day. We've run through 4 rounds of head-to-head racing, 15 heats per round, so you can do the math, 60 different races, 2 A-final reproductions from replica races, whatever we want to call them, from 1989. The Tamiya Parade, the incredible concourse to wrap the afternoon. It's been a fantastic day here on site, and wherever you've been around the world, I hope you've been able to join us.
When you're on the track, guys,
Lou's just giving some announcements for tomorrow. So we'll be back tomorrow morning. We'll be live on air from just a little after 8 a.m. local time. That's Australian Eastern Daylight Time here from Melbourne, wherever you are in the world. I hope you can join us, because as good as today has been, we can do it all again tomorrow. 4-wheel drive, all day 4-wheel drive action. Some incredible cars. We've just walked around the track and seen them. I hope you can come back and join us tomorrow. On behalf of the Knox crew here for Vintage Bash 4, on behalf of J Concepts and our whole team at RC Race Media, thanks for being with us. We'll see you tomorrow.